Chapter 576 and an accident. When Lao Ziyi opened his eyes again, he could clearly feel the power that continued to emerge in his body. And that power, although it was also the chakra of the four-tailed fox, seemed to be a little different. However, for Lao Ziyi now, he has no time to study the difference in detail. Because he is now on the battlefield, and there is a very strong enemy who can restrain him waiting for him. The chakra has increased. Mu Yu, who maintained his white eyes, looked at Lao Ziyi with some surprise. There are only 9 Jinchuriki in the ninja world. Mu Yu has fought 3 and killed 1, and has some understanding of Jinchuriki. Even Jinchuriki who can completely transform into tailed beasts cannot fully use all the chakra of tailed beasts. For example, Lao Ziyi and Han, in their peak state, have only about 5 million chakra. But last time Mu Yu identified a runaway three-tail on the East Coast battlefield, the chakra amount reached an astonishing 18 million. According to Mu Yu's memory of the original work, the performance of the three-tail is average, and it feels that it is not as strong as the four-tail. So the huge difference in the identification results is obviously not caused by the difference in strength between the three-tail and the four-tail. According to the different situations during the identification, Mu Yu quickly came to a conclusion after comparison. At that time, the three-tail was in a rampage state, and it was the three-tail, not the Jinchuriki, who controlled the body. Although Han and Lao Ziyi looked like tailed beasts after they were completely transformed, they were still controlled by the Jinchuriki in essence. Mu Yu thought that the key point might be the telepathy with the tailed beasts. If the relationship between Naruto and the nine-tail could be achieved in the later period, the chakra of the tailed beasts might be fully utilized. Is it the butterfly effect brought by me? Mu Yu threw an appraisal at Lao Ziyi. In the original work, Lao Ziyi definitely did not achieve telepathy with the four-tail, and even his name was only called once by the impure world reincarnation. Name, Lao Ziyi. Chakra, 612,0000. At this time, Lao Zi's chakra amount had exceeded 6 million, and it was still increasing. However, Mu Yu was not panicked. This was not a game. Upgrading would not bring back the full blood effect. Even if Lao Ziyi had more chakra, he was still in an injured state. He did not need to use more means. The ninjutsu he had already used was enough to defeat Lao Ziyi. Because Lao Zi's strength has broken through, but those senior ninjas who were responsible for protecting him have been dealt with by Mu Yu. Without those carefully selected senior ninjas to assist in the battle, the result of Lao Zi's battle with Mu Yu may not be better than before. Lava Release, Flower and Fruit Mountain. After coming out of the consciousness space, Lao Ziyi immediately used the newly emerged power to release ninjutsu. Flower and Fruit Mountain is a ninjutsu that Lao Ziyi must use a large amount of Four Tails chakra to use. Although Lao Ziyi also mastered Lava Release, his own chakra and Lava Release level could not meet the requirements of Huagyuoshin. In the world of Naruto, everyone's chakra is slightly different. As pure chakra creatures, the tailed beasts have even more special chakras. The chakra of the four-tailed beasts contains the power of Lava Release, so Lao Ziyi can use the chakra of the four-tailed beasts to perform the powerful lava release that he cannot perform under normal circumstances. Lao Ziyi supported the ground with both hands, and the powerful lava release chakra was fully infused into the ground. The originally ordinary ground gradually became magma and spread rapidly to the surroundings, and even the small lake created by Mu Yu before gradually turned into a magma lake. The Uegakuer ninjas near them were basically killed by Mu Yu, so Lao Ziyi had no scruples when using this trick. Facing the rapidly spreading magma, Mu Yu tried to use water escape to stop it from continuing to expand. However, Mu Yu gave up soon. This place is only close to the river, not right beside it. He would be at a disadvantage if he used water escape to fight like this, because Lao Ziyi had the Four Tails power bank. Boom! Under Lao Zi's control, the rolling magma continued to gather together and attack Mu Yu, but Mu Yu dodged it. Sure enough, it's not that easy to deal with. The attack failed, but Lao Zi was not discouraged. After all, if Mu Yu was that easy to deal with, he would not have been injured by Mu Yu before. It would be best if Huiguoshan could injure Mu Yu. If not, he could create an opportunity to use the tailed beast ball. Lao Zi quickly opened his mouth, and the powerful tailed beast chakra gathered rapidly, and a small black and purple ball quickly appeared in front of his mouth. I don't know if it was because of the help of the four tails, but Lao Zi felt that this time he used the tailed beast ball faster than any other time before. Do you think you won? Don't be too happy too early. Lao Zi shouted loudly, and the black ball in front of his mouth became bigger and bigger. It looked like he was ready to carry out indiscriminate bombing. Swoosh! Mu Yu used the Flying Thunder God technique to instantly move to the disciples and eliminate the Uegakure around them. Don't fight too long, keep some distance first. Mu Yu quickly ordered. If Lao Zi really wanted to bomb indiscriminately, Mu Yu would prefer to retreat. The commander of the Uegakure was killed, and a large number of elite middle and upper ninjas were killed. The Uegakure was already in a state of great damage. It is not worthwhile to sacrifice the Konoha troops of more than 1,000 in order to completely kill a ninja army that is already in a state of great damage. Because Konoha does not have many ninjas now, if there are more serious losses, then it will soon enter the period of rushing to the battlefield immediately after graduating from the ninja school. Withdraw some distance first. Namikaze Minato's idea is similar to Mu Yu's. If the troops are severely damaged by Lao Zi's dying struggle, then this encirclement plan will not be so profitable. It is better to retreat a little distance first to see whether Lao Zi is really going to fight at all costs or just bluffing. If Lao Zi really wanted to fight to the death, he could retreat while interfering with the retreat of Uegakure. If not, at this distance, there would be enough time to leave many Uegakure ninjas. When the tailed beast ball was fully formed, Lao Zi hesitated for 0.1 second, and finally spit it out to the ninjas closest to him. Mu Yu mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, and it was too difficult to hit her with the tailed beast ball. Since Mu Yu could not be killed, it didn't matter where he hit her. Looking at the black and purple chakra ball emitting a terrifying aura, both the Konoha ninja and the Uegakure ninja wished they had 2 more legs to escape faster. The Jinchuriki are really crazy, using the tailed beast ball like this. The Uegakure ninja couldn't help cursing Lao Zi in his heart. Boom! The moment the tailed beast ball landed, the dazzling white light of the explosion dyed the ninjas on the entire battlefield white, and the ruthless huge energy impact engulfed the ninjas who didn't have time to retreat out of the attack. At this moment, there was no difference between the Uegakure ninja and the Konoha ninja. Under the tailed beast ball, they were all as fragile as paper. The huge roar caused by the explosion even caused tinnitus in the ears of the ninjas who had avoided the tailed beast ball. Now everyone knew that Lao Zi was serious. After releasing a tailed beast ball, Lao Zi immediately condensed the next tailed beast ball, and another small black ball appeared in front of his mouth at a high speed. This time, no one would think that Lao Zi was bluffing. Due to the orders of Mu Yu and Namikaze Minato, the Konoha ninjas ran without hesitation and distanced themselves from Lao Zi. The commander had ordered them to run, so why bother to go to the Uegakure ninjas under the threat of the tailed beast ball and die together? Boom! Another tailed beast ball hit the side of the Uegakure and Konoha ninjas, causing a huge impact. Then, Old Purple quickly condensed the third tailed beast ball. This time, Old Purple did not choose to attack the ninja troops, but chose Jiraiya, who was fighting with Han. Han's body, which was completely transformed into a tailed beast, was originally pure white, but now a large area of his body was covered with charred black, and he looked miserable. It is easier for Jinchuriki to resist the damage of the tailed beast ball than ordinary ninjas, so Old Purple does not have to worry about killing Han. Whoosh! Minato Namikaze flashed and appeared beside Jiraiya, and teleported Jiraiya to a distance before the tailed beast ball landed. Boom! Another huge explosion sounded, and Han, who was already injured, was bombarded by the tailed beast ball and fell to the ground. He automatically exited the complete tailed beast state and turned back into an ordinary human. So you have been holding on. Lao Zi suddenly jumped to Han's side and grabbed Han, and continued to condense the tailed beast ball. Originally, Han should not be so fragile. It was obvious that he was seriously injured, so he could not resist being beaten into the tailed beast state. When the fourth tailed beast ball exploded, the originally beautiful forest had become devastated, and there were no more Konoha ninjas and Iwagakure ninjas fighting at the scene. This time the Four Tails Jinchuriki is too crazy. His tailed beast ball may have killed hundreds of Iwagakure ninjas. Jiraiya couldn't help sighing as he looked at the white light of the explosion in the distance. Lao Zi killed the most people with the first tailed beast ball. The number of Iwagakure ninjas killed by the first tailed beast ball alone may be close to 200. Fortunately, Mu gave the order early on the Konoha side, and the personnel dispersed quickly. The loss of Konoha ninjas was much smaller than that of Iwagakure. The first tailed beast ball, which suffered the greatest loss, only killed dozens of Konoha ninjas. Even if he succeeded in breaking through with some Iwagakure ninjas, it would not be easy to go back. Namikaze Minato seemed to see the future of Lao Zi. To be honest, if you dare to resist arrest or escape by killing a ninja from the same village, you can be labeled as a traitor. And Lao Zi directly killed hundreds of ninjas from the same village this time, and in full view of the public. How big is this crime? Namikaze Minato dare not think. If Iwagakure executes him and replaces him with a Jinchuriki, it will be the best development for us Konoha. It will take a lot of time for the new Four Tails Jinchuriki to become a top combat force. Miyakun Yejuan nodded and said. The butt determines the head. Although the story of a hero who successfully led the troops to break through and became a criminal is very unpleasant, if it happened to the hostile forces, Miyakun Yejuan would only smile slightly. Don't think too much about Iwagakure for now. We won a super victory this time. Jiraiya said proudly. Although we didn't annihilate the enemy, it was not easy to achieve this record of 1,200 versus 2,000, which is enough to be recorded in Konoha's textbooks. Iwagakure not only lost its commander and a large number of high-level jonin, but also suffered heavy losses in the middle and lower levels. Except for the survival of the Jinchuriki, it can be said that it was a complete defeat. It is indeed a pity that a Jinchuriki was not killed, but Jiraiya didn't care much. It is difficult to leave a Jinchuriki on the battlefield. The number of Jinchuriki who died on the battlefield is less than that of the Kage who died on the battlefield. Muyu, you will write the summary report this time. After all, you are the commander and the biggest contributor. Jiraiya put his hand on Muyu's shoulder and smiled. Muyu's battle plan contributed greatly to the great results of this battle. Originally, they were the weak side, but they were turned into the advantage side by Muyu's plan. Muyu's performance on the battlefield was also very impressive. Not only did he suppress a Jinchuriki like him, but he also killed a large number of Iwagakure ninjas. Muyu pushed his glasses. Although Jiraiya's words were correct, Muyu always felt that Jiraiya was too lazy to write and wanted to push it to him. However, Muyu still agreed. Writing reports was not a difficult task for him. He could just hand it over to the shadow clones. This time, Iwagakure suffered a great loss. So many people died. They should recognize their own strength. Lord Muyu is really amazing. He turned the situation around as soon as he arrived on the battlefield. Many Konoha ninjas felt that the war had come to an end, and they relaxed and started to clean up the battlefield. Is it over? Muyu's white eyes under his glasses were still carefully observing the surroundings. This was not an ordinary war. In the eyes of others, this war was no different from the previous one except that it was larger in scale. Only Muyu, who knew the identity of White Zetsu, knew that this war was not simple. Although the main participants in this war were Iwagakure and Konoha, there were also Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu in secret. Since Uchiha Madara had directly used White Zetsu as an Iwagakure spy, Yu didn't believe it. It couldn't be that Uchiha Madara was a spiritual Iwagakure ninja, and he couldn't bear to see Iwagakure fall into a disadvantage and came to help. That was too ridiculous. In order to prevent Uchiha Madara from causing trouble, Yu made a lot of preparations. Since he had planned to deal with the Four Tails in advance, Yu modified his Yang Seal to store chakra again and replaced it with the Yang Seal in the water-breathing chakra mode. So when dealing with the Four Tails, Yu didn't actually consume too much chakra, because the water-breathing chakra mode consumes the chakra in the Yang Seal. Even if there were some extra enemies, Yu still had enough chakra to deal with them. The unexpected enemy that was envisioned did not appear, and Namikaze Minato and Jiraiya called Yu to go to the place where White Zetsu was imprisoned, preparing to interrogate White Zetsu. Although White Zetsu doesn't look like a human, he can communicate with people, so he can be tortured. However, when they arrived at that place, something unexpected happened. Minato Namikaze walked forward with a serious face, and saw two Konoha ninjas who were responsible for guarding White Zetsu fainted on the ground, and the three White Zetsu who were sealed by the technique had disappeared. P.S. I am still working hard to write. If I can finish it before 2 o'clock, there will be a second chapter. If I can't finish it, I will finish it tomorrow. It's hard to get back a little bit, so I can't stay up too late. Chapter 577 You Can Do It. It seems that Iwagakure attaches great importance to these spies. Jiraiya turned his head and scanned the surrounding way said. At that time, because they were in a hurry to join the support troops to fight an ambush, they had no time to interrogate White Zetsu, so they only sent 2 ninjas to take White Zetsu to a hidden place for detention. However, what Jiraiya didn't expect was that within just a few hours, the people of Iwagakure could find White Zetsu and take him away. It can almost be described as lightning fast. It's just a few hours, normally it can't be sure that there is a problem with the spy. After all, being a spy is very risky, and it is impossible to contact several times a day frequently. As a result, Iwagakure not only knew that the spy was exposed, but also found and rescued him at an incredible speed, which really puzzled Jiraiya. The time that Iwagakure could act was really too short. Before the ambush officially started, Iwagakure must not have known that the spy was exposed, otherwise the Iwagakure ninja troops would not have walked into the trap set by Yu. But it was just an ambush to successfully find someone, which was a bit exaggerated in efficiency. But it's true, this thing is too powerful to be used in war. I guess Iwagakure is very afraid that Konoha will also develop similar products. Jiraiya sighed. If it weren't for Miyu's ability to sense malice, even if Jiraiya faced White Zetsu again after knowing the information about White Zetsu, he would not have a good way to deal with White Zetsu's troubles. The transformation technique that even the sensing ninja could not distinguish was too rogue. It depends on whether the village can develop a response plan after the intelligence report is sent up. Namikaze Minato also had some concerns in his eyes. If no solution can be developed, Yu will probably have to deal with the Iwagakure troops for a long time before the Iwagakure peace talks. I hope everything goes well. Yu also said with a worried expression, although his heart was as calm as water at the moment. Because Yu had known about this matter for a long time, and even his shadow clone was involved in it. Yu didn't want Konoha to get White Zetsu. For Yu, it was actually a good thing for Konoha to know that Uchiha Madara was alive. The reason why he didn't want Konoha to get White Zetsu was because of White Zetsu itself. White Zetsu seemed to be just a weak intelligence tool, but in fact, White Zetsu was a treasure. White Zetsu's body of Hashirama cells, in the world of Naruto, is not a treasure. Moreover, the Hashirama cells in White Zetsu's body are not ordinary Hashirama cells, but Hashirama cells cultivated by Uchiha Madara using the Outer Path Demon statue. If Konoha gets White Zetsu, with the power of Shimura Danzo and Orochimaru in Konoha, a part of White Zetsu's body will definitely fall into their hands. If Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo figure out something by then, Yu may not be able to control the situation at that time. However, although Miyu has the idea of taking action, the fainted Konoha ninja has nothing to do with Miyu. The two white Zetsu disguised as Konoha ninjas took action before Miyu's shadow clone. Although Miyu didn't want to see Konoha get white Zetsu, she would not let white Zetsu go. After white Zetsu knocked out the guarding ninja, she came out and killed all 5 white Zetsu and put them into the sealing scroll. Hashirama cells are indeed a good thing. In the original work, Obito only has an ordinary Mangeki Sharingan, and with Hashirama cells, he can use the Mangeki ability at will without side effects. If Shisui and Obito open their Mangeki Sharingan in the future, and the Yang-style training that Miyu envisioned does not solve the Mangeki problem, then these white Zetsu will come in handy. Konoha Village. Hokage Building, Hokage Office. When receiving the information passed on by Miyu, Sarutobi Hiruzen saw that Konoha had defeated the 2,000 ninja troops of Iwagakure, and a surprised smile appeared on his face. This result greatly exceeded his expectations. Sarutobi Hiruzen's original idea was that the support troops could turn the disadvantage around and maintain a balance with Iwagakure. When he saw the information about White Zetsu, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression changed instantly. After reading the information, he immediately asked the Anbu at the door to call a meeting of the top leaders. This is the latest information from the front line. Let's take a look first. Sarutobi Hiruzen said in the meeting room. After speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen put the pipe into his mouth, took a deep breath, and then exhaled white smoke with a trace of worry on his face. Sarutobi Hiruzen's appearance made the other 3 top leaders couldn't help but think wildly. Could it be that the grass country was defeated again? That's good, so Hiruzen will have no excuse not to use Orochimaru. Shimura Danzo thought to himself as he picked up the intelligence in front of him. The defeat in the grass country battlefield was a bad thing for Konoha, but it was a good thing for Shimura Danzo. When he learned that Jiraiya was defeated by Iwagakure and had to flee everywhere with his troops, Shimura Danzo was very excited. Because this was a big stain, it would reduce Jiraiya's support rate in Konoha, and it was also an opportunity for Orochimaru. When he saw the words "Our army defeated the Iwagakure troops and annihilated more than 1,600 enemies," Shimura Danzo had a question mark in his mind. After reading it carefully several times, he found that he was not wrong, that is, he had won a great victory. Shimura Danzo frowned slightly. The frontline troops won a victory, but Sarutobi Hiruzen still showed that expression. Was he trying to trick him? When he saw the intelligence of those Iwagakure spies, Shimura Danzo understood Sarutobi Hiruzen's worries. They did win the battle, but the strength shown by Iwagakure is worrying. There is such a transformation technique that can even deceive the sensing ninja. Midaman N also showed a serious expression after reading the intelligence. Minato Namikaze can still see the war potential of White Zetsu. They, the senior leaders, have also gone through various wars and can of course see the power of White Zetsu. It is really unexpected. No wonder he was so arrogant before. The troops led by Jiraiya will be defeated so thoroughly. Sarutobi Hiruzen stroked his mustache and said. After receiving the news that Sarutobi Hiromi had become a spy, Sarutobi Hiruzen spent a lot of effort on various investigations, but he found almost no useful information. He thought that Sarutobi Hiromi was hiding too well, but it turned out that the other party had no problems. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen trying to find excuses for Jiraiya's defeat, Shimura Danzo opened his mouth to refute, but closed it again. Because at the meeting to select the support commander, Shimura Danzo strongly recommended Orochimaru, and according to the current situation, the commander can only be Miyu. With White Zetsu acting as a spy in Iwagakure, anyone other than Miyu may not be able to defeat the Iwagakure troops. It's still Hiruzen who has foresight and let Miyu command the support troops, otherwise the message sent back would not only not be a great victory, but also a great defeat. Midaman Yan sighed. If Miyu hadn't had the special perception ability to find out the spy and make a counterattack plan, it would have been difficult for the Konoha ninja army to withstand the attack, let alone win. With almost half of the troops missing and spies that couldn't be found, it was almost a hell-level difficulty. This is also a pleasant surprise, but Mu is indeed the most capable ninja in the new era. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. He didn't expect Mu to win such a great victory. The reason why Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't agree to mobilize Orochimaru was that he was worried that Kumagakure would take the opportunity to make trouble. Shimura Danzo was very upset when he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen like this. Mu was obviously his root ninja, an outstanding talent cultivated by Shimura Danzo. How could it become your credit? Shimura Danzo felt that the leeks he had worked hard to plant were secretly harvested by others at night. Since Iwagakure was defeated, why don't we use war as a threat to let Iwagakure village hand over the intelligence of those spies? Yudin Koharu expressed his thoughts. According to the current intelligence, those spies are very likely the product of some kind of human experiment. If we successfully crack the technology, then our intelligence ninjas will be invincible in the future. If you can't beat them, join them. Since traditional intelligence ninjas are outdated, they should also be updated. Shimura Danzo looked at Yudin Koharu unexpectedly. He didn't expect that the other party had the same idea as him. Such evil technology must be handed over to Konoha for safekeeping. That's right, we should send more ninja troops to take advantage of this opportunity to enter the land of Earth and directly attack the hidden rock village. Shimura Danzo agreed. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, it's too risky. If Kumagakure takes the opportunity to launch a large-scale attack, it will be very troublesome. Although Kumagakure may not necessarily attack Konoha, it may also take advantage of the situation to attack Hiruzen, but Sarutobi Hiruzen does not want to gamble. The consequences of losing the bet are really great. Hiruzen, your hesitation will only make Konoha weak. If Konoha makes every invading enemy pay a huge price, who will dare to go to war with Konoha? Shimura Danzo retorted unconvinced. This time they wiped out more than 1,000 Iwagakure ninjas and won such a great victory. Going to the land of Earth for a stroll is also a great deterrent. You only think of the benefits. If Kumagakure and Kirigakure take advantage of the situation, can you solve them? Sarutobi Hiruzen knocked on the conference table and asked forcefully. Doesn't Sarutobi Hiruzen know that this is an opportunity to defeat Iwagakure in one go, but the risk is too great? Since the establishment of Konoha, the war has been isolated from Konoha. The enemy can only enter the land of fire at most, and there is absolutely no way to get close to Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't want to be the only Hokage who plunges Konoha into the war. That would be too embarrassing. If Konoha is really in danger, I will naturally lead the troops to attack. Shimura Danzo still insisted on his idea. It's not a question of whether to go to the battlefield, but whether we can solve the incoming enemies. Sarutobi Hiruzen emphasized. Shimura Danzo is a powerful ninja, but that's all, not stronger than the 3 ninjas or Mu. Why do you think I can't deal with the attacking ninjas? Shimura Danzo asked back. Anyway, Kumagakure hasn't attacked yet, so let's brag first. Since you are so confident, you will be in charge of the Iwagakure and lead some ninjas to find out the information about Iwagakure. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued. Not now, I have many other things to deal with. Shimura Danzo refused bluntly. It's not that he was afraid of death and didn't dare to go, but Shimura Danzo really had other things to do. He has been trying to figure out what the Kaikiroku is, and how to get the Samsara Eye. If you are willing to lead the team, then go. If not, don't mention attacking Iwagakure. Sarutobi Hiruzen said calmly. Sarutobi Hiruzen's tough attitude made Yudin Koharu give up the plan she proposed. Her fighting ability was the worst among the 4 senior executives, and she neglected training after becoming a senior executive, so her strength became even worse. Shimura Danzo was still not convinced, but he didn't refute it anymore. He couldn't really do it himself. If he accidentally fell in the land of Earth, it would be a loss for the entire Konoha. There is no need to launch a large-scale attack on the land of Earth, but we do need to test the attitude of Iwagakure. Mito Kato-en said, lifting the frame of his glasses with his left hand. In the two battles in the grass country battlefield, Konoha and Iwagakure won one and lost one. Overall, Iwagakure suffered much greater losses, but Konoha also suffered losses. Considering that other ninja villages were eyeing them, Mito Kato-yan thought it was necessary to act prudently. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. He also had the idea of sending ninjas to contact Iwagakure village. The current situation is too unfavorable for Konoha, and it is necessary to negotiate with a large ninja village to form an alliance. In this case, recall Hanyu Muyu to Konoha as soon as possible. Iwagakure's spies are so powerful. If they sneak into Konoha, it will be bad, said Yudatan Koharu. If you want to attack Iwagakure, Muyu, the only one who can distinguish Iwagakure spies, must not be absent. Now that it is determined not to attack Iwagakure, Yudatan Koharu thinks that Muyu should be called back. Yes, it is best to use an excuse to summon the ninjas and let Muyu conduct a major inspection. Mito Kato-yan has the same worry. Although their top leaders are not weak, if the Iwagakure spies disguise themselves as their family members to play dirty tricks, it is possible that they will fail. After the meeting, I will contact the grass country troops. Sarutobi Hiruzen agreed with this proposal. In addition to eliminating possible spies in Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen also wanted Muyu to teach ninjutsu to other ninjas and include it in the Konoha ninjutsu library. In principle, Konoha will not force any ninja to hand over his ninjutsu unless it is an inhumane forbidden technique. However, this time the situation is special. To put it more seriously, it is related to the life and death of Konoha, so special matters can only be handled specially. Sarutobi Hiruzen thinks that Muyu, who has the will of fire, should understand, and he will not let Muyu teach in vain. After the various discussions on Iwagakure, the topic gradually turned to rewarding merits. In any case, this is a great victory worth celebrating. The person who formulated the counterattack plan, Muyu, who killed many enemies and injured Jinchuriki on the battlefield, was undoubtedly the first meritorious. Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato could only rank behind Muyu. After the meeting, Shimura Danzo quickly found the subordinates of the route and asked them to contact the route members on the front line. Although the people were rescued, since there was a battle, there might be residual body tissues. Shimura Danzo thought secretly. If the technology of the Iwagakure spy transformation technique is developed, his root organization will be the strongest intelligence organization in the ninja world. By then, Konoha will defeat all ninja villages with the help of his root organization, and even Sarutobi Hiruzen will have no reason to restrict the route. Chapter 578 The Most Vigilant Enemy. The first thing the Iwagakure ninjas who retreated under the cover of the tailed beast balls met up was to transmit the information back to the Iwagakure village. Due to the good weather, Onoki was in a very good mood. When he learned that it was the news of the battlefield in the land of grass, he went to see it with a smile on his face. Because the news from the battlefield in the land of grass has been basically good news recently, and Onoki was a little surprised. When facing the Yellow Flash and Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas, the Iwagakure troops led by Reishi actually defeated Jiraiya's troops without suffering any losses. The intelligence unit fell into Konoha's trap by mistake, and the troops suffered heavy losses. Onoki's slightly upturned mouth corners turned down. How many people are left in the army? Onoki was a little unbelievable when he saw the number of words on the encrypted scroll. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and opened them again, but the number of words on it did not change, it was still 323, and there was no extra one in front. Bang! Onoki couldn't help but punch the office with an unbelievable expression on his face. That was a full 2,000 ninja troops, 2,000 ninjas, not 2,000 samurai or ordinary people. After a defeat, it became 323 directly. Onoki was almost fainting. Only a little over 300 ninjas were left out of the 2,000 ninjas. Iwagakure had been hiding for a long time and had accumulated 12,000 ninjas. But in one defeat, they lost almost 1/6 of them. His original idea was to use the advantage of numbers to win a small victory over Konoha, consume Konoha's ninja power, and then Konoha would send more people and then lose to Konoha. Then he would continue to hide and observe the situation. The number of casualties that Onoki could accept was 500. After all, it was unrealistic to fight with real swords and guns without death. But Onoki couldn't accept the fact that nearly 1,700 ninjas died in one go. Among the 1,700 ninjas, there were also senior ninjas and elite members of the Iwagakure blasting team. How long would it take for the Iwagakure village to train so many ninjas again? Onoki read all the information carefully with a dark face. If he had to summarize it, it would be that Iwagakure was eager for quick success and led his troops into the abyss. Iwakuni must bear the biggest responsibility. He is the acting commander and the one who issued the order. Besides, Iwakuni is already dead. No matter how big the responsibility is, Iwakuni will not object. Let them all come back. Onoki gave the order. Although 300 ninjas are not a small number, 2,000 ninja troops have been defeated. Letting the remaining 300 people stay is also a way to send their heads. It is better to call them back directly. After all, such a big thing cannot be handled by a dead person. Then Onoki quickly convened a high-level meeting and notified all the high-level officials of Iwagakure of the latest information on the battlefield. After reading the information, Huey's forehead was covered with cold sweat. When he sent reinforcements, he analyzed the benefits of sending reinforcements one by one. Now the front-line troops have suffered heavy losses, and he is responsible for it. Because if they had not stood up to support the sending of reinforcements, even if all the grass country troops of Iwagakure were killed, the damage would not have reached the number of 1,700. The casualties are close to 1,700. How many students must have graduated from the ninja school to train so many qualified ninjas? I said at the beginning that maintaining the status quo is the safest choice. Iwagakure elder Muhwa glanced at Hui and Chongjing and said with dissatisfaction. Muhwa still remembers clearly how Hui and Chongjing refuted him at the beginning. Looking at the guilty look of Hui and Chongjing, Muhwa was angry on the surface, but he was secretly happy in his heart. Hui subconsciously looked at Onoki, but Onoki did not show any sign of speaking. Hui showed a thoughtful expression, and then said, "Elder Muhwa, that's not what I meant. Although we suffered heavy losses this time, it doesn't mean that there is a problem with our plan. Our troops once beat Konoha's troops and made them flee in panic, which has proved that we are not wrong in the general direction. It's just that the people who carried out the mission had an accident. Iwako is not as mature as Laishi, so he fell into Konoha's trap. If Iwako hadn't taken that radical action, our plan would have been successfully completed. In fact, the overall trend of the Iwagakure war this time is similar to what Iwagakure wanted. They both won first and lost later, but the loss was too tragic. Since the commanders of the two battles were different, Hui cleverly attributed the win to their plan and blamed the loss on the dead Iwaku. Moreover, our important fighting force Jinchuriki also had problems. He was desperate to perform full-tailed beast transformation in the center of the army. In order to kill the Konoha ninja, he used the tailed beast jade on his fighting companions. This is simply intentional killing. I suggest that Lao Zi be psychologically evaluated. He may have been affected by the tailed beast chakra and became crazy. If Lao Zi can use his power correctly to fight for Iwagakure, then even if the army cannot defeat Konoha's army, breaking through should not be a problem. Hui put another big black pot on Lao Zi's head. He didn't know whether it was easy to break through at that time, but now is an important time to share the blame. The important thing is to sound reasonable. That's right, a Jinchuriki like Lao Zi is too dangerous. He must be strictly guarded. If necessary, the 4 tails can be drawn out and a new Jinchuriki can be selected. Chongjing nodded and said. So many ninjas died, and all parties must give an explanation. It happened that Lao Ziyi had such a big flaw. He couldn't think of a reason not to blame Lao Ziyi. Chongjing and Hui analyzed the situation and tried to give the high-ranking Iwagakure who died in the army a share of the blame. In short, there was only one core. There was no problem with their plan and direction. It was the actual execution of the army that failed. Mu Hua remained silent. Although they had different political views, the contradiction was not so big that they would add insult to injury at this time. A few ridicules would be enough. Let's stop here for the time being about the defeat of the army. What we need to pay attention to is the strength shown by Konoha in this war. Onoki said. Sharing the blame is a very important thing, but it is more important than sharing the blame to analyze the opponent. Defeating other major ninja villages and making Iwagakure the #1 ninja village in the ninja world is the real big deal. Hanyumweu, this person will definitely be the next big enemy of Iwagakure. Onoki said with a serious face. Onoki took out another stack of information and threw it in front of the top leaders of Iwagakure. The top leaders of Iwagakure picked it up and looked through it. They found that it was Muiu's personal information, which recorded all the information that Iwagakure could investigate. The first time he was on the battlefield was 2.5 years ago, also in the grass country. At that time, his strength was only slightly stronger than that of the hunter, and he could only serve as an auxiliary in the battle with the Jinchuriki. Onoki said. He paid close attention to Muiu and Namikaze Minato, and now he knows Muiu's information by heart. But when he showed up at the Kirigakure battlefield on the east coast of the Land of Fire last year, his strength was far greater than before. The famous Kirigakure ninja Mizuno Tsukikin and the Kirigakure's 7 ninja swordsmen encountered his team together. In the end, only 2 of the 7 ninja swordsmen survived, and most of the ninjas, including Mizuno Tsukikin, were killed by Hanyumweu. And in the subsequent wars, the strong man of the Kirigakure, Kirigakure Zangetsu, was also killed by Hanyumweu. Hanyumweu even teamed up with Orochimaru to kill a Jinchuriki whose tailed beast ran wild in his body during the war. This is only a year later. While watching Muiu's information and listening to Onoki's explanation, the Iwagakure executives instantly appeared in their minds. Until this year, he is still getting stronger at an astonishing speed. Onoki continued in a deep voice. His ice style was only revealed during the battle with Kirigakure last year. Now he can freeze Jinchuriki. The most powerful ice style can kill more than a dozen jonin in an instant. Old Ziyi, who has not yet fully transformed into a tailed beast, has almost no ability to fight back against his water style. As they get to know Muiu better, the top leaders of Iwagakure feel more and more outrageous. It's not like they haven't seen young strong men before. Minato Namikaze of Konoha is one of them. However, compared to Muiu, Minato Namikaze is undoubtedly much more normal. Before killing people on the battlefield, Minato Namikaze was already a well-known jonin. Every time Muiu appears, his strength surges, as if he has just reached a period of rapid development, which is very scary. This year, he rarely used fire escape in the battle with our troops, but you have to know one thing, he broke the title of Fiery Sun in the battlefield of Kirigakure, and fire escape was his best ninjutsu before. I have no doubt that he can become a ninja who is proficient in all attributes like the 3rd Hokage. If he reaches the level of the 3rd Hokage, he will be stronger than the 3rd Hokage, because he also masters ice escape and the flying thunder god technique. When Onoki described Muiu like this, the senior members of Iwagakure sweated profusely. The 3rd Hokage is already very strong, and no ninja in the ninja world dares to say that he can definitely beat the 3rd Hokage. If Muiu can become the enhanced version of the 3rd Hokage, then Muiu will most likely become the recognized #1 in the ninja world. Looking at the expressions of the senior members, Onoki nodded slightly in his heart. If he said that, the top leaders still couldn't realize the harm of Muiu, and only regarded Miyu as a character similar to Namikaze Minato, then Uegakure would be finished. If there is a chance to kill Hanyu Miyu, even if it means sacrificing a 2,000-man ninja unit, it is worth it. Onoki said seriously. If there is a really enhanced version of the third Hokage, it will be no less important to the current ninja world than the resurrection of Senju Hashirama or Uchiha Madara. The top leaders of Uegakure nodded in agreement. A 2,000-man unit can be cultivated over time, and a genius with a very high ceiling like Miyu may not appear once in 100 years. Let alone a 2,000-man ninja unit, they even think that even a 3,000-man ninja unit in exchange for Miyu's life is not a loss. On this day, Miyu topped the Uegakure must-kill list. Chapter 579. The first is today. The Land of Grass. Around the Konoha ninja unit camp, Miyu is teaching observation haki. In addition to Obito and Shisui, Namikaze Minato is also learning observation haki from Miyu. This was brought up by Miyu on his own, because it would be very tiring for him to identify Uegakure spies alone, so he needed Namikaze Minato's help. Miyu knew very well that once the intelligence from the Land of Grass was passed back, no matter how much Sarutobi Hiruzen thought highly of him, he would find a way to make him hand over his observation haki. Even if the person who possessed this ninjutsu was not Hanyu Miyu, but Namikaze Minato, the disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen, or Jiraiya, the disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the result would be the same. This ninjutsu that can play a huge role in the war must be handed over to Konoha no matter who possesses it, otherwise it means that they do not have the will of fire and do not love Konoha. Anyway, it will be handed over sooner or later, and Miyu will of course give priority to teaching Namikaze Minato, who has a better relationship with him. Miyu is not very concerned about the observation haki gaiden. After localization, the threshold of observation haki is much higher than that of armament haki. The perception talent alone has stopped a large number of people. Moreover, even if you have the talent for perception, you may not be able to learn observation haki, which stops a large number of people. Even if you can practice, you may not be able to practice well. Another group will be screened out, and even if you can practice well, you may not have the special ability of observation haki. There are only a few thousand ninjas in Konoha. After multiple screenings, I am afraid that in the past few years, there are only a handful of ninjas who can improve their combat effectiveness by learning observation haki. After a few years, Miyu may be invincible, so he doesn't have to worry about these. If he really doesn't want to pass on observation haki, there are actually many ways. The first one is the simplest and crudest: just don't use observation haki to sense the malice as a reason to find white zetsu. The second one is not to teach Minato Namikaze observation haki, so that Miyu can modify a castrated version of observation haki and hand it in. In the early stage of training, try not to use your eyes to observe, and avoid the opponent's attack by sensing the opponent's breath. Miyu said the key points of the early stage of observation haki training. Since there are no powerful beasts here, Miyu asked them to split their shadow clones to practice with each other. For example, let Shisui's shadow clone attack Obito, and let Obito's shadow clone attack Shisui, so that they can exchange training. Because Minato Namikaze is of a different generation than Obito, Minato Namikaze is assisted in training by Miyu's shadow clone. This leads to a problem. Without Minato Namikaze, who is in charge of Miyu, the ninjutsu of the observation haki training team becomes an odd number, and someone will be left alone. Because Might Guy and Kakashi did not participate in the practice of observation haki. Damn it, should Kakashi split a shadow clone to practice with Xiaolin? Obito felt uncomfortable when he thought about it. Miyu wanted to say that a person can split a shadow clone. However, in order to let the disciples interact harmoniously and friendly, Miyu did not remind them. The final result was that Obito gave up training with Shisui, and teamed up with Kakashi's shadow clone in the form of "If I don't go to hell, who will go to hell?" Perhaps because it was an important practice, Kakashi and Obito did not quarrel. Miyu's talent in developing ninjutsu is not inferior to his talent in learning ninjutsu. He can actually develop such a perception ninjutsu. Minato Namikaze sighed in his heart during the break. Minato Namikaze has a strong perception talent and can also perceive ninjutsu, so his feeling of observation haki is deeper than Obito and others. In terms of difficulty, Miyu's observation haki is the most difficult perception ninjutsu Minato Namikaze has ever seen. Even someone like him who has some perception talent can clearly feel the difficulty. According to Konoha's classification of ninjutsu levels, observation haki is a solid S-level ninjutsu. What surprised Minato Namikaze the most was the possibility of observation haki. Although he hadn't practiced for long, Minato Namikaze could feel from his own practice and Miyu's explanation that this was a ninjutsu that could be deeply developed in all directions. Observation haki can sense chakra in a large range like ordinary perception ninjutsu, and can also be used more in battle to predict the enemy's attack. It can also sense kindness and malice from the depth of perception. If it weren't for the perception talent and high difficulty threshold of observation haki, Minato Namikaze felt that some Hyuga clans would be unemployed. In addition, the value of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan would also decrease. Miyu, there is a good news and a bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? At this time, Jiraiya suddenly came over, looked at Miyu and said with a smile. Everyone present looked at Jiraiya. There was still bad news after a great victory. Could it be that the intelligence team discovered that Uegakuer had sent reinforcements to the land of grass? Good news. Miyu thought for a while and replied. He felt that whether it was good news or bad news, it should not be a big deal, otherwise Jiraiya would not let him choose so slowly. The good news is that the top management will greatly reward you. You will probably get a lot of money. If you want, you may even hold an important position in a certain department. Jiraiya replied. If a ninja wants to become stronger, money is indispensable. Not to mention the various training resources, the consumption of various ninja tools alone is not a small amount of money. It is normal for ninjas to be rewarded with a large amount of money for meritorious service in Konoha. There are salary increases, and naturally there are promotions. However, due to the special nature of ninjas, not every ninja is willing to sit in the office to handle official business, so this depends on personal intentions. For example, Jiraiya himself, although he is a well-known Sunin in the ninja world, if it is not a war period, he has no other identity in Konoha except Jonin. Because Jiraiya has to travel around the ninja world to find the son of prophecy to teach, he certainly cannot work in a department of Konoha. Tsunade used to hold an important position in the medical department, but she resigned after entering the opening state. So what is the bad news? Obito asked curiously. The top management asked Miyu to take some ninjas back to Konoha, and they have to leave tomorrow. Jiraiya sighed and said. Is this good news? Namikaze Minato said puzzledly. It is naturally more comfortable to go back to Konoha than to be on a dangerous battlefield. Where can we go to eat such delicious food if Miyu goes back? Jiraiya patted Namikaze Minato's shoulder in disappointment. They look similar, but why are their cooking skills so different? If they can be half as good as Miyu, it would be good. Namikaze Minato scratched his hair and had to admit that Jiraiya's words were right. Miyu's return was indeed bad news for them. Not only did the level of the 3 meals drop significantly, but they also lost a combat force that could suppress the Jinchuriki. It's noon now, I'll go prepare lunch. Miyu said with a faint smile. Jiraiya was not just hinting, he almost wrote on his face that I wanted to eat for free. Don't practice for now, take a rest after dinner and then practice. Miyu turned to the disciples and said. Shisui and the others stopped obediently. Those who could help went to help, and those who couldn't help quietly waited for the meal time to come. When the meal officially started, the atmosphere became even quieter. When eating Miyu's food, only the newcomers chatted. Those who knew each other knew that they should talk less and eat more. It was a waste to eat less food just to say that one sentence. It's comfortable. Jiraiya expressed his feelings after the meal. Although Yu had to leave tomorrow, he was happy at this moment. Everyone around him looked recognized. You have made such a great contribution this time. The new issue of Konoha newspaper will definitely feature you as the protagonist. Now you have really become the first person of the new generation of Konoha. Jiraiya said while picking his teeth. Minato Namikaze appeared a lot in Konoha newspaper, but usually as a supporting role. As long as the latest issue of Konoha newspaper is released, Miyu's momentum will definitely be higher than Minato Namikaze. By then, the talk about the two strongest people in the new era of Konoha will disappear. There will be no Nan Miyu and Bei Minato. Miyu will become the strongest new generation without a doubt. Of course, if Minato also wins a big victory in a short period of time and defeats a famous and powerful ninja, the trend will change back. But from a realistic point of view, it is difficult to achieve. It's just a meaningless reputation. Miyu shook his head slightly. He really doesn't care about these. It's enough to have a reputation as famous as Minato. There is no great benefit in being higher. After all, Miyu doesn't have the dream of becoming a Hokage. If he is a Konoha prosperity system, it is indeed necessary to become a Hokage and hold greater power, but as the owner of a teacher system, being a Hokage is purely asking for trouble. After all, Miyu is a time traveler, and a time traveler who has only traveled for more than 3 years. Miyu doesn't care about Konoha itself. There are many reasons why he went to the battlefield, but they don't include fighting purely to protect Konoha. Compared to the power of Konoha, Miyu cares more about the people in Konoha, those who are familiar with him. Students who affectionately call him teacher, those disciples who trust him, and friends who help each other. It's not meaningless, these are still very useful for becoming a Hokage. Jiraiya explained. Konoha selects Hokage based on seniority, but if the reputation and contribution are high enough, then seniority or it is other restrictions. That is, Miyu is not a true Hokage, and has no master-disciple relationship with Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya. Otherwise, with Miyu's current momentum, as long as he has his own ideas, he can almost lock in a position of Hokage, either the 5th generation or the 4th generation. So Minato, you have to work hard, otherwise the 5th generation Hokage may not be able to compete with Miyu in the future. Jiraiya looked at Minato Namikaze and encouraged. Jiraiya knew that Minato Namikaze had been working hard for the goal of Hokage. Well, although Miyu is very good, I will not give up. Minato Namikaze nodded seriously. He admitted that he was not as good as Miyu now, both in strength and in the ability to lead the ninja troops. However, Minato Namikaze was not a person who would give up easily. He was not as good as Miyu now, but it did not mean that he would not be as good in the future. If he still failed to win after working hard, Minato Namikaze would admit it. It is more comfortable to lose honorably after working hard than to regret not working hard after losing. Obito scratched his hair, feeling a little complicated. According to the information given by Yamato and Naruto in the future, Minato Namikaze became the Hokage, and not the 5th Hokage, but the 4th Hokage. If they succeeded in changing the future and Miyu did not die, would Minato Namikaze not be able to compete with Miyu and become the 4th Hokage? Obito had no doubt that Minato Namikaze would lose to Miyu. After all, no matter how powerful Minato Namikaze was, he was still immortal, and his opponent was the omnipotent Miyu immortal. For the sake of Miyu, Minato Namikaze had to suffer. Obito thought with a little apology in his heart. Compared to Miyu's life, Minato Namikaze's position as Hokage was just a small matter. Don't mention Minato Namikaze's Hokage, even Obito would give up his dream of Hokage. In the afternoon, Miyu received a task from the root. Shimura Danzo needed him to find the body tissue of the Iwagakure spy. Miyu ignored this task directly. He just didn't want Shimura Danzo to get the body of White Zetsu, so he let the shadow clone kill White Zetsu. How could he take the initiative to help Shimura Danzo find the body of White Zetsu? Yu estimated that Shimura Danzo was also red-eyed after seeing the information on the battlefield, and informed him with a try-it attitude. The next day, Yu and others left under the reluctant eyes of Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato. Due to the current unclear attitude of Iwagakure, Yu did not take many ninjas with him, only dozens of them, all of whom were ninjas who had been on the battlefield for a while. Except Yu and his disciples, all the ninjas of the support team stayed. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen's order was to return to Konoha as soon as possible, Yu and others marched all the way and quickly returned to Konoha. It's not even half a month, but it always feels like a long time has passed. Seeing the peaceful scene at the gate of Konoha again, Obito sighed. This was not his first time to participate in the war, but the impression he left on him was no less than the first time on the battlefield. It was the first time that he saw the Konoha ninja army look like a lost dog. When they just met, the morale of the Konoha ninja army was visibly low. This was also the first time that Obito participated in a ninja war with a total number of more than 3,000 people. Konoha had 1,200 ninjas, Iwagakure had almost 2,000 ninjas, and the ninjas of both sides added up to 3,200 people. During the battle, Obito felt that there were endless enemies to fight, and he didn't dare to enter the flame-breathing chakra mode. He was worried that he would become a burden to others without chakra. Because the pressure this time is greater than any previous time. Kakashi replied. In the battlefield of Kirigakure, they didn't need to think about anything else, they just needed to execute the orders issued by Orochimaru. But the grass country was different this time. First of all, they were urgently summoned to support Jiraiya's troops. At that time, they didn't know what happened on the front line, they only knew that the troops were defeated. This kind of unknown and powerful enemy is easy to cause psychological pressure. In addition, Yu later made them the few insiders of the ambush plan and let them participate in the affairs of the army. Maybe it's like this. I really want the war to disappear completely. Obito said sincerely, recalling the bloody and flying limbs on the battlefield. The Sharingan gave Obito an extraordinary observation ability. When he saw the uncle who greeted him a few hours ago being pierced through the heart by a sharp kunai, even if the other party was just an uncle whose name he didn't know, Obito felt bad. Then you have to study harder and work harder. This time Kakashi didn't sneer, but encouraged him in a calm voice. Obito looked at Kakashi with surprise, as if you would actually talk like this. Look at Teacher Yu and Teacher Minato, and then look at yourself. Do you think you are worthy now? Kakashi changed back to the familiar tone of Obito. Obito instantly felt that the familiar Kakashi was back, and the impulse to punch Kakashi was also back. Disband. I will report the mission to the Sandaime-sama. Yu looked at everyone and said after entering Konoha. Goodbye, Yu-sama. The ninjas waved goodbye to Yu and left quickly. Many of them hadn't seen their families for a while and couldn't wait to have a good chat with them. If you want to go home, go home. If you want to practice, you can go to the South Forest. Yu said to the disciples who were still standing behind him. In the next 2 days, you can rest according to your own ideas. If there is nothing else to do in 2 days, you can gather and practice as usual. Obito and his disciples have reached a critical period recently. When they master the new abilities taught by Yu, everyone can improve a lot. So even if they just came in a big battle, Yu didn't give them too much rest time, and made it clear that they had to practice after resting. Uchiha Madara's actions are becoming more and more blatant. Obito and his disciples must have stronger strength to protect themselves in the chaos that follows. Well, Teacher Yu, I know. Obito nodded. He definitely wanted to practice, after all, he had just been ridiculed by Kakashi. However, Obito planned to go home to see his grandmother before going to the South Forest to practice. The other disciples also nodded. Their ideas were basically the same as Obito's. Kakashi was not going to go home, but was going to buy a Konoha newspaper before going to the South Forest to practice. He was curious about how Konoha would report this great victory and how it would report Miyu. After explaining everything, Miyu went to the Hokage building. Dong! Miyu walked to the Hokage's office and knocked gently on the door of the Hokage's office. Come in. The voice of the third Hokage came from behind the door. Miyu then opened the wooden door and walked into the Hokage's office. Sandaime-sama. Miyu greeted with respect. Miyu, you are indeed a person who can bring surprises to others. Sarutobi Hiruzen responded with a smile on his face. The reason why I chose you as the commander against all odds is that I value your steady character and think you can make up for the disadvantage. As a result, you really gave me a big surprise, annihilating more than 1,600 enemies, 400 more than the number of your troops. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not mention the matter of observation, but praised Miyu's achievements. P.S. 5K, it's hard to say whether there will be any next. I will write, but I won't write too late. If I don't finish it at 2 o'clock, I will find time to slack off tomorrow and finish it before posting. I feel a lot more comfortable after not staying up too late, and I feel a little more energetic. Chapter 580 The Second Wood Release Ninja? It was also a coincidence. I happened to catch the Iwagakure spy. Otherwise, it would be impossible to win with fewer troops so easily. Miyu replied modestly. How can it be a coincidence? This is your ability, Miyu. Sarutobi Hiruzen put down the document in his hand and said with a smile. If it weren't for you, Miyu, who mastered the ninjutsu that can distinguish malicious intent, it would not be a victory of the few over the many, but another great defeat. Before Miyu discovered those Iwagakure spies, even Sarutobi Hiruzen did not expect that there is still a transformation technique in the ninja world that can hide from the perception ninja. By then, it will not be as simple as a defeat, but people will also be panicked because of spies of various identities. If other families have a spy, Sarutobi Hiruzen may just check it once. If there is a spy in Uchiha, Sarutobi Hiruzen will definitely wonder if Uchiha wants to unite with other ninja villages to stage a coup. When dealing with Uchiha, all Konoha high-level officials first question it, because Uchiha really has a criminal record. Without the color of observation, the spies of Iwagakure are indeed hard to guard against. Sandaime-sama, I think we can select some ninjas with perception talents to learn the color of observation. Miyu saw Sarutobi Hiruzen bringing the topic to the Iwagakure spy, so he took the initiative to speak. I am the only one who has mastered the observation haki, and I can't take care of too many things. Anyway, he has to teach it, so he might as well take the initiative, which will save everyone's face. Miyu, your worry is not unreasonable, but it's too much trouble for you. Sarutobi Hiruzen's smile became more intense. He was very satisfied with Miyu's performance. Sure enough, Miyu is a ninja with the will of fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed in his heart. Miyu really has a big picture, and he can take the initiative to bring it up without him saying anything. It's not that he covets Miyu's ninjutsu, but the observation haki is really important. If Miyu didn't pass down the observation haki, and then something unexpected happened and he died on the battlefield, then Konoha will be blind if it encounters the Iwagakure spy in the future. This is what I should do as a Konoha ninja. Miyu replied with a serious face. Not every Konoha ninja can make the same contribution as you. Miyu, do you have any ninjutsu that you are interested in? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked with a smile. As long as it is not some ninjutsu that violates taboos, I can give it to you if you want it. This time, Miyu not only made great contributions, but also took the initiative to contribute the perception ninjutsu he developed. As long as Miyu did not choose the ultimate forbidden technique such as impure world reincarnation, Sarutobi Hiruzen was willing to give it. Imperial world reincarnation is really strong, but it is too inhumane. Not only does it play with the souls of the dead, but it also requires living people as sacrifices. Unless Konoha is really at the moment of life and death, Sarutobi Hiruzen will not allow anyone to study impure world reincarnation. I want all the information about wood release in the village. Miyu pretended to think and said. He wanted to rationalize the source of his wood release. Now his character is a ninjutsu genius who surpassed Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he has developed the precedent of ice release. It is barely reasonable to develop another wood release. Miyu is mainly for Yamato. If Miyu's wood release is brought to the surface, it will also help Yamato get out of the current predicament. With Miyu, the first wood release ninja of the new generation, in front, Yamato's existence is not. It will attract so much attention and be more reasonable. Wood release. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little surprised. Wood release ninjutsu requires wood release Kekkei Genkai to use. Does Miyu want to? Sarutobi Hiruzen remembered the origin of Miyu's ice release. Before completing the mission in the snow country, Miyu didn't know how to use ice release, but after going to the snow country and seeing the snow secret technique similar to ice release, Miyu developed ice release on her own. If it's Miyu, maybe it really works. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought carefully and felt that with the talent Miyu showed, there is really a possibility of success. If it's someone else, even if Orochimaru came, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have to persuade Orochimaru not to waste time. Miyu is different. Miyu has successfully developed ice release and has succeeded. I want to see if I can learn from the experience of my predecessors and develop wood release. Miyu answered honestly. It has to be said that personality is indeed a good thing. If Miyu didn't set up a genius personality, then Miyu used wood release, and the Konoha high-level officials would probably have only two guesses, the first being Hashirama's cell experiment, and the second being the illegitimate son of Senju's direct lineage. I'll have someone prepare it as soon as possible, and let the Anbu send it to you after it's sorted out. Sarutobi Hiruzen agreed. If there's no progress, don't be too serious. Practice other abilities that can continue to become stronger first, and then study wood release when you have time in the future. Sarutobi Hiruzen reminded him. Although Miyu showed a very abnormal talent, Sarutobi Hiruzen still didn't think Miyu could definitely develop wood release. One is that Miyu only opened an ice release, which may be accidental. The second is that the only ninja with wood release is the god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama, and no one, even his descendants, can awaken wood release. Konoha ninjas subconsciously think that wood release is superior, stronger, and more difficult than other bloodline limits. As a person who has experienced it, Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't want Miyu to waste the golden time of practice because of being obsessed with trivial matters. In his opinion, even if Miyu hadn't developed wood release, Miyu was still the ninjutsu genius who surpassed him. After Miyu practiced for another 10 years, even if he didn't have a blood limit, he still had the potential to become the strongest in the ninja world. However, if Miyu practiced wood release, his goal would be higher, and he might even become the second ninja god. The second first generation is still too exaggerated. After all, his chakra is really incomparable to ordinary people. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head in his heart. The chakra of Senju Hashirama is unmatched even in the Senju clan. Thank you for the reminder, Sandame. Miyu thanked. Miyu, do you have any other ninjutsu you want? Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to ask with a smile. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't want Miyu to do a multiple-choice question. As long as Miyu was interested in the ninjutsu, Sarutobi Hiruzen would give it to her at his discretion. No other ninjutsu is needed for the time being. I want to study wood release first. Miyu refused. Even if you are a genius, you can't exaggerate too much. You have to deal with things one by one. Besides, the ninjutsu that Konoha is interested in now is the forbidden ninjutsu such as impure world reincarnation, and Sarutobi Hiruzen is unlikely to give it to you. You can also find me if you are interested in ninjutsu in the future. The day after tomorrow, the village will hold a memorial ceremony for the sacrificed heroes. At that time, all the ninjas in the village will be present. You can see if there are any Uegakure spies among them. Sarutobi Hiruzen talked to Muyo about checking for spies. Ordinary perception ninjutsu has no effect on Uegakure spies. Sarutobi Hiruzen and other senior officials are really worried if Muyo is not allowed to check again. Muyo nodded to indicate that there is no problem. Then Muyo reported some matters on the battlefield to Sarutobi Hiruzen. When it was almost time to leave the Hokage's office, Muyo handed the scroll with the method of practicing observation haki to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sir, there is a big difference between observation haki and ordinary perception ninjutsu. It takes a certain level of proficiency to use observation haki to perceive good and evil. Muyo explained. Since the complete version of observation haki is left behind, Muyo naturally has to explain it clearly to avoid misunderstandings due to the difficulty of observation haki. I see. Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a thoughtful expression. After Muyo left, the curious Sarutobi Hiruzen opened the scroll left by Muyo. As a ninjutsu professor, he naturally has a great understanding of perception ninjutsu. What a genius idea! Such perception ninjutsu can not only be used for reconnaissance, but also provide great help in battle. Sarutobi Hiruzen was instantly amazed. Give me the latest Konoha newspaper. Kakashi walked to the bookstore he often went to and took out a banknote from his wallet. As the official newspaper of Konoha, Konoha newspaper can be bought in almost all large bookstores in Konoha. Promote the power of Konoha ninja. The frontline troops defeated Uegakure with fewer troops and wiped out more than 1,600 enemies. As soon as Kakashi picked up the newspaper, the conspicuous and imposing headline came into his eyes. He continued to read down. Recently, in order to achieve its evil invasion purpose, Uegakure village sent a large number of ninjas to attack our border. The total number of ninja troops sent exceeded 2,000. Compared with the Uegakure ninja troops, our troops only have 1,200 ninjas. The gap in strength between the two sides is huge. That is, even with such a huge difference in numbers, under the leadership of Hanyu Muyo, our troops were not afraid of difficulties or challenges, and overcame one difficulty after another with a firm will of fire, successfully protecting the land of fire and Konoha, and practicing the will of fire with actions. It turns out that Muyo teacher is the main one. Kakashi was not surprised. Although Jiraiya and Muyo were both appointed commanders by the Konoha high level, they had to be ranked according to their merits. Kakashi quickly read the entire content of the newspaper. Although the newspaper reported the battle in the land of grass, it did not explain the process. It mainly promoted how powerful the Konoha troops were and how excellent the commander of the troops, Hanyu Muyo, was. This was within Kakashi's expectations. How could the details of the war be written in the newspaper? Wouldn't that be actively sending the information to other ninja villages? The purpose of issuing newspapers is to boost morale and give confidence to the residents of Konoha, not to facilitate the collection of intelligence by hostile forces. What surprised Kakashi was that they were mentioned again in the most inconspicuous corner of the newspaper. Since this was a super melee, Kakashi and his team did not use the trump cards of breathing method chakra mode and burning chakra in order to fight for a long time, and their performance on the battlefield was not too outstanding. It's probably because of teacher Muyo and others. Kakashi closed the newspaper. In addition to Muyo, who took up the main content, Namikaze Minato also took up a certain amount of space in this issue of Konoha newspaper. The two teachers were awesome, and their performance was not outstanding but not bad either, so it was normal to give them some content. After reading the newspaper, Kakashi accelerated to the South Forest. When Kakashi arrived at the South Forest, he only saw Yamato and Might Guy. However, not long after Kakashi arrived, Shisui also arrived at the South Forest. As for the others, they came more slowly. Obito arrived half an hour after Kakashi arrived, and Nohara Rin was even slower. It took Kakashi 50 minutes to get to the South Forest. If it was before, Kakashi might still be interested in teasing Obito by saying that he came later, but now Kakashi has no energy to do such a thing. Because Kakashi used the shadow clone training method. Of course, with Kakashi's body and chakra, he certainly can't withstand the feedback after the cancellation of multiple shadow clones. So Kakashi only practiced the lightning sword technique with his main body, and let one shadow clone read the information of Yang Seal to learn. Even so, when Kakashi cancelled the shadow clone after a certain period of time, he could still feel the obvious fatigue. But this level is acceptable. Kakashi thought in his heart. The benefit is enough, he can bear this fatigue. Kakashi wants to learn Yang Seal as soon as possible and improve Thunder Blade technique, so he can only work harder. On the other side, after practicing fire style, Shisui and Obito exchanged shadow clones to practice observation haki. Hey! The shadow clone Obito showed no mercy, and every punch and kick was powerful and heavy, raising gusts of wind. And Shisui, who closed his eyes, seemed to have practiced with Obito's shadow clone in advance, and Obito's shadow clone didn't hit Shisui at all. Shisui, did you succeed? Obito's shadow clone looked at Shisui with surprise and asked. Shisui shook his head, it's not a success, but I just got a little feeling. The reason why he was able to dodge all of them was mainly because Obito's attack was not only straight, but also made a lot of noise. It's also very powerful. Obito's shadow clone gave a thumbs up. While the main body was still being beaten, Shisui was already on the right track. Obito, you can make the attack more compact and rich. I need more strength. Shisui thought for a while and said. It seems that his talent in yin escape is better than his fire escape. Shisui thinks that he can also lead in the practice of observation haki like armament haki. When it was dinner time, the disciples returned to their respective homes to have dinner. After dinner, Obito chatted with his grandmother for a while, then went to the second floor, opened the door and walked into the bedroom. Then he took out a book called 100 Common Squad Combat Tactics from the bookshelf, walked to the desk and began to read it carefully. When he failed the written test of the Jonin exam, Obito bought a bunch of books to enrich himself. But at that time, he couldn't hold on after reading for a few days. In addition, he returned to the battlefield later and became a Jonin with military merits, so he didn't read much. Recently, Obito has rekindled the desire to enrich himself. Even an excellent ninja like Minato Namikaze has to try his best to do everything he can to become Hokage. With his current ability, if he doesn't study, how can he compete with others? It's okay to lose to others, but if he loses in the competition with Kakashi and lets Kakashi become Hokage, Obito will be furious. That naturally evil white-haired man can use his power to suppress him just as a captain. If Kakashi becomes Hokage, it will be terrible. P.S. The temperature has soared recently, and the air conditioner is turned on too hard, so I caught a cold. Fortunately, I wrote a part last night, otherwise I wouldn't be able to finish it even if I was fully present today. Tomorrow, Zyuja will work hard and try not to take a day off. I haven't taken a day off this month so far, and Zyuja wants to stick to it until the end of the month. Chapter 581 Miyu's Daily Life. After leaving the Hokage building, Miyu returned to her home in the main city. She created a shadow clone to clean the house, and then Miyu used her observation haki to find Kushina's location. Before leaving the battlefield, Minato wrote the letter was sealed for him to bring to Kushina on the way. Not bad luck. Miyu found Kushina in the commercial street. If Kushina was not outside, but in the Whirlpool Seal House, it would be a little troublesome for Miyu to find Kushina. Because Kushina is not only the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, but also the Jinchuriki who is practicing to master the power of the tailed beasts. The place where Kushina lives is a secret among secrets and cannot be visited casually. Even if Miyu has a high status in the Anbu, he must first apply to Sarutobi Hiruzen from the Anbu before going there. But if Kushina is shopping outside, it will be easier, and Miyu can meet her by chance. After all, the main city area of Konoha is so small, it is not a strange thing to meet her, and it is not like he meets Kushina every day. While using the observation haki to determine Kushina's location in real time, Miyu walked like an ordinary person and slowly approached the place where Kushina was. This light pink skirt feels good, it matches our hair color. When Miyu arrived at the commercial street, Kushina was choosing clothes in a clothing store. It is worth mentioning that Kushina was not shopping alone. There was also Uzumaki Karin, who was brought by Miyu from the land of grass. Kushina, Karin, long time no see. Miyu raised her hand and greeted the two with a surprised expression. Hearing the familiar voice, Kushina put down the light pink long skirt in her hand and turned around quickly. It's true that we haven't seen each other for a while. By the way, Miyu, are you still learning the sealing technique recently? You were in Konoha some time ago, but you didn't come to me to ask for advice on the sealing technique. Kushina put on the look of a stern teacher. It's easy for Kushina to know whether Miyu is in Konoha. If Miyu is in Konoha, then at least one of her 3 meals a day will be Miyu's cooking. If she didn't eat Miyu's cooking for 2 or 3 consecutive days, then Miyu would either go out to perform a mission or go to the battlefield. I am learning, but I haven't come across any questions worth asking you. Miyu explained. In fact, it was because Miyu's current sealing skills were no worse than Kushina's, and he was worried that he would confuse Kushina. Miyu's other abilities were basically derived from the system, but the sealing skills were indeed extremely talented by Miyu himself, and he learned them bit by bit. I just don't know whether it was the original body's own, or the change brought about by the fusion of Miyu's souls after crossing over. Don't underestimate small problems. Accumulating them together will also waste a lot of time. Anyway, I'm not very busy. Kushina said with her arms folded. Kushina wanted to repay Miyu for eating the food cooked by Miyu for a long time. Good friends can't eat for free every day. Teacher Kushina is right. Miyu smiled and nodded, preparing to find some simpler questions to discuss with Kushina in the future. Lord Miyu. Uzumaki Karin greeted Miyu with respect. Uzumaki Karin was very grateful to Miyu. Miyu not only saved her, but also brought her to live in a peaceful and stable place like Konoha. He even helped her apply for subsidies to solve the most troublesome problem of food and accommodation in a new place. He really helped her to the end. Why do you still need to call me adult? Just call me Miyu directly. It seems like she is some great person. Kushina complained. But, isn't Lord Miyu a great person? Hualing showed a puzzled expression. It feels like people are discussing him everywhere in Konoha, and some people say that Lord Miyu has a high probability of becoming a Hokage in the future. Kushina was speechless. When she thought about it carefully, it was true. Miyu is no longer the ninja school teacher who was a chunin and a jonin. Today, Miyu has not only made a very loud name on the battlefield, served as the commander of the ninja troops, but also made great contributions on the battlefield many times. With Miyu's achievements and strength in Konoha, it is not wrong to say that he is a big person. The 3 ninjas are not as good as Miyu at Miyu's age. We are all friends of similar age, there is no need to be so reserved. Miyu shook her head and smiled. It's okay to add a title after the name, but Miyu is not used to adding adult. Yes, these are unnecessary things. Kushina nodded. She knew that Miyu would definitely not care about these, otherwise she would not have cooked for her for a long time. Kushina suddenly thought of something and looked at Miyu. I haven't bought clothes for Minato for a long time. Miyu, you are about the same height as Minato. How about helping me try on the clothes later? Kushina said with a flash of inspiration. I am 1 centimeter taller than Minato, it would be better for me to try it in person. Miyu refused. He is 1.8 meters tall, while Minato is only 1.79 meters tall. A centimeter error should not have any impact, right? It's mainly unnecessary. If nothing unexpected happens, Minato may return to Konoha in the near future. Miyu explained. The Jinchuriki was seriously injured, and the troops suffered more than 80% casualties. They almost destroyed the Iwagakure troops of the Land of Grass in that battle. If Iwagakure did not immediately send a large army into the Land of Grass, Konoha's ninja troops would have been idle for a while. Then ninjas like Minato Namikaze, who had spent a lot of time on the battlefield, could return to Konoha to rest. Really? Kushina's eyes lit up. I can't say I will definitely come back, but here is a 70% chance that they will come back. Miyu thought for a while and replied. Based on his understanding of Iwagakure, it is estimated that they will not attack Konoha again in the short term, unless Konoha gives them a chance. Because the old shady Onoki doesn't like to be the first to come out. Iwagakure has enough troops, but Onoki has been hiding for so long, he must be thinking of taking a certain big ninja village by surprise and defeating it directly, rather than simply defeating the border troops. However, because of the existence of Uchiha Madara, Miyu was not too sure. If Uchiha Madara makes trouble, even if the four villages come together in advance, it is not impossible. Hehe, that's really unnecessary. I'll go shopping with Minato when he comes back. Kushina laughed. Then the three of them walked out of the clothing store and chatted and strolled on the street. In order to take care of Uzumaki Karin, Kushina tried to talk about some topics that she could participate in. Hey, Miyu Karin, look, the activities in this store are so interesting. Kushina pointed to a cake shop. Miyu looked in the direction of Kushina's finger. Maybe you are the undiscovered cake master. Miyu roughly understood what kind of activity the cake shop was doing. The cake shop provides the materials, and then the customers take the prepared materials to make cakes by themselves, and the cake shop only charges the materials. Let's go over and try it. Kushina pulled the two into the cake shop. Although Miyu was not very interested, she did not resist and did not resist. Then it was time for handicrafts. However, Miyu felt that she was not making a cake, but putting together building blocks. The materials were already complete and did not need to be processed. She just needed to add things to them like building blocks. Miyu thought about it and realized that if she only gave the basic materials to let customers make cakes, there would be too many problems. For Miyu, who occasionally made cakes by herself, the cake shop activities were very easy. Miyu made a finished product in a few seconds, and it looked better than the cakes sold in the cabinets of the cake shop. Miyu, you are so fast, and it looks so delicate. Kushina took the time to look at Miyu, and found that Miyu had already finished. Kushina subconsciously sped up. However, Kushina had never made cakes before, and the speed was so fast that problems appeared instantly, and the appearance of the cake was accidentally damaged. Kushina had to choose the materials again. This time she was much more cautious. Although the final product was not as good as Miyu, it was not weird either. It was just an ordinary cake. Uzumaki Karin may also make cakes by herself at ordinary times, and the finished product looks more delicate than Kushina's. Do you need to pack it up? The waiter of the cake shop asked proactively. I don't need it. I want to taste it now. Kushina rejected the waiter's suggestion. Then Kushina looked at Miyu and Uzumaki Karin and asked, do you want to take it back? If you eat here, let's exchange and taste it. I don't need it either. Miyu replied. This cake is definitely not as delicious as the one he made from scratch, so there is no need to take it back. Hualing made the same choice. Then the three of them cut their own cakes into 3 pieces and exchanged them with each other. It feels pretty good. I don't know if it's because the fruits of labor have a special taste, or if Kushina is really talented. She thinks the homemade cakes are okay, not inferior to those bought in the store. Hualing's is also pretty good. Kushina took another bite of Hualing's cake and found that Uzumaki Hualing's cake looked better and tasted similar to hers. Well, Kushina's is also delicious. Uzumaki Karin nodded and praised Kushina while taking small bites of her cake. In fact, Karin felt that cakes should all taste similar. Because the ingredients were too finished, there was no room for improvement. However, when Karin ate Miyu's cake, she showed a surprised expression. Miyu's cake not only looked exquisite, but also tasted much better than their cakes. Sure enough, you have to be the best in this regard, Miyu. Kushina was not surprised. Compared to Miyu's usual dishes and pastries, Miyu's cake was nothing. The three of them finished the finished cakes, and then Kushina asked the waiter to pack up the failed one and take it away. When paying the bill, Uzumaki Karin looked at the bill, thought for a while and said, "I feel that if I want to make a cake, it would be better at home. The cake shop's homemade cake is only slightly cheaper than buying a ready-made cake if it is a complete success at one time. If there is a big mistake like Kushina, then the final material cost will be more expensive than buying the cake directly. It's mainly troublesome at home, it will be more convenient here." Kushina felt that this activity was okay. Making cakes at home is much more troublesome than here, and you have to clean all kinds of tools after making them. If this cake shop is still holding an event when Minato Namikaze comes back, Kushina is going to bring Minato Namikaze again. With this experience, next time she comes with Minato Namikaze, she will definitely be able to make a small cake that looks better than Minato Namikaze. Then the three of them strolled around the commercial street for another hour before disbanding. It was not Miyu who proposed it, but Kushina had something to do. Her free time was over and she had to go back to practice controlling the power of the nine tails. Miyu handed Minato Namikaze's letter to Kushina before leaving. "Come back soon, he even asked you to bring a letter. He misses me so much. I really can't do anything about him." Kushina couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth upwards, and the smile on her face almost overflowed. Miyu was in a delicate mood. It was okay to show off his love even if they were not together. But he could understand Minato's thoughts. It would be good to be able to go back, but if he couldn't go back, he could also convey his feelings through letters. Miyu, who didn't want to eat dog food, walked quickly towards his home. When he walked into Konoha, he had already planned his time. From noon to afternoon, he could accompany Kushina, and go to Tsunade's house to see Tsunade during lunchtime in the afternoon. Since Kushina can spare some time, Miyu will certainly use it to study the sealing technique and breathing method. Miyu and Tsunade's cooking agreement has been completed long ago, but Miyu doesn't really treat Tsunade as a tool. After developing the Yang seal, she will pretend not to know this person. At the beginning, Miyu did approach Tsunade with a purpose, but they got along well and became good friends. Tsunade's experience made her a unique ninja in Konoha, and Miyu felt very relaxed when getting along with Tsunade. "Hwaling, is Miyu very good?" On the way, Kushina suddenly asked Uzumaki Karin. Due to the location, Uzumaki Karin and Kushina's route home overlapped, so they could chat for a while. "Yet," Uzumaki Karin answered subconsciously. "Miyu is handsome, powerful, gentle, and careful, and it is difficult for Hwaling to say anything to deny Miyu. I'll tell you a secret," Kushina said mysteriously. Hwaling looked at Kushina curiously. "Does Miyu look like someone admired by many people?" Hwaling nodded, thinking that this was the truth. She felt that she should not be able to reject such an excellent person as Miyu, who has both appearance and ability, and a good personality. "Don't look at him like this, in fact, he has always been single, and there are never many girls around him." Kushina looked around and said quickly. Although Kushina couldn't quite understand it, there were indeed few women of the same age around Miyu. "Is that so?" Uzumaki Hwaling slightly widened her eyes, a little surprised. She immediately thought of a possibility and calmed down. Miyu has never had a girlfriend around him because he has high requirements and is not interested in ordinary women. "Hwaling, if you think Miyu is not bad, you can try it. The only one as good as Miyu in Konoha is our Minato, so you have to seize the opportunity. Kushina continued. After spending some time with Uzumaki Karin, Kushina felt that Uzumaki Karin was a good person and a good candidate for a wife. However, Kushina had no intention of forcing a match. Miyu was really not interested, and she would persuade Uzumaki Karin to give up. Although Uzumaki Karin was Kushina's only clan member in Konoha, Miyu was her best friend, so of course she would prefer Miyu. P.S. Brothers who subscribed before 1 o'clock can re-download and refresh if they feel that the content is not right. Brothers who subscribed after 1 o'clock please ignore. Chapter 582 Daily Life of Miyu and Tsunade. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Miyu put down the scroll of sealing technique in his hand, sorted it out and went out to the vegetable market. If he went to Tsunade's house, Tsunade would be happy. If he brought vegetables to Tsunade's house, Tsunade would be very happy. He walked to the front of Tsunade's house skillfully. It happened that Shizuan was practicing physical skills in the yard at this time. Seeing Miyu coming, he immediately showed a happy smile and greeted him. Teacher Miyu, you are back. Well, how is your medical ninjutsu learning recently? Miyu touched Shizuan's head with the hand that was not holding the vegetables and asked. Shizuan was also half of his disciple, so he still had to care about her. Let's talk inside, I'll help you get it. Shizuan wanted to help Miyu carry the vegetables. Miyu raised the bag of vegetables to a height that Shizuan could only touch when he jumped up. Hey! Jingyan looked at Miyu in confusion. Miyu put her index finger and middle finger together and tapped Jingyan's forehead lightly. Your teacher Miyu is not that lazy. It took so long to get it, and it's not a big distance to the kitchen. After listening to Miyu's words, Jingyan couldn't help but think of Tsunade. Although they are all adults, Tsunade is older, but Miyu is more reliable and reassuring in all aspects. Tsunade-sama, Miyu teacher is here. Jingyan was very obedient. She didn't insist on helping Miyu get it, but went back to the house to inform Tsunade and prepare tea. Oh, he's here. Tsunade was still lying on the bed, looking up at the ceiling with lifeless eyes. It's not that she got up at this point. Although she had a hangover last night, she got up at 11 o'clock in the morning. She felt that she had nothing to do at around 3 o'clock and was a little sleepy, so she took a nap and woke up not long ago. Teacher Miyu came with a lot of dishes. Shizuan shouted. Hey! A strong wind blew, and the next moment, Tsunade, dressed neatly, appeared in front of Shizuan. So fast! Shizuan stared at Tsunade, who seemed to have teleported over, in amazement. Where is it? Let me see what vegetables we have. If there are any missing, let Shizuan buy some more while it's still early. Tsunade looked around quickly and found Miyu at the kitchen door. Without waiting for Shizuan to complain, Tsunade walked quickly to Miyu's side, opened the bag of vegetables without hesitation and looked through it. Well, it's not bad. No need to buy extra food. Tsunade nodded with satisfaction. You are thoughtful, you just came back to Konoha not long ago, but you still remember me. Tsunade, who was in a bad state, had no intention of paying attention to national affairs, but there were too many people discussing in Konoha. Even if Tsunade didn't listen specifically, she heard a lot by accident. I just came back today. I didn't expect that you, Tsunade-sama, would think of me like this. I don't want to come here anymore. Miyu sighed and said. Tsunade looked at Miyu with a black line. What the hell is this? Is it a threat? Why does it feel weird? Forget it if you don't come. I can go to your house to eat. Tsunade said that this would not be difficult for her. She thought it was pretty good, because it was not her own home, she didn't have to wash the dishes and clean the table. Tsunade-sama, you are a Sunin after all. Isn't this bullying the younger generation? Shizuan, who couldn't bear it, helped. What are the three ninjas? Can they be eaten? Tsunade said indifferently. She didn't even want to be a ninja, so why would she care about the reputation of the three ninjas? The time for joking is over, you all go out, I'm going to start cooking. Miyu felt that it was about time and started to drive people away. Tsunade might be stubborn in other aspects, but she supported Miyu's cooking 200%, and immediately went back to the living room as Miyu said. Since one dish needed to be stewed for some time, Miyu also took this time to rest in the living room for a while. Miyu, do you have any other ninjutsu you want to develop recently? Tsunade couldn't help asking. In the past, their relationship was somewhat transactional. Miyu brought her the joy of eating, and she taught Miyu medical ninjutsu to help Miyu develop sealing techniques. Now that the development of the Yang seal is over, Tsunade feels like a freeloader. Although freeloading makes people happy, it is not a long-term solution. After all, Miyu can't be so good-tempered that he cooks for her for a lifetime without asking for anything in return. Yes. Miyu nodded and replied. What type of ninjutsu? Would release. You bastard. Tsunade couldn't help but throw the pillow on the sofa at Miyu. Tsunade didn't use any force, and Miyu easily caught the pillow. I'm asking you seriously. Tsunade couldn't help but rolled her eyes and said. Obviously, Tsunade thought Miyu was joking. Let alone the status of wood release in Konoha or even in the ninja world, the answer of developing blood limit alone sounds like a joke. I'm answering you seriously too. Miyu put the pillow behind her back and replied lightly. Using development as an excuse to bring wood release to the surface was not something Miyu decided to do by patting his head, but after careful consideration. Today's Miyu is no longer the unknown Chunin teacher in the root and the unknown Chunin teacher in the ninja school. Miyu's title of the first of the new generation is not just a boast. He fought his way out on the battlefield. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato, and others witnessed Miyu's rise. He now has connections and his extraordinary talent has been recognized. There was indeed no case of developing wood release before. But no Konoha ninja had developed ice release before, and no one had developed the breathing method of observation haki. It is indeed rare for a genius who is rarely seen in a century to reappear wood release, but it is not completely impossible. Tsunade stared at Miyu's face carefully, and seeing that he did not look joking at all, she could not help but say, what a fantastic idea. Wood release is essentially not much different from other bloodline limits, and is also the product of the mixture of two basic chakras. The reason for such special treatment is mainly because wood release is too rare and the user is too strong. Before Hashirama Senju, no one had seen wood release. After Hashirama Senju, no ninja did not know wood release, and wood release did not appear again. Some people think that wood release is the bloodline limit of the Senju clan, but it is not. In all these years, only Hashirama Senju has the wood release. The blood power of the Senju clan is chakra and vitality, which is inherited from the sage body of their ancestor Ashura. It's very similar to what you would think. Miyu gave Tsunade the impression that she was not bound by common sense, otherwise she wouldn't have thought of developing the Yang seal. After all, there is already a precedent for ice release, so I think we can give it a try. In the final analysis, wood release is just a new property change produced by the mixture of water and earth chakras, and it is no more special than other bloodline limits. Miyu picked up the hot tea that Shizun had poured and smiled. You understand it thoroughly, but it's easy to say, but it's hard to do. Tsunade said with her hands folded across her chest. That's the truth, but wood release seems to be a little weirder than other bloodline limits, and it rarely appears. How about I help you find something my grandfather left behind? It might be helpful to you. Miyu wants to develop wood release, and Tsunade is not allowed to help by herself. She can only help Miyu find some information. She really has no experience in developing bloodline limit, and forcing her to help will only make things worse. Then I would like to thank Tsunade-sama first. Miyu agreed directly without being hypocritical. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen has already agreed to give the information, with Tsunade's help, it can be regarded as a bit of orthodoxy. After all, Tsunade is the granddaughter of Hashirama Senju. After dinner, at Tsunade's request, Miyu did not leave, but stayed to play Ninja Kill with Tsunade for 2 hours. Since there were only 3 people, they played a 1vs2 landlord mode. In fact, it was equivalent to having only 1 lord and 2 rebels on the field. Tsunade has been playing Ninja Kill for a while, but she is still too immature compared to Miyu, a veteran who played tens of thousands of games in her previous life. In the first game, Miyu chose the identity of the lord and became the landlord, and the ninja she chose was Akimichi Kyufeng. The skill is the multiplication technique. The effect is to show the top 3 cards of the deck when drawing cards, and only basic cards, weapon cards, or duels can be obtained from them, and then the damage of the next return to kill and duel will be increased by 1. In the first round, Miyu did not activate the skill, but just drew cards and killed Tsunade. In the second round, because there was still a kill in hand, the skill was activated directly. However, Miyu did not kill Tsunade directly, but killed Tsunade with a borrowed knife against Shizuan. Shizuan's weapon is the Kusanagi sword, which can be used to kill again if the opponent dodges after killing. Tsunade naturally didn't want the Kusanagi sword to fall into Miyu's hands. The damage of the multiplication technique +1 plus such a weapon is too cruel. So she directly let Shizuan kill. Losing 1 drop of blood is better than being taken by Miyu with a suitable weapon. And Miyu didn't have a kill among the 3 cards she showed this round, so she might not be able to kill her. Tsunade also considered the worst-case scenario. Miyu had 2 or more kills in the last round. But she was still not panicked. Although Tsunade was only a 3-blood ninja, Miyu could kill her directly if she had a kill. But Shizuan's ninja has a healing skill, so she can't die. Bing Liang Pill, kill. Miyu threw 2 cards from her hand. The effect of Bing Liang Pill is to increase the damage of killing by 1, and you can save yourself if you are dying. Adding Miyu's own skills, the damage of this kill is 3 drops, and Tsunade directly owes 1 drop of blood. Shizuan, save me. Tsunade looked at Shizuan quickly. This was just the beginning. Shizuan threw 2 red cards to restore Tsunade to 1 drop of blood. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Miyu immediately played another card. The effect of this card is that after it is played, the others need to dodge. If they don't dodge, 1 drop of blood will be deducted. Tsunade, who didn't dodge, looked at Shizuan. Shizuan helplessly spread her hands to Tsunade. She was a 3-blood ninja and could only save 3 cards in her hand. They were all used up and could not be saved. Without teammates, Shizuan couldn't stand up to Miyu, who had the landlord skill, and was cut down to lack of blood in a few hits. You were lucky in the last game, come again. Tsunade said with an unconvinced look. Based on my relationship with my grandfather, there must be my grandfather among the ninja cards here. Tsunade slowly picked up the ninja cards that were distributed to her. Looking at the names of Hyuga Tenin and Uchiha Shimada, Tsunade couldn't help but show a disappointed expression. Not only are these early ninjas boring to her, but they are also average in strength, and cannot be compared with the later Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. Does playing Ninja Kill count as gambling? Shizuan couldn't help thinking as she watched Tsunade fail again and again. When Tsunade is the landlord, Miyu wins, and when Miyu is the landlord, Miyu also wins. Shizuan has reason to imagine that Tsunade has triggered the passive that she will lose every time she gambles. Uchiha Clan Land. After finishing dinner, Shisui first strolled around the clan with Zoroark. Since Zoroark is bigger now and doesn't look as cute as before, Shisui asked Zoroark to keep the illusion. This way, other people will see Zoroark as an ordinary Uchiha boy, and won't scare the children. After the walk, Shisui wanted to go home to practice, but thinking of the last agreement with Uchiha Itachi, he walked towards Uchiha Fugaku's courtyard. Uchiha Fugaku's family had just finished their meal, and the whole family was in the yard. "Shisui, what's this?" Uchiha Fugaku looked at Zoroark and felt a little strange. It stands to reason that he, the clan leader, would not be unfamiliar with such a big Uchiha boy. "Zoroark, there is no need to maintain illusion here," Shisui said. It turned out to be the summoned beast that day. Uchiha Fugaku recalled the battle during the clan meeting. Shisui was the strongest at that time, but Zoroark's unique illusion also left a deep impression on the Uchiha. "Brother Shisui." Uchiha Itachi stood up and trotted up, without saying a word, looking at Shisui silently. "Uncle Fugaku, I'm here to see Itachi today." Shisui smiled and nodded to Uchiha Itachi, then looked at Uchiha Fugaku and said. Uchiha Itachi didn't say anything just now, but Shisui could see Uchiha Itachi's thoughts. Uchiha Itachi was asking, "You won't forget our agreement again, will you? Then you young people should chat more." Uchiha Fugaku smiled and nodded, then took Uchiha Mikoto to the living room, leaving the space for Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. "I didn't forget this time." Shisui squatted down and looked at Uchiha Itachi and smiled. "Yet." Uchiha Itachi raised the corner of his mouth slightly, looking in a good mood. "The last time I talked about me becoming an apprentice ninja." "Yet." "Ahem, then I'll continue." Shisui coughed twice and began to recall what he was going to say. "My apprentice teacher is Muyu teacher, and my two teammates are Mitarashi Anko who I mentioned to you before, and the other is the official ninja Shizuan. As a ninja, unless there is a huge difference in strength between each other, teammates are very it is necessary to exist." Shisui reminded. "Uchiha Itachi can wipe out the clan, he will definitely be a genius in the future. He doesn't want Uchiha Itachi to develop the habit of being alone because the people around him are not as strong as him. Even Might Guy needs the strength of Obito and Kakashi in the mission. P.S. I am almost well now, there should be more updates tomorrow. And the content will not be such a pure daily life. Mainly thinking that after fighting a war for a while, I have to write some daily life to adjust." Chapter 583 The Choice of the Position of Hokage. The Land of Fire, Konoha Village. In order to commemorate the heroes who died on the battlefield, Konoha held a memorial ceremony. Except for the ninjas who were responsible for vigilance and security on that day, the rest of the ninjas were required to be present. Generally speaking, such a large-scale memorial event would only be held after the victory of the war, but considering that the victory this time was big enough, and that many ninjas had indeed sacrificed before, no ninja thought it was unreasonable. A large number of ninjas stood solemnly under the huge memorial, and the sky was gloomy and dark clouds, and both people and the sky were full of sadness. In such an atmosphere, even Obito would find it difficult to show an improper expression. It turns out that the war has caused the death of so many people. Looking at the densely packed names on the memorial tablet, Obito felt an inexplicable emotion in his heart. They are the backbone of the Fire Country and the pride of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was standing in front of the crowd, began to read the eulogy with a serious face. And Muyu below, quickly used the identification to check every ninja present. Most of the ninjas who did not come belonged to special departments and had been checked by Muyu in advance. He only needed to identify all the people at the memorial event to complete the identification of all Konoha ninjas. Although White Zetsu is not an Uegaku spy, White Zetsu does have a motive to lurk in Konoha. It would be a good thing if White Zetsu could be picked out among the ninjas. Name, Tsunade. Chakra, 186,000. Potential, SS, Basic Talent plus 6 Paths Bloodline. Skills, Yang Attribute Chakra Nature Change, Mastery, 5500/15,000, Water Attribute Chakra Property Change, Mastery, 2600, Fire Attribute Chakra Property Change, Mastery, 1500, Earth Attribute Chakra Property Change, Mastery Level, Lightning Attribute Chakra Property Change, Proficient Level, Palm Fairy Technique, Mastery level, Euro. By the way, taking another look at Tsunade's panel, Miyu felt that there was still room for improvement in the identification technique. Whether it is the yin seal or the tailed beast sealed in the body, the identification technique cannot see the specific chakra, and it can only be detected when the other party uses it. As for potential, compared with Tsunade's strength, it can be said that it is the puffiness brought by the classic bloodline. Miyu has only seen 4 SS-level ninjas, namely Shisui, Tsunade, Kushina, and Naruto, all of whom have the blessing of the 6 bloodlines, among which Kushina and Naruto also have the blessing of the tailed beasts. Among the 4, Naruto has the highest potential, which is SS+, followed by Kushina, which is SS, and Shisui and Tsunade are both SS. If she is willing to practice for more time, her strength should be much stronger. Miyu thought in her heart. Although potential is not the same as talent, and high potential does not mean that one will be strong in the future, there is still a certain correlation. If Tsunade does not give up and practices diligently, Miyu estimates that Tsunade's strength will still have a lot of room for improvement. But Miyu thinks that Tsunade is unlikely to be diligent. Because everything Tsunade has now can make her live comfortably without thinking too much, coupled with the various changes she has experienced, it is difficult for her to regain the desire to become stronger. To put it in a more fairy-like way, it is a broken heart. Where the leaves of Konoha fly, the fire will continue to grow. The flames will continue to illuminate the village and let new leaves sprout. Let us observe a 3-minute silence for these heroes who practice the will of fire with their lives. Sarutobi Hiruzen ended his eulogy with the will of fire he summarized, and began the moment of silence. Because most of the ninjas in the village had to participate, in order not to hinder the normal operation of Konoha, the memorial ceremony was not long and ended quickly. The ninjas with tasks returned to their posts, and the ninjas without tasks decided to act according to their moods. And Miyu, naturally, belonged to the group with tasks, and he followed Sarutobi Hiruzen to the Hokage's office. No trace of Iwagakure spies was found. Miyu reported truthfully. Among the mourners, he did not identify the white Zetsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly without changing his expression, and he breathed a sigh of relief. It was the best thing that Konoha did not detect the Iwagakure spies. This could explain one thing: perhaps the difficulty of creating those Iwagakure spies was greater than they imagined. Miyu, take a look at these teaching observation haki schemes. Which one do you like better? Sarutobi Hiruzen handed Miyu a scroll. Miyu took it and read it calmly. The first one was to upgrade Miyu's nominal position in the Anbu from the special team leader to the special team leader, set up a training team, and select ninjas to teach them the observation haki. The second is that, as before, Sarutobi Hiruzen will lead a training activity and point out some qualified ninjas to participate. Captain of the Anbu. Miyu looked thoughtful. Option 1 is a reward, there is no doubt about that. The captain of the Anbu is not a small position. When Shimura Danzo found an excuse to form the route, there was only one squad. Of course, the current route obviously far exceeds the strength of a squad. Option 2 is more convenient. Miyu only needs to teach and does not need to think too much. The training team belongs to the special organization of the Anbu. Although it is at the level of the captain of the Anbu, it only obeys the order of the Hokage and does not accept the jurisdiction of the captain and vice-captain of the Anbu. Sarutobi Hiruzen reminded. As for the addition of team members, you can consider it yourself. You only need to submit the final list to me for review. If necessary, I can also help you transfer excellent ninjas from other departments. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen did not speak again, nor did he continue to look at Miyu. Instead, he took advantage of this free time to read the documents on the table. What does Sarutobi Hiruzen want to do? Miyu was a little surprised to hear Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. According to Sarutobi Hiruzen, this is almost like creating another Anbu in the Anbu, and Miyu is the leader of another Anbu. If Miyu has the same idea as Shimura Danzo, he can quickly develop another existence similar to the root with the resources of the Anbu. It will even develop faster than the original root, because Mu has a captain-level organization. He doesn't want me to be the Hokage or the deputy of the next Hokage, right? Mu's thoughts turned rapidly. The Anbu has always been a department directly commanded by the Hokage. Shimura Danzo was able to successfully develop the root because of his status as the Hokage's assistant. It is difficult for Mu not to think too much about Sarutobi Hiruzen's plan. Because it is not surprising that Sarutobi Hiruzen has this motive. Tsunade is the most suitable candidate to become Hokage. Whether it is identity, strength, or achievements, no one can question Tsunade becoming Hokage. But Tsunade has changed her mind. Now, let alone being a Hokage, she doesn't even want to be a ninja. Jiraiya is the best choice in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart, but Jiraiya also doesn't want to be a Hokage, and he has recently suffered a defeat. Orochimaru, who has become cold-blooded and perverted to a certain extent, has lost the qualification to be a Hokage in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. The three candidates for Hokage are all not good, and now Mu is better than Minato, and has a relationship with Sarutobi Hiruzen in learning ninjutsu. Under this circumstance, Mu thinks that it is very likely that Sarutobi Hiruzen wants him to be a Hokage. As for the deputy Hokage, the reason is even simpler. Mu has excellent ability and good personality. He can be trained as the deputy to the next one. There is nothing wrong with it. Sandaime-sama, I choose the first one. Mu thought for a while and replied. Mu has no interest in either the Hokage or the Hokage assistant. However, this special organization of the captain level of the Anbu is indeed useful to him. If he wants to improve his proficiency in any skill in the future, he can organize ninjas for training on his own. But I don't think it's necessary to add team members. During the war, there is a shortage of manpower and there is no way to waste available combat power here. I can complete all the teaching work by myself. Mu continued. He doesn't want to create a second route, which will only make his work more complicated. Mu's idea is that if Sarutobi Hiruzen has a task, then he will teach, and when he is free, he will organize training activities according to his own needs. Although this will make him, the captain of the Anbu, become a commander without troops, it will also make Mu more idle. After all, if he really wants to become a proper Anbu captain, where will Mu have the time to teach disciples, take disciples to do tasks and go to the battlefield to brush up reputation? If you think this is okay, then so be it. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and said. Since he said that Mu should consider it on his own, of course he can't go back on his word. And Mu does have the strength to say this. Before, Mu trained hundreds of ninjas by himself, and there was no problem. After everything was explained, Mu left the Hokage building and went to the South Forest to teach his disciples. Mu, will you be a good choice? Looking at Mu's departing back, Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into deep thought. Now Sarutobi Hiruzen is a little confused about the choice of Hokage, which is something he had not thought of before. He has 3 disciples, one of whom is the eldest granddaughter of the first generation, another disciple has been a genius ninja since childhood, and another disciple was the last one in his childhood, but he is no worse than anyone else. With these 3 disciples, how could Sarutobi Hiruzen think that one day he would be troubled by no one to succeed him? Let's observe it for a while. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought to himself. Among the ninjas of Jiraiya and Orochimaru's generation, only the 3 ninjas are qualified to become Hokage. Next, it is Mu and Namikaze Minato. Only ninjas like them with extraordinary strength and reputation can break the age limit to a certain extent. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen had not yet decided who to choose. The position of Hokage was too important to Konoha and could not be decided hastily. Maybe in a few years, their ideas will change. Sarutobi Hiruzen still hoped that Tsunade and Jiraiya would stand up. Mu and Namikaze Minato were too young. An hour later, a ninja dressed as an Anbu knocked on the door and walked into the Hokage's office. "Sandaime-sama, the information you requested has been sorted out." The Anbu handed the sealing scroll to Sarutobi Hiruzen with both hands. Sarutobi Hiruzen took it and checked it a little, then handed it back to the Anbu. "Go and give it to Miyu." The Anbu nodded, left the Hokage's office, closed the door, and quickly went to Miyu's home in the main city. "If you can really develop wood release, that's good." Sarutobi Hiruzen put the pipe into his mouth and exhaled wisps of white smoke and sighed. If Miyu can develop wood release, then Sarutobi Hiruzen really doesn't need to choose any more. He can just accept Miyu as a disciple, let Miyu continue to earn military merits to develop the Anbu, and abdicate to Miyu when the time is right. What else is there to choose? With Miyu's performance, after practicing wood release for a few years, he will at least be a little ninja god. But it is wood release after all. Sarutobi Hiruzen believes that the probability of Miyu developing wood release is about the same as the probability of Jiraiya changing his mind. At night, Miyu received a message from Shimura Danzo, so she quietly went to the root base. "Miyu, how did Hiruzen arrange for you to learn observation haki?" Shimura Danzo asked impatiently. Originally, this should have been discussed and decided at the high-level meeting. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen refused on the grounds of taking care of Miyu's feelings, saying that he would discuss it with Miyu alone. Considering that Miyu had just won a great victory and the two consultants did not object, then Shimura Danzo's opinion was naturally not important. But this did not bother Shimura Danzo. If Sarutobi Hiruzen did not say it, he would ask Miyu himself. "The third Hokage asked me to become the captain of the special Anbu." Miyu selectively told Shimura Danzo the content of the discussion. Becoming the captain of the Anbu could not be hidden from Shimura Danzo. The root and the Anbu were too close, and Shimura Danzo was also a high-level Konoha. "He is generous to you." When Shimura Danzo heard that Miyu had obtained the special captain of the Anbu, he felt annoyed. It was not Miyu who was annoyed, but Sarutobi Hiruzen who was annoyed. At first, he had tried his best to persuade Sarutobi Hiruzen to form a detachment. "If you catch such a spy from Iwagakure again, you must immediately obtain the other party's body tissue," Shimura Danzo warned. "Konoha has Miyu who can sense malice." Shimura Danzo has never heard of such a method in other ninja villages. The transformation technique that can disguise chakra is too difficult to detect. Miyu nodded. In the future, he will not point out the white zetsu, just quietly deal with it himself. Just as Miyu walked out of Shimura Danzo's office, a root ninja happened to come towards him. "Lord Miyu." The root ninja bowed his head slightly and greeted Miyu. Miyu smiled as a response, and then continued to move forward. "Lord Danzo, Lord Orochimaru's reply has arrived." The root ninja entered the office and quickly closed the door and reported. Shimura Danzo didn't care too much at first, but when he saw the reply, he quickly showed a surprised expression on his face. That Nagato was Jiraiya's disciple. Shimura Danzo contacted Orochimaru with a try-it attitude. After all, Orochimaru was not busy now, and he did not expect to get important information from Orochimaru that he did not know. He really did not know that the boy with the samsara eye, Nagato, who is now considered the first genius in the ninja world, would have a master-disciple relationship with Jiraiya. Can I use Jiraiya's relationship? Shimura Danzo fell into thinking. He wanted the technology of the Iwagakure spy, and he wanted the samsara eye and the inheritance of the ninja clan even more. P.S. I still overestimated my status a little. Chapter 584 I Shadow You Regret. The Land of Earth. Near the Iwagakure village. Finally back. A tired Iwagakure ninja looked at the city surrounded by mountains, and a trace of relief appeared on his face. After experiencing such a crisis, he was already satisfied to be able to survive. Alas, it's really embarrassing this time, the defeat was so terrible. A Iwagakure ninja couldn't help but sigh. The 2,000-man ninja army was beaten to only more than 300 people. In the wars in recent years, it was probably the most tragic one. Facing their hometown within reach, most of the Iwagakure ninjas had very complicated emotions. Even the Jinchuriki Lao Zi was the same. I hope they will send some reliable commanders next time. Lao Zi sighed in his heart. Lao Zi was usually very withdrawn and had few friends. He didn't know most of the dead Iwagakure, and he basically only knew the names of those he knew. However, the more than 1,600 Iwagakure ninjas who died were his fellow villagers who were born and raised in the same village. It was impossible for him not to feel anything. The ninjas guarding the gate of Iwagakure village seemed to have been notified long ago. They didn't show any surprise at the approaching Iwagakure ninjas, and let them pass after a brief inspection. Generally, after the ninja troops return to the village, they will report to the commander of the ninja troops or other important management, and the remaining ninjas will be directly disbanded. This time, many senior ninjas in important positions, including the commander, have almost died, and the only remaining people are not qualified for positions and have little experience. Old Zi saw that they were tangled and could not discuss anything, so he directly helped Han to the Iwagakure Ninja Hospital. Although the two of them are the highest combat power of the Iwagakure Ninja Force, their positions are not high, and they are just pure thugs. Old Zi thought that it was none of their business anyway, so why not such as taking Han to the hospital for treatment as soon as possible. After all, Han was so seriously injured, and he had a share of the blame. His tailed beast ball was indeed to help Han, but it was also true that Han was blown up. Someone noticed that Lao Zi had left the team and wanted to call Lao Zi, but when they thought of the scene where Lao Zi's tailed beast ball swallowed up the Iwagakure and Konoha ninjas at the same time, they closed their mouths again. When Lao Zi was halfway there, suddenly several Anbu dressed as Iwagakure ninjas stopped Lao Zi. Lao Zi frowned slightly and asked, "What do you want?" "Han is injured. I have to take him to the hospital." "You don't need to worry about Han's affairs. Our people will get him the best treatment as soon as possible," the leading Anbu said lightly. Then the two Anbu behind him walked towards Han. Although Lao Zi was a little unhappy, he did not stop him in order not to delay the treatment. Then Lao Zi turned around and prepared to go home, and the Iwagakure Anbu also disappeared on the road. After walking for a distance, the voice of the Four Tails sounded in Lao Zi's heart. "They are following you." Lao Zi frowned a little more, he was a little confused. During the war, shouldn't the Anbu be very busy? They have to go to various countries to conduct espionage activities to obtain intelligence, and they have to prevent spies from other ninja villages from stealing intelligence. Why do they waste manpower to follow him? He can use the fully tailed beast Jinchuriki at will without going berserk for no reason. Lao Zi went home to clean up and rest for a while. At noon, he went out to buy vegetables and cook. After dinner, Lao Zi asked the Four Tails, "Are they still there?" "Still," the Four Tails replied. Lao Zi, who was washing dishes, felt more and more unhappy. Although they lost the battle, what does it have to do with him? He has tried his best to fight. If it weren't for him, the 2,000 ninja troops might not be only 300 left, but 100 or even a dozen left. It is possible that they would be wiped out. When it was time to go to bed at night, Lao Zi asked again. That group of people left, but new ones came. The Four Tails said truthfully. Lao Zi couldn't hold it anymore. They had to monitor him 24 hours a day, right? Lao Zi suppressed his anger and fell asleep. Although he was in a bad mood, it was too late now. If he made a noise, it would affect others. The next day, after washing up, Lao Zi made himself breakfast. Knowing that someone was still monitoring him, Lao Zi asked the Four Tails about the location. "It's underground to the west of your house," the Four Tails replied. If the Anbu didn't use the earth release ninjutsu to sneak underground, the Four Tails might not know it. It is a tailed beast with lava power in its chakra, and it is extremely sensitive to the energy of the earth. Lao Zi walked to the place where the four tails said with a stern face and said coldly, "Don't hide, I know you are here." At this time, a breeze blew, bringing up some gravel and dust, but the ground in front of Lao Zi was still empty. Lava release, burning river rock technique. Lao Zi condensed the lava release chakra and quickly formed a seal, and his momentum burst out. "What do you want to do?" Two Iwagakure Enbu appeared and stopped him. Lao Zi really killed a lot of Iwagakure ninjas on the battlefield this time, and they didn't dare to bet whether Lao Zi would really use lava escape attack. "I should ask you this question, why do you keep monitoring me?" Lao Zi said bluntly. "Are you Enbu so idle? Can't you put more effort into intelligence? If there is no problem with intelligence, the frontline troops would not be beaten so badly. This is not a problem you should worry about. Someone will naturally be responsible for intelligence, and we are protecting you," Iwagakure Enbu emphasized. The task they received was to monitor, but this obviously could not be said openly. "Protect? Protect me, the perfect Jinchuriki, in Iwagakure village." Lao Zi was so angry that he laughed. If his strength still needs protection in Iwagakure village, then Iwagakure is really finished. The Enbu said nothing and stared at Lao Zi silently. Looking at the silent Enbu, Lao Zi felt troubled. He couldn't really kill a ninja from the same village for no reason. "Onoki, what are you thinking about?" Lao Zi thought for a while, and finally looked at the tallest rock building in Iwagakure village. The Enbu was directly commanded by the Tsuchikage, so this must be an order from Onoki. Lao Zi was a man of action. He ignored the Enbu and walked straight towards the Tsuchikage building. He wanted to find Onoki to ask Onoki why he was wasting his strength and why he was monitoring him. The Enbu didn't know what Lao Zi wanted to do at first, but as they got closer and closer to the Tsuchikage building, the Enbu gradually guessed Lao Zi's idea. One of them went to report the situation, and the other tried to stop Lao Zi. "Lord Tsuchikage is busy with official duties, you can't disturb him casually," the Iwagakure Enbu said. "He has time to ask you to monitor me, but no time to talk to me in person." Lao Zi ignored the Iwagakure Enbu and continued to walk. The Iwagakure Enbu tried to hold back Lao Zi, but Lao Zi pushed him away with great force. Then Lao Zi walked quickly into the Tsuchikage building and headed straight for the Tsuchikage's office. She did not stop no matter what ninjas she met on the way. Bang! Lao Zi pushed open the door of the Tsuchikage's office and stared at Onoki, who was sitting in the office chair. "Sir, I'm sorry." The Enbu lowered their heads and apologized. Inside the Tsuchikage building, they couldn't really fight, so they could only compete with strength, but Lao Zi had the blessing of the four tails, and they couldn't stop him at all. "It's okay, go out." Onoki's face was full of any emotion, said in a calm voice. The Enbu nodded, walked out of the Tsuchikage's office quickly, and closed the door by the way. When the others went out, Onoki's expression changed instantly, and he looked at Lao Zi with a serious face. "Lao Zi, what do you want to do?" "Attacking the Enbu, breaking into the Tsuchikage's office, these charges are enough to keep you in prison for 10 years. Onoki said in a deep voice, and the terrifying momentum on his body burst out. If it was an ordinary Iwagakure Jonin here, he would probably tremble uncontrollably under Onoki's power. After all, this is the third generation Tsuchikage of Iwagakure village, one of the top of the ninja world, and the man who led Iwagakure to prosperity. But the person standing in front of Onoki is Lao Zi, the perfect Jinchuriki Lao Zi after communicating with the four tails. Old Zi looked at Onoki without changing his expression and asked back. "I was going to ask you what you want to do. As soon as I returned to the village, you asked the Enbu to monitor me and protect me. Are the Enbu so idle? This is the result of the collective discussion of the top leaders of Iwagakure. It's useless if you are dissatisfied. Onoki said bluntly. After all, the people have been discovered. Old Zi is not stupid. How can he not know whether it is protection or monitoring? The top leaders collectively. Old Zi clenched his fists and his eyelids twitched. He fought hard on the front line, but he was distrusted like this when he came back. This is already the best result. What do you think you did on the battlefield? That is one of the most taboos that cannot be violated. Onoki emphasized. Some people even proposed to replace the Four Tails Jinchuriki. If I hadn't strongly opposed it, you would not be facing the surveillance of 2 Anbu. Some people did mention the replacement of Jinchuriki in the high-level meeting, but it was not as exaggerated as Onoki said. Onoki mainly wanted to use this opportunity to teach Lao Zi a lesson and make him change his character. Lao Zi was stunned. He didn't expect that the top leaders had such an idea. For Jinchuriki, changing Jinchuriki means that the previous Jinchuriki must die. After the tailed beast is sealed in the body of Jinchuriki, their lives are connected with the tailed beast. If the Jinchuriki dies, the tailed beast dies. If the tailed beast is extracted, the Jinchuriki will also die. Whether it is to completely transform into a tailed beast in the crowd or to break through with the tailed beast jade, it is the order issued by Iwaku. Lao Zi explained. He is not crazy to that extent. If Iwaku hadn't used self-explosion to stimulate Lao Zi, he might not have executed Iwaku's order. There is no such content in the information transmitted back. Onoki shook his head and replied. Lao Zi was stunned again. He thought of one thing. At that time, the battlefield was so chaotic that there were not many Iwagakure who could hear Iwaku's order. In addition, there was Muyu, the killing god, nearby, so the possibility of survival was very small. At that time, I was injured by Hanyum Wyu's water escape. Commander Iwaku saw it and asked me to use the complete tailed beast transformation to cooperate with him and the Iwagakure blasting team to attack. Lao Zi tried to recall the details of the time and explained. Although he had some admiration for Iwagaku's final self-explosion, Lao Zi didn't want to take the blame for Iwagaku. As a Jinchuriki, he was already suffering from all kinds of strange looks. If he had a reputation for killing his companions, it would be really difficult for him to stay in Iwagakure. Is there anyone who can testify for you? Onoki asked after listening. How do you prove that this was Iwagaku's order, not that you became violent due to the influence of the tailed beast's chakra? Lao Zi opened his mouth and couldn't say anything. He didn't even know if there were any insiders alive. I will send ninjas to help you investigate. If there is nothing wrong, leave. I still have to work. Onoki began to drive people away. In fact, Onoki had already believed what Lao Zi said. Because Lao Zi is a proud and stubborn person, such a person disdains to lie and evade responsibility. However, if no one testifies for Old Purple, Onoki will still maintain the status quo. First, he cannot overturn the results of the high-level meeting just because of his own feelings. This is too arbitrary. Second, he wants to use this to make Old Purple suffer a little and become more tactful. The Jinchuriki is the strongest weapon of the ninja village. Weapons should have the awareness of weapons. Onoki is very satisfied with Jinchuriki like Han, who does not speak and silently completes the task. Old Purple has nothing to say. He walked out of the Tsuchikage office and the Tsuchikage building as Onoki said. When walking on the street of Iwagakure village, Old Purple noticed that the eyes of the surrounding residents and ninjas were particularly terrified. Even if it is a busy commercial street, where he passes, there will be an empty space. Old Purple walked towards home with an expressionless face, and could vaguely hear some words such as monster and cruel behind him. As a Jinchuriki, Old Purple actually suffered this kind of treatment a long time ago. He didn't know why he felt so bad when he encountered this situation again today. Was it because he led the team to break through but was treated as a war criminal? Or was it because he didn't sleep well yesterday and was particularly sensitive today? Lao Zi didn't know, but he only knew one thing: he felt bad. In the next week, Lao Zi rarely went out and stayed at home. When he felt that Onoki should have completed the investigation, he went to the Tsuchikage building again. This time it was not as tense as the last time. Lao Zi applied in advance. I sent people to ask all the grass country troops except you. Ninja, everyone said that they had never heard of such an order. Do you have anything else to say? Onoki didn't waste time and directly told the result. Lao Zi looked at Onoki in silence without saying anything. What else could he say? Blame those ninjas who heard the order for dying? Or go to ask those ninjas who broke out one by one? You should be honest next time, listen to the orders and do your tasks well, learn from Han, and everything will be fine. Onoki comforted. During the war, it is impossible for Iwagakure to suddenly change the Jinchuriki, which is equivalent to cutting off one's own arm. It is not a simple matter for the Jinchuriki to control the power of the tailed beast. Remove the surveillance on me. Old Purple said expressionlessly. After listening to Onoki's words, he finally understood what the higher UPS wanted to do. Killing his companions was just an excuse. The higher UPS just wanted to punish him. If it was before, Old Purple would have just endured it. After all, this was the village that gave birth to him and raised him. He had to repay the kindness of the Iwagakure village. But this time Old Purple really couldn't stand it. He was acting according to the orders of Iwagakure, but the higher UPS were still dissatisfied and wanted him to be more obedient. Old Purple felt that he had done his best for Iwagakure. If it weren't for the Four Tails helping him this time, he would have died on the battlefield. He had already paid back the life of Iwagakure. His current life was given by the Four Tails. Onoki frowned slightly. Why didn't he understand what people said at all? You behave well in the future. No one will interfere with your life. I am the Tsuchikage. Onoki reminded. As the Tsuchikage, he has great power. It is actually just a matter of a word for him to monitor or not. If you don't withdraw the surveillance on me, you will definitely regret it in the future. After saying that, Lao Zi turned around and walked towards the office door, ready to leave the Tsuchikage office. The higher UPS wanted him to become a task machine that only obeyed orders, but Lao Zi didn't do what they wanted. If Onoki sent Anbu to monitor him again, Lao Zi would not kill the Anbu, but he would leave Iwagakure directly. He couldn't kill innocent Iwagakure ninjas, so he simply went somewhere else without seeing them. Bang! The door of the Tsuchikage's office was shut heavily. Onoki's face darkened. After being Tsuchikage for so many years, Lao Zi was the first person who didn't give him face. A mere human sacrifice. Remove the Anbu currently responsible for monitoring him, and let the squad leader do it himself. Onoki called the Anbu and ordered. As the shadow of a village, if he was really threatened by Lao Zi, where would the Tsuchikage's majesty be? So he not only had to continue to monitor Lao Zi, but also sent more people to monitor him, and let the elite Anbu monitor him. Report to me immediately if Lao Zi moves. Dunaki thought that Lao Zi was following Iwagakure's orders before, but now Lao Zi's performance made him think that it might be the influence of the tailed beast's chakra. His temper was too explosive. On the other side, Lao Zi sighed as he walked out of the Tsuchikage building. Although he just thought about leaving Iwagakure if there was still surveillance by the Anbu. But Iwagakure is his home after all, and Lao Zi became confused when he thought about leaving Iwagakure. Where will he go after leaving Iwagakure? What will he do after leaving Iwagakure? Don't think, don't rush. Lao Zi found that his life was particularly empty. He couldn't think of what he could do after leaving Iwagakure. Since you don't know where to go, why not go everywhere? Lao Zi had the idea of traveling around the ninja world. Usually, he went abroad to carry out missions, and didn't feel in detail how the lives in other countries were different from the land of Earth. In this case, you can choose the land of rain as your first stop, meet the ninja master who has thousands of disciples, Kajayakari, and see what a country that has been shrouded in rain for a long time looks like. Lao Zi thought. The event of the Jiayizun Nhaqiang was well known in the entire ninja world, and Lao Zi had heard a lot of Jiayizun thumb stories. There are very few people who can make Lao Zi admire them, but if the Jiayizun Nhaqiang stories are exactly the same, then Jiayizun Nhaqiang will be the first time. Don't think too much, maybe Onoki will respect me for abolishing the Anbu. Lao Zi found that he was thinking too much, so he shook his head and returned home. For him, the best choice is of course to stay in the Hidden Rock Village. After all, if he goes out, it will not be so easy to come back. Chapter 585, Ninja World Reaction. The Land of Lightning. Reikage Building, Conference Room. The third Reikage sat in the first seat with a serious face and a rare thoughtful expression. The senior members of the Hidden Cloud Village sitting on the left and right sides also frowned and thought. What do you think about the recent defeat of the Hidden Cloud Village in the Land of Grass, Tully? The third Reikage looked at a Hidden Cloud ninja wearing glasses. Tully is the assistant Reikage of their Hidden Cloud Village, the deputy of the third Reikage, and one of the people he trusts the most. My idea. Tully raised his glasses. According to the information we have collected, the Hidden Cloud Village actually won a big victory before the defeat, and once beat the troops led by Jiraiya to flee everywhere. From this piece of information, we can get two pieces of information. Iwagakure is not as weak as it appeared before, and Konoha's actual strength is not as strong as before. If Iwagakure is weak, it will definitely not be able to defeat the ninja troops led by Jiraiya in a short time. If Konoha is strong enough, it will naturally not be a big victory after a disastrous defeat. The third Reikage and other high-level officials of Kumagakure nodded in agreement. Although both sides have won and lost, it is obvious that Iwagakure suffered a greater loss this time. The ninja troops suffered heavy losses and withdrew directly from the Land of Grass. Tully said with some regret. The war between Konoha and Iwagakure came and ended suddenly. If Kumagakure could get the intelligence in advance, it would be a good opportunity for them to make trouble. If they operate properly, they can make Konoha and Iwagakure suffer heavy losses together. So you think now is a good opportunity to attack Iwagakure village? The third Reikage thought for a while and asked. Kumagakure is not picky now. As long as it is at the level of the 5 major ninja villages, they will take action if they have the opportunity. Tully shook his head. Now is indeed an opportunity to send troops to Iwagakure, but it is also a good opportunity to send troops to Konoha. The third Reikage looked at Tully with some doubts. Didn't he say that the losses of Iwagakure village would be greater? Although Iwagakure suffered losses, it was not serious. The 2 Jinchuriki withdrew safely to the Land of Earth, and Iwagakure village is located in the mountains and is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Tully explained. It would be very troublesome for Kumagakure to attack Iwagakure just by rushing, which is not as simple as attacking the Land of Fire. If that's the case, shouldn't both have their own advantages and disadvantages? Why is it better to attack Konoha? Tutai asked. He didn't start from his own thoughts, but only thought about what Tully said, and didn't find the so-called good opportunity. Because if we don't attack Konoha now, we may not have this opportunity in the future. Tully's expression became serious. Konoha first defeated Kirigakure's attack, and now it has defeated Iwagakure. In the eyes of those clients, Konoha is still the strongest ninja village. When the situation stabilizes, Konoha's commissions will definitely increase greatly. With stronger financial resources, Konoha can develop more ninjas. In addition, with the talented ninjas that emerged during the Konoha War, how can Kumagakure be Konoha's opponent if they develop simultaneously? Tutai looked at Tully with surprise. This is really bold, saying so bluntly that Kumagakure's development potential is not as good as Konoha. Although it is a fact, some things cannot be said casually even if they exist. Today glanced at the third Reikage. The third Reikage's expression did not change much from before. The frequent wars now have consumed Konoha's ninja strength and made Konoha hate other ninja villages. As long as we take action, the other ninja villages will most likely follow suit and attack Konoha. They can't fail to see the threat of Konoha. Tully continued. This is the real reason why Tully thinks it is a good time to attack Konoha. Since the war started, there have been 3 major ninja villages fighting in Kumegakure, but Konoha and Iwagakure have only launched tentative attacks, and only Sand Village has really started a fight. But if Kumegakure wants to attack Konoha, it will be difficult for Sand Village to interfere with either the Land of Soup or the Land of Grass. As for Konoha, it really did a bit of a hard job on Kirigakure and Iwagakure. Kirigakure not only lost a lot of ninjas but also a Jinchuriki, and Iwagakure almost lost a large army of more than 1,000 people. If Konoha reveals a flaw, Tully doesn't believe that Iwagakure and Kirigakure will not have a vengeful mentality. If Konoha is defeated successfully, what we will gain is not only the pleasure of revenge, but also fame and wealth. It is true in an ideal situation, but Konoha is still strong. If Kumegakure goes all out to fight Konoha, we cannot guarantee that other big ninja villages will not target Kumegakure. Chuchita reminded. Hatred is indeed a big driving force, but compared with interests, it is much inferior. Kurigakure's all-out attack on Konoha is essentially entering the game, and there are also great risks. So we can't attack Konoha in a big way at the beginning. We should show our momentum first, give people the feeling that we are going to attack Konoha with all our strength, and then observe the reactions of other ninja villages before making plans. Tully explained. Kurigakure is reckless, but not mindless. They don't know the details of the defeat of Iwagakure yet, they only know that the number of enemies killed by Konoha in this battle is exaggerated. We didn't send many ninjas to participate in the youth martial arts tournament held by the ninja clan, but Iwagakure and Kirigakure both sent many elites, but the result was. Seeing that the top leaders of the Kumegakure were still thinking, Tully further promoted his Konoha threat theory, as if Konoha was not taken care of, Konoha would return to its invincible posture in the early days of the village in a few years. You can also say what you think. After waiting for Tully to finish speaking, the third Raikage glanced at the other Kumegakure top leaders and spoke. I think what Tully said makes sense. We should attack Konoha. Attacking Iwagakure is troublesome, and the benefits of attacking Konoha are not as great. A dark-skinned strong man folded his arms and said in agreement. I think it's a bit inappropriate. We can wait a little longer and continue to observe the situation to see what Kirigakure will do. A Kumegakure elder with a white beard shook his head in denial. After all the top leaders of the Kumegakure finished speaking, the third Raikage found that it was exactly 2-2. 2 top leaders agreed to attack Konoha, and the other 2 disagreed. Of course, the other 2 high-ranking officials just thought it was not a good idea to attack Konoha now, not that they disagreed with the war. I think what Tully said makes sense. Please tell me more about your plan. The third Raikage finally said after thinking. Obviously, he chose to go to war with Konoha. This plan is indeed risky, but the third Raikage thinks it is worth a try. On the other side, the Kirigakure village, which was missed by the high-ranking officials of Kumegakure, was also holding a high-level meeting. Since being driven out of the Land of Fire by Konoha last time, Kirigakure has shrunk its strength, but they have always kept a close eye on the situation in the ninja world. They are waiting for an opportunity to make a name for themselves. Every high-ranking member of Kirigakure is very unwilling. They rarely participate in the Ninja World War, but they were beaten up by Konoha. This Hanyumwyu is really not simple. No wonder Yagura lost at the beginning. In addition to Orochimaru, Konoha also prepared a trump card hidden in the dark for us. The third-generation Mizukage said with narrowed eyes. It's really unexpected. The master nodded, and understood that the third-generation Mizukage must let Yagura Kyuji succeed. It has been more than a year since Yagura Kyuji was defeated, and the third-generation Mizukage still helped Yagura Kyuji wash his mouth, which is enough to see the importance of the third-generation Mizukage to him. The other high-ranking members of Kirigakure echoed. Although Iwagakure was defeated this time, Konoha suffered some pain. I think we can send an assassination team to intensify the conflict between Iwagakure and Konoha. If Iwagakure can go to war with Konoha, it will be a good opportunity for us to take action. The leader of the Kirigakure Senior Ninja Squad expressed his thoughts. Family members know their own business. Kirigakure will definitely not be able to defeat Konoha on their own. They have no intention of fighting Konoha head-on, but they not only have the idea of stimulating other ninja villages to go to war with Konoha, but also a big one. Iwagakure has lost so many people, and they must be very hostile to Konoha now. But now the Iwagakure troops have retreated. During this period, whether it is pretending to be an Iwagakure ninja to kill a Konoha ninja, or pretending to be a Konoha ninja to kill an Iwagakure ninja, it is easy to arouse suspicion. A Kirigakure consultant raised the difficulty. Then wait, unless Iwagakure and Konoha sign a peace treaty, there will be another war sooner or later. The leader of the Kirigakure Senior Ninja Squad replied. In fact, it's not just Iwagakure. We can also start with other ninja villages. There are more than one big ninja village fighting with Konoha. Taketo's idea is very good. We, Kirigakure, must take action. The third Mizukage praised Taketo Toda. Although he may not necessarily adopt Taketo Toda's plan, Kirigakure really can't watch it any longer. If it continues, if Konoha beats Iwagakure and Kumigakure and becomes the final winner, Kirigakure will really have no hope of revenge. You don't know until you fight. After the fight, the third Mizukage found that Kirigakure was weaker than the other 5 big ninja villages. Since you know you are lagging behind, the next thing to do is to catch up. Even if you don't make progress, you have to pull Konoha and can't let Konoha continue to become stronger. After the meeting, Yuanchi returned home. When instructing Mei Terumi and Zabuza, the master reminded. You should hurry up and practice. It is only a matter of time before we, Kirigakure, join the war again. The next war may be more intense than the last one. Mei Terumi was stunned for a moment. According to the master, the top leaders have already decided to go to war with a certain ninja village, but they have not determined the specific time. Will it not be Konoha again? Terumi asked thoughtfully, but she did not speak in the end. This is a secret of the top leaders. She, an ordinary Kirigakure Jonin, is not qualified to know these things. However, Mei Terumi is very worried, because she thinks it is really difficult for Kirigakure to win if Konoha is taken as the opponent. It is not that Mei Terumi is boosting others' ambitions and destroying her own prestige, but that she has a very clear self-awareness through the Chunin exam and the martial arts tournament. The top genius of their Kirigakure village is just a slightly more outstanding genius in Konoha, and cannot be compared with Might Guy, Hitaki, and Kakashi. The Land of Wind, the Hidden Sand Village. Onoki, you old man, have finally met your day. Looking at the intelligence about the defeat of Iwagakure village, Luo Sha couldn't help laughing. Iwagakure village and Sand village are old rivals. There are 3 small countries bordering the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind, which are directly connected into a long line. If it weren't for the special geographical environment on both sides, it would be a headache for both sides. Luo Sha didn't forget that the Iwagakure ninja troops were ready to move near the Land of Rain when the Cloud Village launched a large-scale attack on the Sand Village. If the Sand Village hadn't withstood the offensive of the Cloud Village, the chaos of the 3 ninja villages would not have happened in the Land of Rain, but in the Land of Wind, in the Sand Village. Should we take the opportunity to send troops? Luo Sha showed a thoughtful look. If we can give Iwagakure a crushing defeat, then the Sand Village can not only get revenge, but also re-establish its reputation as one of the 5 major ninja villages. Luo Sha recalled the situation in the Sand Village, and finally shook his head. Even if he wanted to fight, other high-ranking members of Sand Village would not agree. Because the current state of Sand Village is extremely bad, and it is the weakest period since the establishment of Sand Village. The disappearance of the third Kazekage brought more than just the loss of a top-level strongman to Sand Village. After the disappearance of the third Kazekage, Sand Village fell into serious civil strife. The powerful ninja clans and Sand Village high-ranking members used all means to compete for the position of Kazekage. When it developed to the peak, assassination was nothing, and the leaders of various factions led large groups of ninjas to fight openly. In a sense, Luo Xia had to thank Kumagakuer. Because without the external pressure from Kumagakuer, Luo Xia would not have become the fourth Kazekage so quickly. Compared with those high-ranking members of Sand Village and powerful ninja clans who have been operating in Sand Village for many years, Luo Xia's only the advantage is the identity of the disciple of the third Kazekage. He is the disciple who inherited the magnetic escape of the third Kazekage and is the most orthodox successor of the Kazekage. Whether it is the Sand Village high-level officials or the ninja clan, everything they have is in Sand Village. Without Sand Village, everything they have will disappear. Under the life and death pressure brought by Kumagakuer, the ninja clan and the high-level officials had to compromise and let the most orthodox Luo Xia be the Kazekage and integrate the power of Sand Village to deal with the crisis. So Luo Xia is very annoyed by people like Ye Keng who have the potential to become Kazekage. He is very worried that one day, after the war, those compromised high-level officials will work together with the ninja clan to drive him out of office and support other ninjas to become Kazekage. After all, the special situation of his rise to power is probably unique in the entire ninja world. It would be great if Iwagakuer could fight Konoha and both sides would be injured. Luo Xia couldn't help but fantasize. It is true that Sand Village is crippled. If other big ninja villages are also crippled, then Sand Village is equivalent to not being crippled. Luo Xia longs for a victory in a war with a ninja village of the same level. This way, it will be impossible for other high-level officials to drive him out of the position of Kazekage. P.S. My college classmate came to see Ziyajul yesterday, so I accompanied him for a midnight snack and fell asleep at around 4 o'clock. I don't know if it's because I haven't stayed up late for a while, but I felt inexplicably sleepy when writing today. If you have any questions, you can leave a message at the end of the chapter. I wanted to ask for leave, but I have persisted for so many days, and I still want to persist until the end of the month. Chapter 586 I am Uchiha Madara. Promoted from captain of the Anbu to captain, for Mu, who has no subordinates, the only real feeling is that his office in the Anbu has become bigger. Now Mu has a large office similar to Sarutobi Masanari. Yamanaka Yoshiaki, Aoyama Hiromi. Mu flipped through the information on the perception ninja given by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Maybe because the Yamanaka clan has been practicing special secrets for a long time, Mu found that many ninjas of the Yamanaka clan have perception talents. Mu recalled the panel with the corresponding name and ticked the names of the ninjas he thought might learn the observation haki ninja. When Mu was browsing the information, he skipped all the perception ninjas with the surname Hyaga. Due to the existence of the Byakugan bloodline limit, strictly speaking, all Hyaga clans can be perception ninjas. It is okay for Obito and Shisui, who have the Sharingan, to learn observation haki, because observation haki can not only be used as a perception ninjutsu but also detect attacks outside of vision. There is no need for the Byakugan, which has excellent perception ninjutsu functions and a 360-degree field of view. In the case of most overlapping abilities, unless the observation haki is cultivated to a certain level, it is not very necessary for ninjas with Byakugan to have observation haki. After selecting enough 20 people, Mu asked the Anbu to send the list to Sarutobi Hiruzen for approval. Many of the ninjas he selected worked in different departments such as the perception class and the analysis class. It is impossible for them to stop working and practice with Mu just because Mu said so. They have to go through the procedures. Besides, it would be troublesome for Mu to notify all of them one by one. After all, he is the captain of the Anbu. However, Mu estimated that the final number of people might be more than the 20 on his list. First, there were NBU members on the list, but no root members. Shimura Danzo must also want his subordinates to master the observation haki, so at least 2 or 3 of them must be squeezed in. Then, if other senior officials or big families get the news, they will probably use their connections to squeeze people in to learn. After all, the ability to sense malice is really useful. Things developed as Mu Yu expected. That night, Mu Yu received a message from Shimura Danzo asking him to go to the root base. Mu Yu, why is there not a single root ninja on the observation haki training list? Shimura Danzo looked at Mu Yu with a gloomy face. He didn't mention this matter to Mu Yu last time because he felt that Mu Yu didn't need to be reminded and would definitely get it done. Seeing the final result, Shimura Danzo felt betrayed. Because Mu Yu is in a special situation now, and often spends more time in the Hokage's office than in the root base, Shimura Danzo is very worried that Mu Yu will be corrupted by the benefits given by Sarutobi Hiruzen. But Shimura Danzo has no way, because what Sarutobi Hiruzen can give Mu Yu is better and more than him. Mu Yu showed a blank expression. There is no root ninja on the list given to me by the Sandame. He guessed that it might be that some of Shimura Danzo's actions in the dark were discovered, or that Shimura Danzo was too jumpy in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen recently, otherwise Sarutobi Hiruzen would not be idle and deliberately hit Shimura Danzo like this. What? Hiruzen actually? Shimura Danzo found that he had wronged his general, and his expression instantly improved a lot. Of course, Shimura Danzo's anger did not really disappear, and even increased, but the target was not nearby and could not be released. That is to say, it is now time to get off work, otherwise Shimura Danzo would want to rush to the Hokage's office and find Sarutobi Hiruzen to ask clearly. Mu Yu, this is a training resource for half a year. Shimura Danzo changed the subject abruptly and handed a scroll to Mu Yu. Although he had wronged Mu Yu, Shimura Danzo could not apologize to his subordinates. Because he felt that this would damage his dignity and affect his subordinates' obedience to him. If someone thought that Shimura Danzo was easy to talk to, it would be a mess. Mu Yu responded with a few words and left. He felt that Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen is doing fine now. Let Sarutobi Hiruzen consume Shimura Danzo's energy, so that Shimura Danzo will not suddenly think of some amazing and wise plans when he is full of energy. It is becoming increasingly difficult for me to restrict him. I need to think of a way. After Mu Yu left, Shimura Danzo sat alone in the root office with a frown on his face. It turns out that Mu Yu did not betray him, but Sarutobi Hiruzen was the one who interfered. But now Mu Yu has no curse seal and has not been in the root for a long time, so Shimura Danzo feels very insecure. With Mu Yu's current strength, even if Mu Yu betrays him and joins Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo can't do anything to Mu Yu, and can only find opportunities to disgust Mu Yu. Should I let him participate in my cooperation with Orochimaru? Shimura Danzo thought of a good idea. The reason why he and Orochimaru cooperate so closely is not because they have a good relationship, but because both of them know too much about each other's shameful things. If all their affairs are discovered by Sarutobi Hiruzen, the best result will be life imprisonment. If Mu Yu also participates, then Mu Yu will be in the same boat with them, and everyone will prosper and suffer together. He wants to develop wood release, and Hashirama's cells are our most important experiment. The more Shimura Danzo thought about it, the more he felt that this was feasible. The only drawback of this plan is that Mu Yu may gradually get rid of his identity as a subordinate and become a collaborator who is on an equal footing with him like Orochimaru. This is also where Shimura Danzo hesitated. Even if Mu Yu is not in the root for a long time, even if he has no chance to issue tasks to Mu Yu with Mu Yu's current identity and strength. But after all, that is a subordinate of the level of Sunin. If Shimura Danzo disregards all consequences, he can use Mu Yu to do a lot of things. You seem to be troubled. Do you have the urge to defecate? Just as Shimura Danzo was deep in thought, a voice that Shimura Danzo was unfamiliar with but a little familiar with was heard in the office. He quickly grabbed the kunao on the desk and looked forward. A man wearing a whirlpool mask and a robe appeared in the office at some point. Shimura Danzo's face remained unchanged, but a huge wave of emotions was stirred in his heart. How did this guy do it? He actually sneaked into the root base quietly, even into my office. You should know that the level of alert in his office is no less than that of the Hokage's office. If the other party can invade here without being discovered, it means that he can invade any place in Konoha. Who are you? How dare you invade my Konoha's confidential place? Shimura Danzo secretly gathered chakra and asked gloomily. Since the masked man did not attack, Shimura Danzo did not use ninjutsu for the time being. There are many confidential documents in his office, and it would be a troublesome matter if they were destroyed. The most important thing is that Shimura Danzo does not want to make a big fuss and attract Sarutobi Hiruzen. His most shameful things are not here, but there are still some things that cannot be discovered by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Haha, there is no place in this world that I, Uchiha Madara, cannot go. The masked man laughed strangely. Shimura Danzo listened to the masked man's words, his pupils shrank suddenly, and his heart was even more surprised. He finally knew why he felt that the other party's voice was a little familiar, because it was Uchiha Madara's voice. Shimura Danzo was born before Konoha was established, so he had seen Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Madara, he should have been killed by the first generation, why would? No, it's just a voice, it should be a disguise. Shimura Danzo has also been the assistant of Hokage for many years, and has seen many storms and waves. He quickly forced himself to calm down. He didn't believe that the other party was Uchiha Madara, and thought that the other party was a disguised person with ulterior motives. After all, there are many strange and weird techniques in the ninja world, and it is not too outrageous to disguise a voice. If Uchiha Madara is alive, why didn't he take advantage of Senju Hashirama's death to attack Konoha again? Even if Uchiha Madara is still alive, so much time has passed, Uchiha Madara should now be just an old man in his twilight years, and his roots should not be easily invaded. Uchiha Madara, you are not a Konoha ninja now. What is your purpose in coming to Konoha? Shimura Danzo did not reveal the other party's identity, but continued to speak. It was just a name. Shimura Danzo did not want to argue with the other party. He wanted to get the masked man's words. You really want the inheritance of the ninja sect and the samsara eye? The masked man smiled at Shimura Danzo. Shimura Danzo was startled. He did not expect that this Uchiha Madara actually knew about the actions of the root in the Rain Country. Does the root have his spies, or does he have stronger intelligence power than the root in the Rain Country? Shimura Danzo thought in his heart. It is a serious matter for such a secret department of the root to have spies. That's what I want too. Cooperate with me, the samsara eye belongs to me, and we share the inheritance of the ninja sect. The masked man continued. Shimura Danzo wanted to refuse immediately. He could not work for others as long as others worked for him. But Shimura Danzo held back because the masked man's words contained content that interested him. What is the inheritance of the ninja clan? How is it shared? Shimura Danzo asked, suppressing his inner emotions. He has been working hard to investigate the inheritance of the ninja clan. And still no reason has been found out. The inheritance of the ninja clan is now the Jinjutsu or the ninja clan knowledge in his mind. A person who suddenly appeared, and is still proficient in the nature changes of the 7 attributes of chakra at a young age, and can use all kinds of ninjutsu at will, do you think he will practice normally? The masked man smiled at Shimura Danzo. Shimura Danzo shook his head, of course he didn't think this was the Jinjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen was in the Jinjutsu. You should know that high-level ninja knowledge is monopolized. Could it be that the ninja knowledge is the reincarnation of a Taoist immortal? In the memory of Uchiha Madara, as long as I can kill him, I have the means to ignore any protection measures and completely extract all his memories. The masked man said with an unfathomable look. No, with your means, if you do something behind, I will get nothing in the end. Cooperation is possible, the condition is to change the samsara I to me, and when I am sure that your shared ninja clan inheritance is fine, I will give you another samsara I. Shimura Danzo thought for a while and said. Don't say that the other party is a fake Uchiha Madara, even if the other party is the real Uchiha Madara, if he can get the samsara I and the ninja clan inheritance, Shimura Danzo will cooperate with the other party. The inheritance of the ninja clan is the secret that can create top-level strong men, and the samsara I is the eye of the legendary creator of the world. Either one can greatly enhance Shimura Danzo's strength. Shimura Danzo saw the hope of surpassing Sarutobi Hiruzen. From childhood to adulthood, he has always lost to Sarutobi Hiruzen in terms of strength and status. He will not give up any hope of surpassing the other party. I want all the samsara Is. As compensation, I can let you have wood release. As he said, the masked man condensed chakra, and a small tree grew rapidly in Shimura Danzo's office. Wood release. Shimura Danzo could no longer manage his expression, and looked at the masked man in shock. Although the inheritance of the ninja clan and the samsara I are also good, they are just a tangible pie for him at present. Now the masked man actually performed wood release in front of him. Who is he? Why does he have wood release? Is it also an experiment of Hashirama's cells, and it was successful? Shimura Danzo thought quickly in his mind. Although Shimura Danzo also has a wood-style ninja, his subordinates' abilities are different from his own. And if the masked man really cracks Hashirama's cells completely, then he has the ability to mass-produce wood-style ninjas. Shimura Danzo feels terrified just thinking about it. Rows of huge wooden men appear on the battlefield. At this time, Shimura Danzo suddenly feels that the other party may really be Uchiha Madara, the Uchiha Madara who found a way to prolong his life. Because if the masked man is Uchiha Madara, then everything the other party shows makes sense. The powerful strength that can ignore Konoha's Great Barrier and easily invade the route may be a superpower hidden behind it. Okay, but I have a request. Before you help me master wood style, if we get the samsara I must have a samsara I. When I have wood style, I will return the samsara I to you. Shimura Danzo replied after thinking. Shimura Danzo doesn't want to give up the samsara I, but compared to the unknown improvement effect of the samsara I, it is definitely more practical to have a powerful wood style. Of course, the main reason is that Shimura Danzo was passive in this transaction. He didn't know the true identity of the masked man, and didn't know what power the masked man had, but the masked man could sneak into his office quietly. If there is a chance, Shimura Danzo will still find a way to achieve the ending of having everything. After all, this is the legendary Eye of the Immortal. Just looking at the masked man's obsession with the samsara I, you can know that it is not easy to get the samsara I. If the samsara I is not strong enough, the masked man can be kind enough to give him wood release as compensation? How can we cooperate? Shimura Danzo suppressed all kinds of messy thoughts in his mind and asked. The most important thing now is to cooperate to take down the Kai Ying Tong Jiaowu, otherwise everything is empty talk. What you have to do now is to increase your power in the Rain Country as much as possible, and use the power of Konoha to attack the ninja clan when necessary. When it is time for you to do something, you will receive the news. The masked man replied. Shimura Danzo frowned, so he became the subordinate of the masked man. Shimura Danzo thought about the rewards he could get from it, and his rising emotions were suppressed again. As long as he could get wood release and samsara I and the inheritance of the ninja clan, everything would be worth it. One last question. The masked man asked curiously before leaving. I may not answer. Shimura Danzo said lightly, he didn't really regard himself as the masked man's subordinate. What does it feel like to have a bowel movement? Shimura Danzo's eyelids twitched fiercely, thinking that the masked man deliberately said such words to insult him, and he kept a dark face and didn't say anything. He was ready for the masked man to ask Konoha's confidential information, but this is the result? Seeing that Shimura Danzo didn't answer, the masked man showed a regretful expression, pushed the door and walked out, and then sank into the ground silently. "Are you deliberately interfering with my judgment like this? Who is it?" Sensing the other party's breath disappeared inexplicably, Shimura Danzo's expression became gloomy. Even if he was a partner, the masked man came and went freely in the root base without his consent, which made Shimura Danzo extremely afraid. If he could appear in the root base at will, he could appear in his home. If he sneaked in when he was sleeping, wouldn't he be in danger? Shimura Danzo frowned, and couldn't guess the identity of the masked man at all. However, even if you are really Uchiha Madara, you are just a weak and old Uchiha Madara, not the Uchiha Madara who can injure the first generation. After thinking about this clearly, Shimura Danzo's brows relaxed. If it is Uchiha Madara and he has full strength, there is no need to cooperate with him, just attack the ninja clan and defeat Nagato and the ninja clan directly. Since the masked man wants to cooperate with him, it proves that the other party can't do anything to the ninja clan alone, and needs his strength, otherwise the masked man can enjoy the Samsara Eye and the ninja clan inheritance alone. Should we ask Orochimaru for help? Shimura Danzo thought of his partner. Then he shook his head. One more person means one more share of the benefits. He didn't want another rival to snatch the Samsara Eye. If Orochimaru was also promised would release, it would be even more disadvantageous to him. Now he and Orochimaru are in a cooperative relationship because he is not strong enough and his influence is not big enough. If he is strong enough, then Orochimaru can be abandoned. The next day, morning. After handling the affairs of the route, Shimura Danzo went straight to the Hokage's office in the Hokage building. The inheritance of the ninja clan, the Samsara Eye, and the wood release are all very tempting, but Shimura Danzo can't give up the benefits of the subordinates who master the observation haki. The wooden door was first pushed open, and then the Anbu outside the door could vaguely hear a fierce discussion. After waiting for the discussion to disappear, Shimura Danzo walked out of the Hokage's office with a loud slamming sound. Chapter 587 Minato, MIA Substitute? Finally back, this time was really dangerous. Dekai looked at the towering Konoha gate not far away, and a smile appeared on his dark fat face. Indeed, any big ninja village can't be underestimated. Ueyama Sohei nodded in agreement. This time, Iwagakure really gave them a big scare. If it weren't for Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato's strong strength, their entire army might have been defeated there. I hope this lesson can make Iwagakure behave better. Jiraiya teacher hasn't rested for a long time. Namikaze Minato sighed. Since Iwagakure didn't move for a while, the top leaders replaced these ninjas who had been on the battlefield for a long time to rest. As for Jiraiya, it stands to reason that he should go back to the village to rest, but Iwagakure almost broke into the land of fire before, which made the top leaders a little afraid, so they continued to let Jiraiya stay in the land of grass to command the troops. Yes. Dekai nodded, but this time Iwagakure suffered heavy casualties. Even if they still have ideas, they probably won't dare to send a large army to Konoha in a short time. Otherwise, other big ninja villages will take advantage of the situation and Iwagakure will be in trouble. It's hard to say. Not everything in reality can be logical. Shangshan Shuhei sighed helplessly. Readers can point out that novels are illogical, but reality is illogical. You can't find the god of creation to say that you did something wrong. The group walked into Konoha while talking and chatting. Out of habit, although Minato wanted to see Kushina and Miyu, he still went to report the mission to Sarutobi Hiruzen as a representative. Dong dong. Minato Namikaze knocked on the wooden door of the Hokage's office. Come in. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words came from behind the wooden door. Minato Namikaze opened the wooden door and walked in and closed it. Sandame-sama. Namikaze Minato quickly greeted Sarutobi Hiruzen with a respectful look. It's Minato, you're back. Sarutobi Hiruzen put down the documents in his hand and stroked his mustache with a smile. There are many people who respect him, and there are also many who are polite to enter the Hokage's office. But there are not many young strong men like Namikaze Minato who are so polite. When his third-year disciple was Namikaze Minato's age, he didn't have the strength of Namikaze Minato, but his temper was much worse than Namikaze Minato's. This is why Sarutobi Hiruzen likes Miyu and Namikaze Minato so much. It can only be said that people are more annoying than people. If either Miyu or Namikaze Minato was born a dozen years earlier, he wouldn't have to worry about the fourth Hokage's affairs now. After the reporting time, Sarutobi Hiruzen remembered that Miyu had said that he had taught Minato Namikaze observation haki, so he asked. Minato, how is your observation haki going? I've caught a little feeling, but I'm still a long way from mastering it. Minato Namikaze answered truthfully. The difficulty of this perception ninjutsu is indeed extraordinary. It's not easy for you to make such progress. Sarutobi Hiruzen praised. Sarutobi Hiruzen is really not bragging, because he also tried to practice observation haki and knows how difficult it is to practice observation haki. As a ninjutsu professor who has mastered thousands of ninjutsu, Sarutobi Hiruzen has mastered a vast amount of ninja knowledge. The ninjutsu that he finds difficult is really difficult. It's mainly because of Miyu. Good teaching. When Minato Namikaze practiced his observation haki after Miyu left, he could feel Miyu's teaching ability more deeply. When Miyu taught him, even if he didn't take a big step forward every day, he gained something every day. After Miyu left, Minato Namikaze felt that his learning progress had dropped a lot. Minato, you don't have to be so modest. I think it's both. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and said. Miyu has taught so many special training sessions, and her teaching ability has long been recognized by all the senior management. Because of Miyu's teaching ability, Sarutobi Hiruzen once didn't want Miyu to go to the battlefield. After all, there are few geniuses at the level of Sunin in Konoha, but they are not absent, and they will appear every once in a while. And Miyu's teaching ability is beyond the norm, let alone seeing it. Sarutobi Hiruzen has never heard of it before. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, even if Miyu's strength is not taken into account, Miyu's importance is greater than a ninja army of 1,000 people. The reason why he is willing to let Miyu go to the battlefield is mainly because Miyu has mastered the Flying Thunder God. Even if the battle situation is not good, he can save his life. Miyu will organize a long-term special training based on observation haki recently. I added your name, Minato, and you can go to learn it when you are not on a mission. Sarutobi Hiruzen said. He called Minato Namikaze back, on the one hand to let Minato Namikaze rest, on the other hand he wanted Minato Namikaze to learn the observation haki as soon as possible. Minato Namikaze nodded and thanked him. With his relationship with Miyu, even if he didn't go to Miyu's special training, Miyu would still take time to teach him. However, Minato Namikaze felt that it was not good to take up too much of Miyu's personal time, because he saw that Miyu seemed to have never been idle. After leaving the Hokage building, Minato Namikaze went to find Kushina. According to his experience, Miyu should be teaching disciples in the afternoon, and it would not be good for him to disturb her now. Minato Namikaze planned to go to Miyu again at dusk, then at this time, Miyu will most likely be at home. Minato Namikaze walked quickly to the door of the Uzumaki ceiling house built specifically for Jinchuriki. When the Anbu saw that the person coming was Minato Namikaze, they did not show up to stop him. Minato Namikaze sensed it slightly and found that Kushina was in the bedroom, so he walked to Kushina's bedroom and knocked on the door. Kushina, who was reading the sealing technique information inside the door, was stunned when she heard the knock on the door. Thinking of what she said when she was shopping with Miyu before, she quickly got up and opened the door. After discovering that it was really Minato, Kushina opened her arms and hugged Minato. Damn old man Sandame, you actually let you do the task outside for so long, do you want to tire you to death? Minato Namikaze smiled helplessly, this has nothing to do with the Sandame-sama. In order to prevent the war from spreading to the land of fire, this is the responsibility of every Konoha ninja. Kushina curled her lips. She wasn't really angry about it. She was just complaining. After all, she wasn't the kind of person who would make trouble for no reason. Swish! Kushina put her head on Minato Namikaze's body and kept sniffing the scent of Minato Namikaze's upper body. After making sure that Minato Namikaze didn't have the scent of other women, Kushina let go of Minato Namikaze and pulled him into the bedroom. It's not that Kushina didn't trust Minato Namikaze, but that Minato Namikaze had a face that was easy to be fooled by women. She was worried that the honest Minato Namikaze would be deceived by a bad woman. Kushina, how is your Raise-Nan training going? Minato Namikaze asked. Raise-Nan is very suitable for the Flying Thunder God technique, but Minato did not develop it for himself. His original intention was to let Kushina use the huge chakra in her body. Raise-Nan looks like a small chakra ball with an unprepossessing appearance. It actually consumes a lot of chakra to use, and requires a large amount of chakra to be compressed and rotated. I already know it. Kushina showed off by stretching out her right hand and bursting chakra. Soon, a chakra ball the size of a basketball appeared in Kushina's hand. Minato Namikaze's eyes lit up. As the developer of Raise-Nan, he could see at a glance that Kushina not only learned it, but also was quite proficient. Thanks to Miyu, his ability to teach ninjutsu is a little better than my ability to teach sealing techniques. Kushina cancelled the chakra output, retracted her hand and said. In order to repay the previous favor of the sealing technique, Miyu will teach Kushina the Raise-Nan when she is free. Then I have to thank Miyu later. It's really great to be a neighbor with Miyu. Minato Namikaze said with a smile. He felt that the best luck in recent years was that he bought a house next to Miyu's house, and then met Miyu and became friends. Although with Miyu's talent and ability, even if they did not know each other because they became neighbors, they would know each other sooner or later. However, whether they can become such good friends is not certain. Because they are neighbors, they can quickly become friends who eat with each other. Then it was further extended to teaching sealing techniques, and the relationship became better and better as they continued to get along, until now they are close friends who can be absolutely trusted. Yes, the house you bought was worth it. Kushina agreed deeply. Not to mention other things, just eating those unparalleled dishes, Kushina felt that she had earned back the price. Ah, when can I move freely? I also want to eat hot dishes just out of the pot. Kushina clenched her fists, and her head spun wildly against Minato Namikaze's chest. Because it was delivered in time, the food she ate would not get cold, but Kushina still thinks that the hot dishes just out of the pot taste better. Minato Namikaze took a breath of cold air. It's not good for this girlfriend to be too strong. If she acts like a spoiled child, her body can't bear it. After accompanying Kushina until dusk, Minato Namikaze left and went to the door of Miyu's house. At this time, Miyu had just returned home and was processing ingredients in the kitchen. After getting Miyu's approval, Minato Namikaze walked into the kitchen skillfully. Do you need help? Wash the potatoes and peel them, and then. Miyu was not too polite and assigned Minato Namikaze some relatively simple tasks. After the meal was ready, Miyu and Minato Namikaze brought the dishes to the table and prepared to eat. Miyu, thank you for Kushina's trouble. You have to take care of her life and teach her Raise-Nan. Minato smiled sincerely and thanked Miyu. Minato Namikaze usually doesn't speak when eating Miyu's food, but there is one exception, that is, there is only Miyu at the table. It's just something that happened by chance, don't worry too much. Miyu shook her head and replied. Minato Namikaze and Kushina really helped Miyu a lot. If it weren't for the help of Minato Namikaze and Kushina, he really couldn't find a way to learn the sealing technique for a while. Minato also made a great contribution to the entry of Flying Thunder God technique. In addition, Minato Namikaze and his connections also provided great help to Miyu. Without Minato Namikaze as a middleman for him to meet Jiraiya, it would not be a simple matter to ask Tsunade for help. Did you encounter any problems in the practice of observation haki? Miyu asked after dinner. When perceiving attacks outside the line of sight, Minato Namikaze naturally said the problem he encountered. After speaking, Minato Namikaze realized that he was not going to take up Miyu's private time, and was going to listen to the class during special training and solve the problem himself. But they had talked about various cultivation knowledge too many times, so Minato Namikaze subconsciously answered Miyu's words. When Minato Namikaze came to his senses, Miyu had already started explaining. Because Miyu explained so well, Minato Namikaze could not bear to interrupt and quickly immersed himself in it. When Minato Namikaze excitedly shared his gains from the class with Miyu, he remembered his original idea and couldn't help showing an embarrassed expression. If you think I will suffer a loss, just teach me a little bit of Flying Thunder God. Miyu saw Minato Namikaze's thoughts and said. Miyu, did you encounter difficulties in Flying Thunder God? Minato Namikaze asked immediately. Compared with Miyu, Minato Namikaze had little confidence in other aspects. Flying Thunder God technique was different. This was the ninjutsu that Minato Namikaze was best at. Miyu nodded slightly. He didn't have the talent to learn Flying Thunder God originally, and he solved this problem by extracting Flying Thunder Array technique from the system. Without the corresponding talent, it was of course very difficult for him to practice Flying Thunder God, which was added to the mastery level, to a higher level of proficiency. No matter what skill it is, once it reaches the mastery level, it will be very difficult to continue to practice. This time the roles are reversed, Minato Namikaze is the teacher, and Miyu is the student who asks questions. After the talk, Minato Namikaze felt much better. This kind of mutual benefit makes him feel more comfortable. He would feel embarrassed to accept Miyu's kindness all the time. Then Minato Namikaze did not disturb Miyu and went back to his home to read. Minato Namikaze is a person who likes to read. In his spare time, he usually chooses to read. And he reads a lot of books, all kinds of books, books about boring ninja knowledge, and ninja novels with ups and downs. The next morning, Minato Namikaze asked about Obito's recent situation, and then went to the South Forest with Miyu. After all, he is also the leader of Obito, Kakashi, and Nohara Rin. It doesn't matter if he doesn't have time to ask Miyu to help on the battlefield, but he still has to lead them himself when he returns to Konoha. Otherwise, he would be too negligent as a teacher. Because of wasting some time communicating with Minato Namikaze, all the disciples were already present when Miyu arrived at the South Forest today. Teacher Miyu. Hey, Teacher Minato, why are you here? Obito subconsciously greeted Miyu first, and then noticed Minato Namikaze next to Miyu. When he couldn't see the distance of the face clearly, he even thought it was the shadow clone that Miyu had split in advance. Minato Namikaze scratched the back of his head with embarrassment. Is there a possibility that Teacher Minato is our instructor? Kakashi said leisurely. Kakashi had to admit that Obito didn't have much problem this time, because they followed Miyu more often. Even he was stunned for a moment when he saw Minato Namikaze coming. Chapter 588 Teaching Observation Haki. If nothing unexpected happens, I should be able to stay in Konoha for a while. During this time, I will take you to practice. Minato Namikaze said with 2 low coughs. Awkward as it may be, he still wanted to take on the responsibility of a mentor in his free time. Obito and the others were the only 3 disciples of Minato Namikaze. There was nothing he could do about it because he was too busy with the war to take care of them. But if he didn't take on his due responsibilities in his free time, he wouldn't be Minato Namikaze. Then Minato Namikaze took the 3 of them aside. Since most of Obito and the others' abilities were learned from Miyu, Minato Namikaze didn't need to give them too much guidance in ninjutsu. And unlike Miyu, who had a thorough training plan, Minato Namikaze hadn't given Obito and the others any guidance for quite some time. Trained. In this case, Minato Namikaze thought that the most effective training was actual combat. Actual combat training is a training that everyone from Genin to Jonin will do, and it is a panacea training. Fighting with Minato teacher. Thinking of Minato Namikaze's Flying Thunder God technique, Obito couldn't help scratching his hair. He really wanted to learn this ninjutsu, but he didn't want his opponent to know this ninjutsu, it was too difficult. No matter how powerful his Blue Flame and Kakashi's Wuxiang Udao were, it would be meaningless if they couldn't hit anyone. Kakashi looked indifferent. Difficult training was meaningful. If they could easily defeat the opponent, it would not be training. Nohara Rin showed a thoughtful expression, and quickly analyzed all of Minato's abilities in her mind. Are you ready? If you are ready, tell me in advance. Minato Namikaze said with a smile. Kakashi nodded, Nohara Rin also nodded, and Obito said there was no problem. Then let's start. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as Minato Namikaze finished speaking, he immediately took out several Flying Thunder God kunai from his ninja tool bag and threw them at the few people. Fire style, great fireball technique. Obito quickly formed a seal and spit out a thick flame to form a huge fireball. Boom! The explosion of the fireball bounced the incoming Flying Thunder God kunai aside. Obito had no good way to deal with Flying Thunder God, he could only try not to let Flying Thunder God kunai get close to him. Summoning technique. Summoning technique. Kakashi and Rin Nohara performed summoning techniques together to summon their respective Pokemon. Summoning beasts are also part of strength, there is no reason not to use them. Awoo! As soon as the wolf mane came out, he immediately howled, locked his eyes on Minato Namikaze who was standing opposite Kakashi and the others, and quickly condensed chakra. Min Shao protected Nohara Rin behind him, activated chakra and used the water ring, creating a layer of water with healing power around him. Rock fall. The wolf mane transformed the large amount of chakra he had condensed into earth attribute chakra, creating a huge rock and smashing it towards Minato Namikaze. Lightning release, pseudo dark. Kakashi concentrated his breathing, strengthened the change of lightning attribute chakra, condensed a large amount of chakra and used lightning release, spitting out a large piece of sharp lightning. Whoosh! Minato Namikaze had no intention of resisting, and immediately used the Flying Thunder God technique to dodge away. Summoning technique. While Minato Namikaze had no time to attack, Obito also summoned Charizard. Ah! Looking at Min Shao not far away, Charizard let out an excited cry, and even the idea of giving Obito the first flame of the day was much weaker. Noticing the atmosphere on the field, Charizard became even more excited. This was going to fight side by side with the goddess. Charizard flew up to the sky without saying a word, condensing chakra to swing wind blades at Minato Namikaze. After using the summoned beast, Obito opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan to enhance his observation ability. When fighting with Minato Namikaze, the power of ninjutsu is secondary, and the key is to touch Minato Namikaze. Obito and his 3 summoned beasts all used ninjutsu to attack with all their strength. For a while, there was a constant roar, and the place where they trained soon became a mess. They are all very good summoned beasts. Minato Namikaze thought in his heart. Obito and his friends also summoned beasts on the battlefield, but at that time Minato Namikaze's task was arduous, and the total number of people on the battlefield exceeded 3,000 and it was too chaotic, so he didn't notice the performance of Obito and his summoned beasts. Now fighting with Kakashi and his friends, Minato Namikaze found that the strength of Obito and his summoned beasts was not ordinary, and Nohara Rin's summoned beast was even stronger than Nohara Rin herself. In that case, I have to be more serious. Namikaze Minato formed a seal and created 2 shadow clones. Practical training is also training. Namikaze Minato can't really use all his strength. Then Kakashi and the others can't fight at all. They can only be beaten, which has no training effect. The significance of practical training is to strengthen combat ability, train the ability to deal with different ninjas and increase combat experience. If the gap is too big, the battle will be one-sided and it will be difficult to be effective. When Namikaze Minato used more strength, Kakashi and the others felt the pressure all of a sudden. Because Namikaze Minato's shadow clone can also use the Flying Thunder God technique, but it is slower than the original body. The embarrassing point is that even with the slower shadow clone, Kakashi, the fastest among Obito and the other three, can hardly catch up. After several fights, Min Xiao was accidentally hit by the Flying Thunder God technique. The next moment, Namikaze Minato's original body, holding the Raise Nan, flew over, knocked Min Xiao out, and threw out a Flying Thunder God Kunao. When Nohara Rin reacted and attacked Minato Namikaze used the Flying Kunao to change his position again and knocked Nohara Rin down with a violent elbow. Because it was training, Obito was not too panicked, but immediately entered the flame-breathing chakra mode. In fact, with his current chakra, the flame-breathing chakra mode will soon not last. Because Obito opened the Sharingan not long after the battle began, and used a lot of ninjutsu, which consumed a lot of chakra. But Obito really had no other options, so he thought of giving it a try. Half a minute later, Obito was injured in the back and fell to the ground. A few minutes later, all three Pakman fell to the ground and gasped. It really doesn't work. The Flying Thunder God technique can't be defended at all. Obito couldn't help but complain. He didn't think he could succeed at the beginning. After all, the opponent was their instructor, a young and powerful man with a great reputation in the entire ninja world. But the defeat was so clean and neat that Obito was a little unwilling. When I learn the Flying Thunder God technique, Kakashi will be defeated by me like this. The optimistic Obito quickly comforted himself. Miyu said that he would teach him Flying Thunder God, but not now, and he had to grow up for some time. Obito felt that with Miyu teaching, he should not be able to learn it. Chakra is still not enough. Kakashi sighed inwardly. If he had enough chakra, he would definitely not be so embarrassed just now. The limitation of chakra forced him to make trade-offs. He could only use some ninjutsu in battle, otherwise he couldn't even use the thunder-breathing chakra mode. You have done very well. When I was your age, I was not as good as you. Namikaze Minato wiped the sweat from his forehead and praised with a smile. It is no exaggeration for Namikaze Minato to say that Obito and Kakashi, who are 11 years old, have surpassed most of the Jonin of Konoha. Even Nohara Rin, who has a slightly weaker combat power, is considered to be one of the Jonin of Konoha with strong comprehensive abilities. At this moment, Namikaze Minato's mood is really complicated. The disciples are so excellent, he is naturally happy for Obito and others, after all, he likes Obito and others very much. But Namikaze Minato knows that their excellence is not because of him as an instructor, but the credit of Miyu. So Namikaze Minato is thinking, if he has not been separated from Obito and others for a long time because of the war, would Obito and others not be as good as they are now? Because his teaching ability is not as good as Miyu. This makes Namikaze Minato a little confused. How can not fulfilling his responsibilities become a good thing? I think it's because Uncle Toad doesn't have the ability to teach Miyu, and he failed to tap into all of Minato's talents. Obito was very pleased and replied with a smile. Minato Namikaze didn't say anything. Although he felt a little sorry for Jiraiya, there was nothing wrong with what Obito said. However, Minato Namikaze felt that there was only one result if anyone was compared with Miyu in teaching ability. Miyu's teaching ability was too outrageous. After the final list of the special training class for observation was determined, all procedures were completed at a very fast speed and the class officially started. The final list of special training, including Minato Namikaze, was a total of 27 people, 7 more than the initial 20. Among them were ninjas from the root, some ninjas from certain ninja clans, or relatives of the advisory elders. Now Mu has not only identified all the living ninjas in Konoha, but also identified most of them. Relying on a good memory, Mu is very familiar with these ninjas who came to participate in the special training, although Mu is only familiar with them unilaterally. The special training of observation haki is different from the previous special training. There are only 3 hours of classes a day, and they are all in the morning. Euros not that Mu is unwilling to teach for too long, but the nature of the special training is different. In the previous special training, even if it was teaching the breathing method of the root and the anbu, it was not just the breathing method, there were many other contents, and the core purpose was to improve strength. But this special training is different. This time the purpose is to let those sensory ninjas learn observation haki. 3 hours of learning time is the best teaching time calculated by Mu after calculation. The effect will be much weaker later. Since Minato also has to go to class, on the first day of class, Mu and Minato walked to the training ground together. Master Mu, Master Minato. Some sensory ninjas who arrived early greeted the two of them. The younger sensory ninjas would call the two adults, and some senior jonins would change adults to jonin. Mu and Namikaze Minato both responded with a smile. Then Namikaze Minato walked into the queue of sensory ninjas. He also came to class to learn, and he couldn't stand next to the teacher all the time. The perception ninjutsu I'm going to teach you is called observation haki. When you learn this perception ninjutsu, you can forget your previous experience of learning perception ninjutsu, because the difference between the two is not small. When everyone was present, Mu began to give a formal lecture. Even if observation haki is localized into perception ninjutsu, the method of training is very different from the perception ninjutsu of the ninja world. Everyone nodded and wrote down Mu's words. Before they came to class, they had received reminders from different people and understood that this special training was very important. Learning observation haki can even be said to be their mission. When you first learn observation haki, you can sense chakra within a certain range, can detect attacks outside the line of sight, can. Then Mu began to explain the ability of observation haki. This is also very important to prevent someone from thinking that learning observation haki can sense malice. When observation haki reaches a certain level, you can choose the direction to practice by yourself. You can pursue a wider range of perception, or you can pursue the depth and accuracy of perception. Perceiving malice is this direction. Minato Namikaze has learned observation haki with Mu for a period of time, and his expression has not changed. The other perception ninjas were all surprised. If they were ninjas who didn't know perception ninjutsu, they might not think it was a big deal, but those who were proficient in perception ninjutsu could instantly understand how powerful this perception ninjutsu called observation haki was. They immediately understood why the practice of observation haki was different from ordinary perception ninjutsu. It would be strange if such a powerful perception ninjutsu was practiced in the same way as ordinary perception ninjutsu. Compared to ordinary perception ninjutsu, observation haki not only has rich effects, but also has a high upper limit. When practicing observation haki in the early stage, try not to use your eyes to observe, and obtain information through spiritual perception. After briefly explaining the effects of observation haki, Mu led the perception ninjas to formally practice observation haki. Since the teaching time was not particularly long, Mu did not allocate special rest time, but just let the perception ninjas take a rest if they were tired. Today's class is over, and tomorrow will be the same time here. 3 hours later, Mu finished the class on time. The perception ninjas were stunned, all with expressions of wanting more. At this moment, they really hoped that Mu was a teacher who loved to delay the class and talk for another half an hour. Because observation haki was too difficult, it was more difficult than any perception ninjutsu they had learned. Of course, no one really stopped Mu to talk more. After all, this is the fiery son Mu who is a master of battlefields. They are lucky to be able to teach them ninjutsu. Lecture completed. Evaluation, S. Rewards: improved perception and understanding, observation haki +10, perception ninjutsu +3. Miyu took a look at the lecture rewards. Maybe it was because of the short time and the small number of ninjas, the reward range was a bit average. But Miyu didn't care much. He didn't really rely on observation haki to find white zetsu. He used identification techniques. The significance of this ANBU captain to Miyu is not to improve the proficiency of observation haki. In the future, Miyu can take the initiative to conduct various trainings to brush up the proficiency of the skills he wants to improve. Currently, Miyu plans to organize a large-scale training of sealing techniques to improve his sealing skills. If he wants to improve the Yang seal in a short time, he needs a higher level of sealing techniques. Chapter 589: A Trip on a Whim. Land of the Earth, Iwagakure Village. Old Zi prepared dinner for himself at home as usual. He learned to cook when he was very young. But Ida Euros not that Lao Zi is naturally sensible, Ida Euros because his parents died before he could remember, and cooking is a survival skill for him. In fact, it has something to do with his status as a Jinchuriki. As a Jinchuriki, Lao Zi is basically hated by everyone in the Hidden Rock Village. Although he did not eat anything with added ingredients, Lao Zi had no appetite when he saw those people with stinky faces. So Lao Zi basically bought vegetables and cooked for himself. After all, Lao Zi could choose vegetables by himself when buying vegetables, without worrying about buying bad vegetables. However, Lao Zi, who has rich cooking experience, made a lot of mistakes today. The fish was burnt and the seasoning of the soup was a mess. Naki, is this your choice? Lao Zi finished eating the burnt fish with a complicated expression and drank a sip of the bowl of vegetable soup with too much salt. The Anbu did not disappear, but just replaced them. From a darker perspective, perhaps it was the stronger Anbu who prevented him from really escaping. Lao Zi sighed deeply and began to clean up the dishes. Are you leaving? Lao Zi asked the four tails in his heart. Lao Zi was still hesitating. He was not an indecisive person, but this was a big deal for both him and the Hidden Rock Village. Lao Zi was stubborn, not without thinking ability. If he ran away at this time, it would be a big blow to the Hidden Rock Village. Jinchuriki is not only a top combat force for the ninja village. Jinchuriki has an extraordinary suppressive power over the ninja troops. The tailed beast ball that can easily destroy a mountain, the Jinchuriki with the ability to completely transform into a tailed beast can fire several times in a row. If it were a ninja, even those top-level masters in the ninja world would not be able to do this, because the chakra gap between humans and tailed beasts is too big. Although I am in your body, if you leave, I will also leave, but my suggestion is that you decide for yourself. The four-tailed beast replied. From his own perspective, the four-tailed beast tends to leave the Hidden Rock Village. He is a tailed beast with self-awareness, and of course he is unwilling to be imprisoned by the Hidden Rock Village and used as a weapon. But the four-tailed beast recognized Lao Zi, and he did not want to interfere with Lao Zi's choice. Otherwise, Lao Zi will feel regret for leaving in the future, and he, the person who helps to make the decision, will be a little embarrassed. I just asked you because I can't make a decision myself. Lao Zi said helplessly. If he could make a decisive decision, he would not ask the four-tailed beast. You don't have to do this. In fact, there are only two options, one is to stay, and the other is to leave. If you want to stay, stay, and if you want to leave, leave. The four-tailed beast enlightened. Lao Zi fell into deep thought. Although the four-tailed beast's words seemed like nonsense, they did point out the core. Maybe he didn't need to consider so complicatedly, the impact on the Hidden Rock Village after leaving, and whether he would be wanted and hunted down. What he really needs to consider is whether he wants to stay or leave. At this moment, many memories came to Lao Zi's mind. He remembered himself practicing hard when he was a child. Because of his status as a Jinchuriki, he was taken away by the ninjas of the Hidden Rock Village and the residents despised him. So at that time, Lao Zi thought that if he could control the power of the tailed beast, would everyone treat him as an ordinary person? If he could control the power of the tailed beast, he would not go berserk. In a sense, he was just a ninja with more chakra. However, the facts proved that hard work does not necessarily lead to success. The attitude of the Iwagakure and the residents towards him did not change because of this. Of course, it is not to say that there was no change at all. After he became stronger, not many people dared to show their displeasure to him. It was just that the change that Lao Zi wanted was not such a change. Then Lao Zi thought of the recent war again. According to Iwaku's order, he entered the complete tailed beast transformation and used the tailed beast jade to lead the ninja troops to successfully break through. In fact, Lao Zi did not think about getting rewards at the beginning. Although he successfully led the troops to break through, this way of breaking through, even if he acted according to Iwaku's order, was still not something that could be praised. Because their retreat was not only covered with the blood of the enemy, but also the blood of their companions. But he really did not expect that he would be monitored because of this, and he did not withdraw even after he explained everything. Old Purple sometimes thinks that if he had not listened to Iwaku's orders in that battle, had not completely transformed into a tailed beast, and had not used the tailed beast jade on the ninja troops, he might have been called a war hero after his death. Instead of leading the troops to successfully break through, he became a monster who killed his companions. The conversation with Onaki in the office, the discussions heard on the street, and the strange looks of others, all these memories appeared in Old Purple's mind. The confusion on Old Purple's face disappeared. Now that things have come to this, there is only one answer. I want to leave. Old Purple said firmly to the Four Tails. After saying that, Old Purple seemed to have unloaded a heavy burden, and the whole person was much more relaxed. After thinking carefully, Old Purple found that he didn't need to find a reason to leave. He had almost no reason to stay. What could he stay for? For the Anbu who monitored him? For the Iwagakure ninjas and residents of Iwagakure who didn't treat him as a human? Or for Onaki who wanted to train him into a tailed beast weapon without emotions? Haha, it seems that you have completely figured it out in your heart. The Four Tails smiled with relief. The Four Tails knew everything that happened to Old Purple, and he had been watching silently in Old Purple's body. Watching a good boy who worked hard to improve himself gradually become a lonely and stubborn adult. In the Four Tails' view, Old Purple didn't owe Iwagakure anything, but Iwagakure owed Old Purple. Old Purple didn't become a Jinchuriki because he begged Onoki to do so. And Old Purple also performed many tasks for Iwagakure, and after the war began, he also fought for Iwagakure many times. In the eyes of the Four Tails, Old Purple and he were essentially no different, both were poor people restricted by Iwagakure village. It's just that the Four Tails was not born in Iwagakure village, while Old Purple was born in Iwagakure village. Let the old man Onoki regret it. Old Purple put away the washed dishes and smiled. Today he would let Onoki know that he, Old Purple, was a man who kept his word. Then Old Purple walked out of the room and read quietly in the yard. He planned to leave late at night. Although he was leaving, Lao Zi had no intention of making a big fuss. Those Iwagakure ninjas and villagers were annoying but not punishable by death. His leaving the village was a big trouble for Iwagakure village, so there was no need to create more trouble. As time passed, the Iwagakure Enbu who was monitoring Lao Zi felt a little strange, because Lao Zi read for too long this time. Normally, Lao Zi would not read for so long in the yard. However, this change was too small to be considered abnormal, so the Iwagakure Enbu did not contact Onoki, but just recorded it. It's almost done. Lao Zi looked at the completely dark surroundings and closed the book, walked back to the house and put the book back on the bookshelf. This is his home after all, and he can't leave in a mess. Maybe he will have a chance to come back and live there in the future. After cleaning the house, Lao Zi went straight to the hidden place of the Uegakure Enbu. He was worried that there were perceptive ninjas among the monitoring Enbu, and if he left directly using Earth Escape, he might be discovered immediately. They found them. The Enbu was slightly stunned when he saw Lao Zi coming over without any concealment. He knew the reason why he was replaced, but he didn't expect Lao Zi's anti-reconnaissance ability to be so strong that he found them again so quickly. Lao Zi, what do you want to do? Attacking the Enbu is a serious crime. The Enbu appeared and warned. He didn't panic. The Enbu who were discovered in the last wave did not fight with Lao Zi, so he thought Lao Zi would not attack the Enbu. Lao Zi smiled. He was ready to leave the hidden rock village, and he wanted to scare him with this. Swoosh! Lao Zi didn't say a word, bursting the huge chakra in his body and flashing behind the two hidden rock Enbu, swinging a heavy hand knife. Bang! Bang! The two hidden rock Enbu fell to the ground. After knocking out the Enbu, Lao Zi hid them, then quickly escaped underground and rushed towards the periphery of the hidden rock village. Lao Zi didn't know the skills to knock people out, and the success of knocking people out depended on strength. However, because Lao Zi didn't want to kill anyone, he deliberately controlled his power, which made Lao Zi not know how long the two people would be unconscious. For the sake of safety, it is better to run away as soon as possible. In order to help Lao Zi escape from the hidden rock village, the four-tailed fox wholeheartedly refined chakra to assist Lao Zi, allowing Lao Zi's strength to reach the peak. The four-tailed fox is also very excited now. After being captured in the hidden rock village as a power bank for so many years, he finally got out. After rushing out of the hidden rock village, Lao Zi returned to the ground and looked back at the hometown where he had lived for decades. When he first thought of leaving the village, he was full of entanglements. When he figured everything out, he still felt a little reluctant to leave the hidden rock village. But when he knocked out the Enbu, Lao Zi felt refreshed. Now that he was outside the hidden rock village, Lao Zi felt extremely refreshed and had no regrets in his heart. Unaki, I hope you don't get constipated by anger, haha. Lao Zi laughed and burst out chakra to continue moving forward at high speed. There was no one in the hidden rock village that he cared about, and no one who cared about him. Thinking carefully, it was indeed not worth remembering. On the other side, the night shift members of the Hidden Rock Barrier team noticed that someone had broken out of the Hidden Rock village from underground and immediately reported the information. After waking up, the Hidden Rock Enbu who was knocked unconscious also hurriedly passed on the information that Lao Zi attacked the Enbu. Sandame-sama, it's bad. Hearing the voice of the Enbu, Onoki, who was originally sleeping, sat up suddenly. What happened? Onoki asked after quickly putting a piece of clothing on himself. It was worth waking him up from his sleep, it must be an extremely important matter. The Four Tails Jinchuriki, Lao Zi, knocked out the Enbu who was protecting him and broke out of the village alone. The Enbu quickly reported. How dare he? Onoki widened his eyes and clenched his fists. He didn't expect Lao Zi to be so active. He just said that he would make him regret it in the daytime, and he escaped from the Hidden Rock village at night. However, Onoki knew that it was not a problem to worry about Lao Zi's personality now. He immediately ordered in a stern voice. Send people to search secretly immediately, and notify the border team to let them look for Lao Zi together. Lao Zi must not be allowed to leave the land of Earth. It is more troublesome for the Jinchuriki to run away than for the Jinchuriki to die in battle. If the Jinchuriki dies in battle, the tailed beast will be resurrected after a while. Then the tailed beast can be captured and a suitable ninja can be found to seal it into the body, and it will be a new Jinchuriki. If the Jinchuriki runs away, the situation will be complicated. If the Jinchuriki keeps hiding in a corner and does not come out until the other party dies, Iwagakure will lose a tailed beast forever. If the Jinchuriki is abducted by other ninja villages, it will be even worse. These are things that Onoki cannot tolerate. Call all the ninjas who know about it and ask them to keep the escape of Lao Zi a secret. Never let other ninja villages know about it. Onoki continued to order. If Lao Zi had a little bit of brains, he would not show his identity as a Jinchuriki outside. Because this is courting death. The big ninja village that does not know that Lao Zi escaped will think of taking the opportunity to kill Lao Zi and make Iwagakure village lose a Jinchuriki. The ninja village that knows that Lao Zi escaped may also have ideas about the tailed beast in Lao Zi's body. In short, if Old Purple dares to reveal the identity of the Four Tails Jinchuriki, there will be no good result. This gives Onoki a chance to disguise. Although Old Purple ran away, he can pretend that Old Purple did not run away, and there are still 2 Jinchuriki in Iwagakure village. Jinchuriki is not a super weapon that will be deployed easily. As long as Old Purple does not show up outside, the enemies of Iwagakure village will have to consider Old Purple's combat power when fighting with Iwagakure. Yes. The Anbu replied with his head down, and quickly flashed away to carry out Onoki's arrangement. It's actually done to this extent. Onoki rubbed his eyebrows with a headache. He really didn't expect Old Purple to run away. This is the village that gave birth to him and raised him. Just abandon him like this? Didn't listen to the Stonewall course at the ninja school at all? Or was the teacher's teaching too bad? I should have taken this matter more seriously. Onoki sighed. He regretted a little that he shouldn't have just changed a batch of Anbu at that time. As for the current result, he should have withdrawn the surveillance or significantly strengthened the surveillance force. With Onoki's personality, he would lean towards the latter. Today, Lao Zi's request is not to be monitored. Will there be other requests tomorrow? Onoki doesn't want to compromise and eventually have a lawless Jinchuriki. Since Lao Zi has made the move of defecting, he must have thought about it before. A Jinchuriki who has the idea of defecting and accidentally killed many companions on the battlefield, Onoki thinks that monitoring is the right choice. However, although Onoki doesn't want to think about it, an idea flashed through his mind. Perhaps, Lao Zi is not the only one who is stubborn, but he himself is the same. If one of them is not so stubborn, the result will be different. Onoki quickly changed his clothes and rushed to the Tsuchikage building. There is no point in thinking about those miscellaneous things. Lao Zi has already defected. No matter how you assume, this fact will not change. What he needs to consider most now is how to minimize the impact of this incident on Iwagakure. I will update at noon and talk about the situation. As the title says, I encountered something and I am stuck. I probably won't be able to finish writing before 12 o'clock today. Don't wait, and read it tomorrow. Today is the first anniversary of the teacher's book delivery. It is really annoying to have such a thing happen. But don't worry, there will be no update today, it will just be delayed. The recent plot is really hard to handle. Uchiha Madara's conspiracy, the conflict between Shimura Danzo and the ninja clan, and the climax of the Ninja World War, these are the following plots, among which the part about Uchiha Madara and the climax of the Ninja World War are the most important plots in the whole book. In order not to write it badly, Zyuju deleted and revised it, but it was really too fast, so the recent updates are relatively sparse, and I can only maintain full attendance. To be honest, Zyuju also wants to finish the war quickly and deal with Uchiha Madara. Because in this way, I can write about Obito taught by the protagonist going to another world to fight with the original Obito. What expression will the original Obito have when he sees himself in another world and Nohara Rin in another world? What kind of things will he do? There is also Kakashi taught by the protagonist performing the lightning sword technique that kills people in one blow in front of the original Kakashi. The two Might Guys release their youth together, and the Edo Tensei Nagato and Edo Tensei Itaki encounter Nagato and Shisui taught by the protagonist. These plots are interesting just to think about. But those are extended plots after all, and the three wars and Uchiha Madara are the real core plots of this book. If the core plot of a book is written to death, then I've gone too far, so let's just draw a pie in the sky at the end. Zaiju is currently trying to sort out the chapter outline, so that maybe it will be smoother to write and not so bad. If successful, I will write more words in the next few days, not necessarily multiple chapters, to achieve average subscription, but the number of words will not be full attendance. If it fails, just ignore what I said, let Zaiju, who draws pie, die silently. Chapter 590 I Want to See a Doctor. The Kingdom of Rain, Liudeo City. Scorpion woke up from his sleep, listening to the sound of rain outside the house, frowning slightly. The continuous drizzle made Scorpion, who was already in a bad mood, even more irritable. He tiptoed to the door, opened it slightly, and carefully observed the surroundings. After making sure that there were no suspicious ninjas around to monitor him, Scorpion closed the door, returned to the bed, and continued to try to refine chakra to break the seal in his body. 10 minutes later, Scorpion opened his eyes, and his delicate face was filled with disappointment. His sealing technique is so powerful that it can be maintained while having a strong confinement ability. Scorpion frowned. This was beyond Scorpion's expectation. He thought that with his own ability and time, it would be sooner or later to break the seal, but he didn't expect that after more than 2 months, there was no progress at all. Scorpion rubbed his frowning brows and fell into deep thought. If he couldn't remove the seal on his body, even if he escaped from the Six Paths City, he couldn't continue to take revenge, and it would be difficult for him to protect himself. If a ninja can't use chakra, he is not a ninja. How could he kill Hitaki Kakashi if he is not a ninja? You know, Hitaki Kakashi is not only a ninja, but also a genius ninja. Does it really have to wait until he is released by the ninja sect 10 years later? Scorpion clenched his fists, his face full of unwillingness. If he can finally take revenge, Scorpion can accept waiting for 10 years. But there is a problem now. His success rate of revenge will drop significantly after 10 years. Because Scorpion cannot practice and study puppetry in these 10 years, while Hitaki Kakashi can practice and become stronger. As one grows stronger, the other loses. Scorpion will be released by the ninja clan after 10 years. Whether he can take revenge successfully is an unknown. If he can take revenge, let alone 10 years, even if he is imprisoned for 20 years, Scorpion can accept it. But the thought that revenge will be affected makes Scorpion feel irritated for just 2 months. Scorpion looked at the clock hanging on the wall. It was already 6:40. There were 10 minutes before breakfast started and 40 minutes before breakfast ended. In the past, Scorpion would go to the cafeteria at this time, because there was no need to queue up for breakfast, and Scorpion hated waiting in line. But now Scorpion didn't want to move. He was no longer in the mood to eat. His mind was full of things like removing the seal and revenge. No matter how Scorpion thought and tried, he couldn't do anything about the seal in his body. Scorpion, who had experienced a lot of failures, lay on the bed and stared at the ceiling, wondering what he was thinking. Dong dong. After an unknown amount of time, the wooden door of Scorpion's house was knocked. Scorpion ignored the knocks and continued to lie on the bed and stare at the ceiling. Bang! Since Scorpion did not open the door, Nagato pushed the door open with force. After the door was opened, Nagato quickly scanned the room and was relieved to find that Scorpion was just lying on the bed and there was no suspicious red liquid around him. Why don't you eat breakfast or go to work? Today is not a day off. Nagato looked at Scorpion and asked quietly. Scorpion did not answer Nagato's question, but continued to look at the ceiling. You know, there is no point in doing this, but it will extend your sentence. Nagato continued. He knew that Scorpion wanted to leave the ninja clan as soon as possible to take revenge. Hearing the words extend the sentence, Scorpion finally took action. He turned his head to look at Nagato and finally sat up. I want to see the doctor, said his request in a deep voice. Scorpion has an impatient personality, but he is not a reckless person. He knows that resisting the ninja clan will only make his situation worse. He didn't go to breakfast and didn't go to work because he was upset and wanted to talk to the ninja clan. Although Scorpion's current identity destined him to be in an unequal position with the ninja clan, Scorpion has a unique human puppet technology in the entire ninja world. At first, Scorpion thought he could run away, so he didn't interact with the ninja clan. The idea off trade. But now Scorpion found that if he didn't make a deal, it would seriously affect his revenge plan. You can see him at any time. Nagato didn't agree. He was the only one who knew Miyu's identity and knew how busy Miyu was. It was impossible for him to take the initiative to find trouble for Miyu. If you have something to do, you can tell me. If Scorpion really had to contact Miyu, Nagato would report to Miyu. Do you have the right to restore my freedom? Or can you help me unlock the seal? Scorpion asked. No. Nagato answered neatly. He had no right to release prisoners, nor did he have the ability to unlock Miyu's seal. Scorpion pulled out a mocking smile. Then what's the point of me telling you? He didn't expect Nagato to nod in affirmation. Scorpion just wanted to mock Nagato. Nothing, Scorpion hates Nagato. If Nagato hadn't injured and captured him, he might have already made a second assassination attempt and succeeded. For Scorpion, Nagato is the #1 enemy who destroyed his revenge plan, which makes Scorpion hate Nagato. If it is really a very important matter, I will not be with you. Scorpion continued to emphasize. Nagato opened his mouth after listening to Scorpion's words, wanting to speak, but no sound came out in the end. He wanted to tell Scorpion that living like this would be very painful. But Nagato had watched his parents die in front of his eyes and understood the pain brought by his parents' death. Having experienced that pain personally, it is difficult for Nagato to say words that would let others let go of hatred. Even if it was not Kakashi who killed Scorpion's parents, but Kakashi's father. No objection? Then tell my story too. Scorpion saw that Nagato fell into silence, and finally said. Seeing that Nagato was speechless because of his own retort, Scorpion felt much better and was not going to continue to talk nonsense with Nagato. My parents also died at the hands of Konoha ninjas. Nagato interrupted Scorpion's words and said something that surprised Scorpion very much. And, right in front of my eyes, they died to protect me. Nagato began to tell his story. Talking about this nightmare that he didn't want to recall again, Nagato couldn't help but recall the night of Red and Black. It was an ordinary dark rainy night. For the rain country, rain is a common thing, and gloomy clouds always hang over their heads. But for Nagato's life, that day was not ordinary. 2 Konoha ninjas broke into their home to plunder food. In fact, the situation was not so bad at the beginning, because Nagato's parents took Nagato hid. They could have escaped quietly, but Nagato accidentally touched a jar, which disturbed the Konoha ninja, and eventually caused his parents to be killed by the Konoha ninja and fell in a pool of blood. Originally, with Scorpion's temper, if he was interrupted, he would immediately fight back. If he was interrupted by someone he hated, the consequences would be more serious. But now, Scorpion was surprisingly silent. He was very confused now. He was so painful just hearing the news of his parents' death and seeing his parents' bodies, so shouldn't Nagato, who witnessed his parents' death with his own eyes, be more painful? Why doesn't Nagato seem to hate Konoha ninja? Since your parents were killed by Konoha ninja, why do you still want to stop me from taking revenge on Konoha ninja? Scorpion asked, puzzled. Even if Nagato didn't help him from the standpoint of the ninja clan, he shouldn't have attacked him. Don't you hate Konoha ninja? They are the direct murderers of your parents' deaths? I hate the Konoha ninja who killed my parents, and I hate any ninja who killed innocent people in the war, but I don't hate all Konoha ninjas. Nagato replied. Before meeting Jiraiya, Nagato hated Konoha ninjas. The Konoha ninjas killed his parents and shrouded his country in war. How could Nagato hate Konoha ninjas? After becoming a disciple of Jiraiya and Miyu, Nagato understood a truth, that people are different. Just because he met some bad Konoha ninjas doesn't mean that all Konoha ninjas are like that. So what do you want to say? Because Hitaki Kakashi is not the real ninja who killed my parents, I can't hate him. Scorpion felt as if he understood Nagato. Nagato shook his head, he was not going to say that. Nagato didn't tell the story of his parents' death to win sympathy, he just wanted to explain one thing to Scorpion. He had also experienced similar pain and was not a person who could only talk big. I can take you to see the doctor if you help me complete a task. Nagato suddenly said something that had nothing to do with the topic just now. But Scorpion didn't care. He immediately asked, what task? What do I need to do? The purpose of Scorpion not going to work was to see the doctor and reach a cooperation with the ninja sect. In a sense, this was back on track. Clean up the wandering ninjas in the central part of the Rain Country. Since your chakra is sealed, you only need to do some logistical work. Nagato explained. The various unstable factors in the south have been almost cleared. Next, the ninja sect will carry out a cleanup activity in other areas of the Rain Country, cleaning up the bandits, illegal ninja organizations, and the rampant wandering ninjas. Clean up wandering ninjas, you. Scorpion couldn't help but type a question mark. Scorpion knew exactly how terrifying Nagato's strength was. He had not only seen the shocking battle between Nagato and Six-Gate Might Guy, but also fought with Nagato himself. If Scorpion was a genius, then Nagato was a monster that Scorpion could hardly defeat even with advanced preparation. Letting such a monster deal with wandering ninjas, Scorpion felt it was unnecessary. Or were the wandering ninjas in the Rain Country extremely strong, and Six-Gate Might Guy's level was not uncommon? Nagato nodded. There were not many ninjas in the ninja sect, and some of them had to maintain the operation of Six Path City and be responsible for the security of the southern part, so even if there was a suspicion of using a cannon to kill a mosquito, Nagato was still assigned the task. So, do you want to agree? Nagato asked. Go. Scorpion thought about it and agreed. Nagato would never have the idea of killing him, because if Nagato wanted to kill him, Scorpion would have died in that Shinra Tensei. In the 2 months in the ninja sect, Nagato was the person he had the most contact with, and Scorpion had some understanding of him. Then Nagato went to the construction team to explain the situation, and then took Sasori to the central part of the Rain Country to carry out the mission. The actual mission was a little more troublesome than Sasori imagined. Although the wandering ninjas were not as powerful as the Six-Gate Might Guy, they were easy to deal with in a fight, but if they wanted to clean them up, they had to go back and forth between villages and towns. It often took a day or two to find someone, and the battle took less than a minute. The battle process was not very good. Wang Xiangtianyan sucked it over and then hit the ground with Shinra Tensei, and it was killed in seconds. Don't you think it's troublesome? With your strength, even if you refuse this kind of mission, no one will say anything. It was another battle that took 2 days to search and 1 second to solve. Sasori couldn't help but say. For an impatient person like him, this kind of mission is too painful. I have the ability to perceive, which is more suitable than others. Nagato put down his palm to check the status of the wandering ninjas and replied. If other people were to come, the efficiency would be lower. Thank you so much, 2 ninja masters of the ninja sect. Seeing that the battle was over, some villagers walked up to Nagato and thanked Nagato and Sasori. Yes, otherwise, I don't know how much these robbers would have robbed. The villagers expressed their gratitude to the 2. Scorpion didn't feel anything. He was not a ninja from the ninja clan, so these words were not directed at him. However, Scorpion noticed that Nagato, who didn't have much expression, raised his mouth slightly and looked very happy. With the strength of a monster and such a strange personality, he is satisfied with just some compliments from civilians. Scorpion thought. This is for you, my handsome brother. A little girl handed Scorpion a bracelet made of flowers and plants. Scorpion was stunned for a moment, and did not take the bracelet, but pointed at Nagato. That guy is the ninja clan who helped you solve the enemy. I saw it, so the wreath for that brother is bigger. The little girl smiled and took out a wreath several times bigger than the bracelet from behind. After all, that brother has made greater contributions. Besides, quarreling is not good, and you can't call your brother that guy. The little girl said seriously. Scorpion's face was full of question marks. When did Nagato become his brother? Looking at Nagato's red hair, Scorpion had an idea. Red hair is a rare hair color in the ninja world, and Nagato is taller than him, so in the eyes of outsiders, they may be relatives. Scorpion opened his mouth to explain, but the little girl was faster. My handsome brother, I wish you to reconcile with your brother as soon as possible. After saying that, the little girl directly put the bracelet on Scorpion's hand, then trotted to Nagato's side and gave him a wreath. Scorpion. After all the villagers left, Nagato took the initiative to say, I will take you to see the doctor later. Scorpion's expression returned to its usual calmness and he nodded. P.S. I still can't write it smoothly. But at least I succeeded in writing it, and this is yesterday's update. Today's update will be released around 12 to 1 am. Chapter 591 Kakashi Yang Sealed Form. After returning to the ninja sect, Nagato first reported to Miyu. After Miyu confirmed that there was no problem, Nagato took Scorpion to Miyu's study. Miyu did not start to communicate with Scorpion immediately, but put down the book and signaled them to sit down with her eyes. Scorpion also used this gap to look at the new legend of the Rain Country. Although he participated in the youth martial arts tournament, Scorpion had never paid attention to the doctor. This was the first time that Scorpion and the doctor met up close, and the first time was in prison. Maybe because he was in the study, Scorpion didn't feel like a legendary ninja who had experienced hundreds of battles, but rather like a teacher studying literature. Of course, Scorpion didn't dare to underestimate Scorpion. Scorpion's reputation was not exaggerated. Even a well-known strong man like Hanzo couldn't get any benefits by leading an elite force. If it was a head-on battle, even if Scorpion used the human puppet of the third Kazekage, he would not be sure to defeat such a strong man. The human puppet of the third Kazekage has only the chakra core left. That thing should not have been exposed. Scorpion thought of his confiscated seal scrolls. Scorpion was somewhat fortunate. If he hadn't abandoned the puppet body of the third Kazekage in the last battle, the current situation might be even worse. Once the news that he assassinated the third Kazekage spread, it would be harmful to Scorpion. The Sand Village would no longer care about Chiyo's face and would hunt him down and issue a wanted order. If it was before, Scorpion might not care, but now he wants revenge and doesn't want to cause trouble. Miyu picked up the teacup on the table, took a sip, looked at Scorpion and said, I heard from Nagato that you have something to ask me. Although Scorpion hasn't spoken yet, Miyu has guessed Scorpion's purpose. As a prisoner, what else can Scorpion ask for? Most likely he wants to be released early. Yes, I want to make a deal with you. Scorpion nodded and replied. I have a unique puppet technique in the entire ninja world. As long as you are willing to help me unlock the seal on my body and release me in advance, I can not only teach you the technique, but also make 3 puppets for you for free. Scorpion finished his conditions in one breath, and then looked at Miyu calmly. He felt that the conditions he gave were very rich, and Miyu was very happy. After all, he only attacked a few Konoha ninjas, and did not kill the ninjas of the Rain Country or the people of the Rain Country. Miyu gave up his puppet technique because he had killed a few ninjas from other villages who had nothing to do with his interests. If this is the only thing you want to say, then you can go back. Miyu refused with a faint smile. Scorpion's puppet technique is indeed unique, but it is really useless to Miyu and the ninja sect. For Miyu, puppetry cannot increase his combat power. For the ninja clan, no one knows puppetry, and no one can use human puppetry technology. You mean to refuse? Scorpion frowned and looked at it. Then he thought of something and said quickly, my technology is called human puppetry, which can make human corpses into human puppets. This kind of puppet can not only use the ninjutsu of the previous life, but also inherit the blood limit. Scorpion thought that he did not introduce his new technology well, which made misjudge. My answer is still the same. If that's all you want to say, then you can go back. Mu Yu still refused cleanly, and even his expression did not change. Scorpion looked at in disbelief. He did not expect to get such an answer. He had thought of being shocked by Scorpio's technology and then asking for more puppets, and he had also thought of recruiting Scorpio, but he had never thought of Scorpio's refusal. This is the technology of human puppets, which is a cross-era progress in puppetry in Scorpio's eyes. Unlike Scorpio, Nagato showed an expression of as expected. Scorpio thought he had attacked a few Scorpios, but Nagato knew that the Konoha ninjas attacked by Scorpion were all Mu Yu's disciples. To be honest, Nagato felt that Mu Yu was very kind by not killing Scorpion directly. After all, Scorpion not only attacked Mu Yu's disciples, but also acted as if he must do it again in the future. And Mu Yu not only did not kill Scorpion, but also made Scorpion do voluntary labor for 10 years. Among ninjas, she was full of kindness. Now Scorpion still wants to go out early to kill Kakashi and the others. Nagato feels that Scorpion is testing the edge of death. You are not a puppeteer, so you may not know the meaning of it. If you kill Hanzo, and then use the human puppet technology to make him into a puppet, you can have a Hanzo without thoughts and let you control it. Even if you apply this technology to yourself, you can get eternal life. The unbelieving Scorpion introduced his technology in more detail. In order to let Mu Yu know the value of other people's puppet technology, he even told the secret that human puppets have the opportunity to live forever. However, Mu Yu's answer remained unchanged, and Scorpion was still rejected. At this moment, Scorpion felt that his talent was not appreciated. With such technology, he could not even get a piece of freedom. To increase the number of puppets made for you to 5, you only need to release me 5 years in advance and allow me to study puppet masters at ordinary times. Scorpion had to increase the stakes and then lower his demands. He was worried that he would waste 10 years and would not be able to kill Kakashi after he got out. If the time was changed to 5 years, he could continue to become stronger, and then Scorpion would be confident of successful revenge. Mu Yu suddenly had an idea in his mind, and he did not refuse or agree, but asked Scorpion. With your puppet technology, can you only make a part of the limbs, body? The kind that can be used normally like normal limbs. Although the human puppet Mu Yu has no interest, it would be a good thing if a useful prosthesis could be successfully developed. For normal ninjas, hands and feet are indispensable. Without hands, you can't make hand seals and use ninjutsu. Without feet, you lose mobility. If you lose one, it's basically equivalent to retirement. If you can install a prosthesis, it will be different. After getting used to it, it may be better than a normal arm. Because puppet arms can be equipped with various mechanisms, they have advantages over normal arms. Not only can ninjas use it, but civilian prostheses can also be developed to benefit the public. Technically, there is no problem, but it doesn't make much sense. Scorpion replied. In his opinion, if they want to change, they should all become puppet bodies. Changing an arm or a leg is nothing, it's neither good nor bad. Just when Scorpion thought he was going to succeed, Mu Yu spoke. If you want to cooperate, you can, but forget about your conditions. Listen to my conditions. If you think it's okay, then cooperate. If not, this matter ends here. Scorpion clenched his fists. He felt that he had lowered his requirements to the lowest, but he was not satisfied. At this moment, Mu Yu's eyes were particularly hateful. I don't need you to help me make human puppets. If you perfect the technology and make limbs that can be used normally by ninjas and ordinary people, then I can reduce your sentence by 5 years. Yu continued. In the future, you don't have to act as ordinary compulsory labor prisoners. Nagato will decide your tasks. If Nagato thinks you perform well, you can reduce your sentence by 1 to 4 years based on your specific performance. It is a bit of a waste to let a technical talent like Scorpion fight. Yu simply handed Scorpion over to Nagato and let Nagato decide what Scorpion should do. After all, his original idea was to use Scorpion to train Nagato. Scorpion listened to the clenched fist of the doctor and loosened it, his face full of confusion and surprise. Because the conditions of the doctor were even better than what he had just proposed. Without the additional reduction of sentence for Nagato's score, he could still have 5 years. If the additional reduction was full, he would only have 1 year in prison. Scorpion found that he really couldn't understand the doctor. It was really strange. Instead of focusing on the technology that could enhance strength and even immortality, he was asked to develop limbs that ninjas and ordinary people could use. What's the use of this? How about it? Are you willing to accept this condition? Yu asked with a faint smile. He didn't care when to release Scorpion. Compared to the dark black Zetsu and Uchiha Madara, Scorpion was just a little Karami, and it was easy to deal with him. I need to unlock the seal when I study puppetry. Scorpion emphasized. He found that Yu had not mentioned the seal just now. I will help you unlock it when the time comes. Yu replied. With Nagato watching Scorpion, it would not be a big problem even if Scorpion unlocked the seal. After all, Scorpion, who had lost his puppet, would only be suppressed by Nagato. I am willing. Scorpion replied immediately. The conditions of the medical team are better than what he said, and it is not a loss even if he did not get Nagato's praise. After discussing the cooperation, Nagato quickly took Scorpion out of Yu's study and did not continue to disturb Yu. You just finished the mission today, you can take a day off, you don't need to go to the construction team, and you don't need to study puppetry. Nagato chose to give Scorpion a day off. Scorpion looked at Nagato speechlessly. He was still thinking that the seal would be lifted today, but Nagato gave him a day off. I want to study puppetry. Scorpion said. It's not good for research when you're tired. Nagato refused. I'm not tired. Do you want to lower your performance? Scorpion stopped talking for a moment. He had to admit that Nagato had grasped his lifeline. If Scorpion wanted to be released earlier and then take revenge, then Nagato's performance evaluation was very important, and he could reduce his sentence by up to 4 years. If it were someone else, Scorpion might give up this commutation, because he couldn't please someone every day for a commutation. But Scorpion had some understanding of Nagato. He was a good person in the public's perception and a reasonable person. So if Scorpion really performed well, Nagato would probably not deliberately give Scorpion a low score. Finally, Scorpion honestly returned to his hut to rest. Looking at Scorpion's departing back, Nagato nodded in his heart. He was not a person who liked to threaten the other party with things he cared about, but he had to admit that this was indeed useful. Then Nagato returned to his room and looked at the mission information and map. The next focus will be on the north. Nagato looked at the land bordering the land of rain and the land of earth. The problems in the central part are much smaller than those in the southern and northern areas, because the rain village is in the central part of the land of rain. Before the ninja clan reorganized the southern part, the central part of the land of rain was the place with the best public security in the land of rain. Teacher Yu, I should have met the requirements. Can you help me take care of it? Kakashi, who was resting and reviewing the Yang seal, felt that he had met the requirements, so he walked in front of Yu. Yu used the appraisal technique to take a look at Kakashi's panel and felt that there was no problem with the proficiency of the Yang seal. He reached out and grabbed Kakashi's shoulders, and changed the nature of the Yang attribute chakra to help Kakashi adjust his body to the peak. Yes, let's start. Miyu said after letting go of Kakashi's shoulder. Thank you for your help. Kakashi thanked Miyu, then sat on the ground and closed his eyes, concentrating his breathing to the extreme, entering the state of a transparent world, and then began to arrange the sealing technique in his body. Miyu opened her white eyes and looked at Kakashi, and immediately used medical ninjutsu to treat Kakashi as long as Kakashi made a mistake. In Miyu's sight, Kakashi completed each step steadily until the seal was completely completed and the chakra entered the seal. When Kakashi's yang seal accumulated a certain amount of chakra, a lightning mark appeared on Kakashi's forehead covered by the forehead protector. Teacher Miyu, did I succeed? Kakashi asked uncertainly after opening his eyes. Well, you can try to refine chakra as much as possible to accumulate more chakra in the seal, and then try it once. Miyu nodded. Seeing Kakashi learn the yang seal in just over a month, Miyu felt a little emotional. It took him and Tsunade more than 2 years to develop this ninjutsu, and the disciple didn't even need to spend 1/10 of the time to learn it. This made Miyu respect Senju Tobirama again. Both Shadow Clone and Flying Thunder God were very practical ninjutsu. Kakashi also wanted to try the effect of the yang seal, so he closed his eyes and concentrated on refining chakra. At this time, Kakashi was very excited. In the past, it was Might Guy who wanted to fight him, but now Kakashi wanted to fight Might Guy. With the yang seal, he is no longer the Kakashi who fell down first after a full-strength slash. In terms of thunder breathing, he can use the reduced chakra to create opportunities with earth escape, or use more powerful thunder escape to attack. Why did Kakashi rest for so long today? Could it be that he finally couldn't hold on and wanted to be lazy? Obito noticed that Kakashi had not gotten up to practice for a long time, and couldn't help muttering in his heart. Although he discovered this fact, Obito was not going to mock him now. He had to wait until the end of today's practice. By then, Kakashi had not practiced, and had to accept his humiliation. He was simply losing. P.S. It's burned out, and now it's a dry orange. Chapter 592 Obito, Open? As the sun in the sky slowly fell to the west, the practice in the south forest was about to end. Obito glanced at Nohara Rin who was being taught by Minato Namikaze, and then walked to the side of Kakashi who was sitting. Kakashi, you are not in good condition today. If you feel too tired, you can reduce some of the training. Everyone knows that you are weak. Obito advised with a look of I am doing this for your own good. Kakashi, who had refined his chakra, opened his eyes and looked at Obito expressionlessly. Originally, he wanted to challenge Might Guy, the strongest player in the team, to test the improvement brought to him by the Yang Seal. Now he changed his mind and decided to teach Obito a lesson first. After he mastered the thunder-breathing chakra mode, his strength was stronger than Obito's, but due to the limited chakra, he might be overturned by Obito if he made a mistake. So Obito's strength was enough to be tested. So, Obito, you must be very strong, I want to see your current strength. Kakashi immediately issued a battle invitation. Obito hesitated. No, I don't want to fight recently. Obito found a random reason to refuse. He felt that his chance of winning was low, and there was no need to fight Kakashi now. What's the point of fighting a battle that is likely to be lost, and there is no reward? If you win, I will destroy all the photos. Kakashi said calmly. He understood Obito too well. It was just an ordinary battle with a high probability of losing, and Obito would not accept it. But if there was a prize that Obito cared about, then Obito would choose to gamble. After all, a small probability of winning is also a probability. You tell me what the photo is first. Obito was instantly moved, but worried that Kakashi would play word games, so he said. Kakashi took out the photo of Obito with a distorted expression from the ninja tool bag and said lightly. This is it. If you win, I will destroy them all, leaving no one behind. Okay, I know. Obito hurriedly stepped forward to help Kakashi put the photo back to prevent others from seeing it. In this way, a pleasant actual battle was decided. It happened that the training time was almost up, and other disciples saw that there was a battle, and they all came over. We only compare our own hard power, and we cannot use summoning. Obito emphasized before the battle began. Charizard was restrained by Kakashi's Likenroku, so the clever Obito proposed the rule of prohibiting summoning to increase his chances of winning. I know. Kakashi nodded calmly. He was testing the Yang seal, so he naturally didn't care about this rule. Must win. Obito took a deep breath, his eyes revealing a determination. For Obito, this battle was a life and death battle. If he won, the photo that would make him die would be completely destroyed. If he lost, whether he would die or not would still be controlled by Kakashi. The battle begins. Miyu, the guest referee, announced after seeing that both of them were ready. As soon as Miyu finished speaking, both of them concentrated their breathing to improve their physical abilities, and Obito directly opened the Sharingan. Although the continuous use of the Sharingan would consume a lot of chakra, the powerful insight of the Sharingan could give Obito a stronger tolerance for mistakes, making him intolerant. Kakashi can easily catch the flaw. The most important point is that Obito has more chakra than Kakashi. When the opponent is Kakashi, he doesn't need to be too frugal, because Kakashi's sustained combat ability is worse than his. Swish, swish, swish. Kakashi did not open the Yang seal immediately, but threw several shurikens at Obito in a very ordinary way. Dang dang! Obito threw the same number of shurikens, and each shurikens accurately hit Kakashi's shuriken, successfully intercepting the attack. Obito couldn't help but smile proudly. Shurikens were a project in which he had good results during his ninja school. With the blessing of the Sharingan, this operation was easy for him. Shadow Clone Technique. Kakashi formed 2 shadow clones while running. Clone? Look, I'll burn them all in one breath. Fire Style, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Obito retreated slightly, condensed a large amount of chakra in his throat, and spit out a large piece of flame. Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall. Kakashi quickly formed a seal and raised a thick earth wall in front of him. The raging flames hit the earth wall, leaving a charred mark, but failed to break through the defense of the earth wall. Obito maintained the output of chakra, silently controlling the flames of the sea fire to separate and condense into 3 fire dragons, attacking from both sides and the top of the earth wall. This is the advantage of the Fire Dragon Flame Bomb, which is flexible even when the attack range is large. Swoosh! At this moment, 3 Kakashis suddenly rushed out from behind the wall, used the gaps between the fire dragons to avoid the attack, and rushed straight towards Obito. Obito's expression did not change. He had expected this. Kakashi mastered the transparent world. The earth wall could block Obito's vision, but it could not block Kakashi's vision. So it is not surprising that Kakashi could see Obito splitting the fire dragon attack and respond immediately. Flame Breathing Chakra Mode. Obito concentrated his breathing to the extreme and instantly entered the Flame Breathing Chakra Mode. Flame Whirlpool. Obito put his hands together, and pieces of flames were spit out at a very fast speed, surrounding the 3 attacking Kakashi, forming a whirlpool of flames, and shrinking rapidly. Bold and careful, Obito has really grown a lot. Namikaze Minato praised. This wave of attacks was obviously the result of Obito's premeditated plan, not a blind cat meeting a dead mouse. Namikaze Minato felt that as long as the opponent's strength was not much higher than Obito, without knowing Obito's information, most ninjas in the ninja world would be killed by this move. The rapid release of the flame-breathing chakra mode is really advantageous in one-on-one situations. Bang bang bang! The 3 Kakashis strangled by the flames all turned into white smoke and dissipated in front of everyone. Hey, why are they all shadow clones? Yamato was surprised. He was just worried that Kakashi would be seriously injured by such a fire escape, but he didn't expect that all three Kakashis were clones. The next moment, a hand quietly stretched out from behind Obito. Whoosh! Obito's body moved at a high speed, making Kakashi's hand miss. Finding that Obito had seen through his strategy, Kakashi did not hesitate at all, and immediately burst out chakra and rushed out, raising his hand to attack Obito. Tsitsizes! Dazzling purple lightning appeared on Kakashi's palm, turning Kakashi's palm into a purple lightning blade. Fire escape, flame fist! Obito compressed the flames on his fist and swung out the fire fist to meet Kakashi's lightning palm. Crackling! Boom! Purple arcs and fiery red sparks bounced around continuously, and violent explosions sounded. The powerful impact made Obito and Kakashi retreat a distance at the same time. Hehe, Kakashi, I saw through all your intentions this time. I wonder how you can win this time. Obito was very proud. Although it looks like a tie now, he actually has the upper hand. Because Kakashi's sustained combat ability is worse than his, as long as he keeps consuming like this, Obito will definitely win. What made Obito most happy was that he successfully saw through every attack of Kakashi. Kakashi always said that he was only reckless but not strategic. He wanted to see what Kakashi would say after he lost this time. 3 shadow clones, 1 purple lightning, I want to see how many attacks you can organize. Obito silently calculated the remaining chakra of Kakashi. The chakra consumed by the earth flow wall is not much, but the consumption of purple lightning is large. Then Obito released the flame-breathing chakra mode. It's too extravagant to open the Sharingan and the flame-breathing chakra mode at the same time. Generally, just use one. Earth style, rock pillar spear. Kakashi, who was considered to be defeated by Obito, still maintained the previous attack rhythm and immediately launched an attack on Obito. Kakashi did not use the lightning-breathing chakra mode, but used many different abilities. These different lightning styles, earth styles, and high-speed swordsmanship combined made Obito suffer a lot, but none of them could knock Obito down. Obito's mouth curled higher and higher. Haha, after using so many ninjutsu, even if he enters the lightning-breathing chakra mode next, he will not have extra chakra to use ninjutsu. Obito laughed wildly in his heart, and he had already seen the scene of his victory. In his opinion, Kakashi underestimated the enemy in this battle, and treated him as the former Obito, misjudging his ability to withstand pressure. Let me teach you a painful lesson. Fire style, great fireball technique. Obito opened his mouth and spit out a huge fireball at Kakashi. Kakashi's chakra was almost consumed, and it was his turn to attack. Swoosh! Facing the incoming fireball, Kakashi chose the instant body technique to dodge. And Obito took advantage of the situation and burst out chakra to chase him. The battle reversed the offense and defense in 2 levels. Is Obito going to win this time? Nohara Rin was a little surprised. She was more optimistic about Kakashi. Of course, it's not that she looked down on Obito, but Kakashi's previous performance was indeed stronger than Obito. Not necessarily, Kakashi hasn't used the thunder-breathing chakra mode yet. Might Guy shook his head. He thought Kakashi would win this time. If you want to know why, it's the intuition of a close friend. Flame-breathing chakra mode. Obito entered the flame-breathing chakra mode again, wanting to defeat Kakashi in 2 minutes with full firepower. Facing the aggressive Obito, Kakashi pressed his palms together, interlocked his ring finger and pinky finger, and stretched out the other 3 fingers to overlap and form the tiger seal. Yang seal, release. As Kakashi opened the Yang seal, the huge amount of chakra sealed in it automatically entered the lightning-breathing chakra mode for Kakashi, which made Kakashi's body leap forward and his aura continued to rise. Obito felt something was wrong. The Sharingan is not as accurate as the Byakugan in seeing chakra, but it's still okay to see it roughly. Something's wrong. How could Kakashi still have so much chakra? Where does he get so much chakra? Obito looked at the large amount of chakra that erupted from Kakashi's body, surprised and confused. Is this still the Kakashi who fell down first after a full-strength slash? Obito wanted to report Kakashi for cheating. How could a person increase so much chakra in a short time? Haha, you are indeed a close friend. Might Guy crossed his arms and laughed. I have to prepare a stronger new move for my close friend. Might Guy thought to himself. Recently, Might Guy is preparing to use all his knowledge of physical skills to develop a new physical skill, a powerful physical skill that can only be used when the rock-breathing chakra mode is superimposed on the 6th gate of the 8 gates. Although the physical skills taught by Mu are very good, Might Guy thinks it is also meaningful to create his own. Because he knows his body best, the ninjutsu he developed is definitely suitable for him. And when he grows up, he can also teach it to his disciples. Kakashi drew out the white fang short blade from behind, took a half step forward with his right foot, and slashed his left foot backwards, while his body tilted to the left along the movement. Flash, godly speed. A dazzling yellow electric light exploded on Kakashi, and he rushed out like a real lightning. Obito, who noticed something was wrong, was already retreating, but the distance was too short for Kakashi, who was bursting at an extremely fast speed, and Obito was soon caught up. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Obito had to use the blessing of the flame-breathing chakra mode to quickly burn chakra into fire attribute chakra, spit out a large piece of flame, trying to stop Kakashi from approaching. Unthinking sword. Purple lightning was constantly transmitted from Kakashi's palm to the white fang short blade, extending the white fang into a purple sword. Crack! A crisp and loud thunder and lightning sounded, and a dazzling purple slashing light flashed, splitting the flames that attacked Kakashi into two, and then completely dissipated. Bang! Before everyone could figure out why Kakashi was so brave, Obito fell to the ground, with traces of lightning charred on his chest. However, when everyone looked at the ground in front of Obito, they knew that Kakashi had shown mercy. A charred gully had formed on the ground in front of Obito. If Kakashi's slash had hit Obito completely, then they might have gotten 2 pieces of Obito. It's amazing. Even Senior White Fang might not be able to do such a slash. Namikaze Minato was surprised. Only in terms of single attack output, Namikaze Minato felt that White Fang might not be better than Kakashi now. Of course, Kakashi's overall strength must still be far away. After all, the true strength of a ninja depends on comprehensive ability, not just high single output. However, Namikaze Minato felt that this was already very shocking. After all, Kakashi was only 11 years old, not 21 years old. Kakashi wins. Mu announced the result of the battle. For Mu, who knew everything, this was a battle without suspense. After mastering the Yang Seal, Kakashi's strength at full state was no longer at the same level as Obito. Kakashi has always been limited by the amount of chakra, and the extra chakra from the Yang Seal is very meaningful to Kakashi. P.S. This time it's really a tangerine peel. It was barely finished at 3:30. Chapter 593 Coach, I want to learn. Just as I thought, with the Yang Seal, I can use more tactics. Kakashi thought to himself after closing the Yang Seal. If it was before he practiced the Yang Seal, he would definitely not be able to use so many ninjutsu to consume Obito's state, because he had to save chakra to use the thunder-breathing chakra mode. After having the Yang Seal, it feels comfortable after consuming it, there is even enough to release Wuxiang Udeo. Kakashi, how do you have so much chakra? Obito, who was cured by Mu, couldn't help asking. At this time, Obito was very depressed. Not only did he lose to Kakashi in front of Nohara Lin, but the photos could not be destroyed. However, Obito's curiosity about Kakashi outweighed that depression. He really didn't understand why Kakashi's chakra could surge. When Obito opened the Sharingan or the Sharingan was upgraded, there would be a period of chakra growth, but Kakashi was not a ninja from the Uchiha clan, and the growth rate was too large. Yang Seal. Kakashi did not hide it, took off his forehead protector, and revealed the lightning mark on his forehead. There is no need to hide this kind of information. After all, they are teammates, and it is best to know each other well. Yang Seal can store excess chakra for the breathing method chakra mode. Obito was surprised. There is such an operation. Isn't it equivalent to doubling chakra? Miyu, you have already developed this ninjutsu. Namikaze Minato looked at Miyu with some surprise when he heard Kakashi's words. In the first year of his acquaintance with Miyu, Miyu had mentioned a similar idea to him, and they also discussed it with Jiraiya. Because of the huge difficulty, Jiraiya was not optimistic about this ninjutsu at that time. It can be considered as a ninjutsu, but it is not a complete version yet, and there is still room for improvement. Miyu nodded and replied. The current Yang Seal can be used, but it is still different from what Miyu originally envisioned. Teacher Miyu, I also want to learn this. Obito patted the dust on his body and said hurriedly. Because of the Sharingan, Obito has a lot more chakra than ordinary ninjas, but his chakra is actually not enough. If he had enough chakra, he would maintain the Sharingan and flame-breathing chakra mode all the time throughout the battle, and his actual combat power would definitely be improved a lot. You can't learn it now, you can learn it when you master the transparent world in the future. Miyu shook his head and explained. The Yang Seal is more complicated than the Yin Seal, and the threshold is also higher. Ah! Obito was dumbfounded. He actually needed a transparent world to learn it. How long would he have to practice the breathing method to reach the learning standard? He remembered that the transparent world was the ultimate of the breathing method, and the difficulty was even higher than the breathing method chakra mode. Except for Kakashi, who mastered it before mastering the breathing method chakra mode for some reason, no Miyu disciple has shown any signs of mastering the transparent world. Shisui looked normal. The moment Miyu finished speaking, Shisui was also moved. No ninja would not want to have more chakra. However, Shisui thought of a point the next moment. Since Miyu only taught Kakashi, there must be some restrictions. Only Kakashi can learn it. Otherwise, there is no reason for Miyu not to teach such a universal ninjutsu to other disciples. Yamato scratched his head, feeling that these contents were too far away from him. He hadn't even mastered Changzhong yet, let alone the breathing method chakra mode and the transparent world. Let's wait for teacher Miyu to teach Flying Thunder God. Obito sighed in his heart. He felt that even if he reached the threshold of learning Flying Thunder God, he might not be able to master the transparent world. The Yang Seal that requires the transparent world is too illusory, so it's better to look at Flying Thunder God, which is a little far away but can be touched. Kakashi said goodbye to his teachers and senior brothers and prepared to go home. At this time, most of his chakra was consumed, and a lot of energy was consumed, so it was not suitable for another battle with Might Guy. He planned to improve Wuxiang's sword a little more before fighting with Might Guy. After Obito went home, he practiced for a while after dinner and returned to the study to read. In terms of strength, he fell behind Kakashi, and there was no way to catch up in a short time, so he had to make some progress in other aspects. The Land of Rain, the northwest border. Should I say it's worthy of being the Land of Rain? Old Zi, feeling the raindrops falling, looked up at the sky. At this time, the sky was covered by heavy dark clouds, as if a huge black curtain was hanging in the sky, completely blocking the sunlight. I don't know whether it was to show the characteristics of the country to him, a foreigner, or because he was unlucky, he just came to the rain country and it was covered with dark clouds. Lao Zi took a deep breath and could clearly feel the air that was more humid than the land of earth. Just treat it as a local feature. Lao Zi smiled and strode forward under the rain. After walking a distance, Lao Zi stopped and looked back. At this time, the rain had begun to gradually get heavier, and the scenery in the distance became blurred in the rain curtain. The mountains and buildings seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mist, losing their clear outlines in the past. Goodbye, land of earth. Lao Zi quickly turned back, waved his hand with his back to the mountain, and walked away. Iwagakur village is his hometown, and land of earth is his motherland, but neither of these two places can be called happy memories in his impression. Of course, if there is a chance, Lao Zi might still go back to take a look. Although there are no happy memories, there are still some memories worth remembering. For example, Lao Zi successfully borrowed the chakra of the tailed beast for the first time, and successfully used the complete tailed beast transformation for the first time. Hwa. The rain is getting heavier. The bigger the raindrops, the bigger the bean-sized raindrops kept hitting the mud and leaves, making a sound. Old Purple continued to walk in the rain without a care. With his physique, he would never get sick. If it wasn't for keeping a low profile, Old Purple could even use the molten chakra mode to avoid the rain. Little brother, are you still on the road in such a heavy rain? Come and hide from the rain. A villager who had just run to his door saw Old Purple in the rain and shouted. Old Purple didn't want to pay attention and wanted to move forward, but the Four Tails spoke. Old Purple, don't you want to travel around the ninja world? It's too wasteful to go to the rain country just to meet a ninja master. You can also try to communicate with other people. The Four Tails thought that Old Purple should experience life more, experience life without strange looks. Old Purple felt that what the Four Tails said made sense, so he walked towards the villager who shouted. The villagers looked at Old Purple carefully. In order to prevent the Iwagakur ninja from discovering that he had been maintaining the transformation technique all the way, he now looked like a young man without a beard. He called Lao Zi over because he saw that Lao Zi had no weapons and was dressed like a normal civilian. After taking a closer look, the villager regretted it a little, because although Lao Zi was dressed like an ordinary person and had no weapons, his temperament was indeed not like that. The villager did not dare to move, did not speak, and just continued to wipe the rain off his body. At this time, he was praying in his heart, praying that Lao Zi was just an ordinary person with a special temperament, not a ninja. Lao Zi usually did not communicate with people, and the villagers were ordinary foreigners who were unfamiliar to him, so he didn't know what to say for a while. What is the name of this village? Lao Zi took the initiative to speak after holding it in for a long time. He really couldn't think of a topic. At this time, the villager had just wiped the rain off his forehead, and when he heard Lao Zi's words, he was so scared that a layer of sweat secreted from his forehead. Did someone in the ninja organization issue a mission for our village? The villager's heart jumped suddenly. By Shirakawa village. The villager answered with some stammering. He didn't want to answer, but he was worried that Lao Zi would think he was fooling around and kill him directly. Lao Zi didn't know how to continue, so the atmosphere became strange for a while. Dad, why don't you go into the house? At this time, the villager's child trotted out. Dad, you can't wipe your clothes completely dry like this. The villager's child looked at his father wiping his clothes and body, and said with a puzzled look. The villager's body became stiff. He was too nervous, so he kept wiping. It's okay, I'm chatting with this brother, you go into the house first. The villager said in front of the child. Lao Zi frowned slightly. Because of his childhood experience, he was very sensitive to the atmosphere. He noticed that the villagers were afraid of him. He didn't have any bad feelings towards the villagers because of this. It's just that Lao Zi felt strange in his heart. He didn't look fierce after the transformation. Why should he be afraid of him? Seeing Lao Zi frowning, the villagers became more panicked. The villager's child did not obey and go back to the house, but stuck his head out to look at Lao Zi, and then said, Brother, are you a foreigner? You look unfamiliar. The villager's face changed slightly and he hurriedly wanted to push the child back. Yet, Lao Zi nodded. The villagers were relieved when they saw that Lao Zi did not move, but they were still not completely relieved and prepared to take the child back to the house by force. At this time, a chaotic voice came. "Be honest, if you don't want to die, hand over the valuables." A loud and rough scolding voice came into Lao Zi's ears. The villager's face suddenly changed, and he stood in front of the child and said to Lao Zi, "You can get everything you want, don't hurt us." Lao Zi. It turned out that he was regarded as a robber, and it was not his problem. "I won't hurt you, and I don't need your things. I'm not a robber, just an ordinary person passing by," Lao Zi said lightly. The villagers still did not let down their guard. Which ordinary person would be so calm when hearing that someone was being robbed next to him? Lao Zi ignored the villagers. He turned his head and walked into the rain, towards the place where the sound came from. He was not a messenger of justice, but looked down on ninjas who would harass ordinary people. Lao Zi did not hide his whereabouts, and walked over openly. The robbing wandering ninja noticed Lao Zi coming. When the wandering ninja wanted to scold Lao Zi's chakra exploded. Swoosh! Bang! The wandering ninja only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and then unbearable pain broke out on his body, making him faint. "Thank you." The robbed villagers were overjoyed and wanted to thank Lao Zi immediately. However, when the villagers looked up, Lao Zi had disappeared and used the instant body technique to go to another wandering ninja. There were more than one wandering ninjas who robbed. In order to improve efficiency, they were robbing in a dispersed manner. Bang bang! Lao Zi waved his plain fists, and a wandering ninja fell down with each punch. Maybe it was because he tilted too much in one breath before, the raindrops gradually became smaller and sparse. When Lao Zi knocked down the fourth and last wandering ninja, the rain almost stopped. "It's really weak. With such strength, any chunin in the village can handle it." Lao Zi shook his head. These wandering ninjas were so weak that Lao Zi didn't even want to look at them. "I'm sorry, I wrongly blamed you. Please forgive me, sir." The villager who had given Lao Zi shelter from the rain apologized to Lao Zi. He heard no one outside. He came out to check after hearing the noise, and found that all the wandering ninjas had been knocked down. "Thank you for your help, sir." The other villagers also expressed their gratitude. Especially those villagers who were being robbed or had been robbed, the gratitude was visible to the naked eye. Lao Zi didn't say anything, just quietly scanned the crowd. At this moment, Lao Zi felt a little complicated. He just defeated a few inferior ninjas, but he could get such thanks. Lao Zi, who was sensitive to the atmosphere, could feel that these villagers were sincerely thanking him. Because of this, Lao Zi was moved by this. When he was in Iwagakur, he didn't know how many S-level tasks he completed and how many enemies he eliminated for Iwagakur, but he never received a word of praise or a sincere smile from the villagers of Iwagakur. In this foreign country, he just defeated a few Iwagakur genin level ninjas casually, and he received the most gratitude and thanks in his life. Some villagers wanted to give Lao Zi something to express their gratitude, and invited Lao Zi to visit their home, and wipe off the body wet by the rain. Lao Zi even felt a little flattered. Is this the treatment he can get? However, Lao Zi rejected everyone's kindness. This place is too close to the land of earth, and he has to continue to move towards the southern part of the land of rain. With his identity, staying here for too long is not a good thing, for both sides. "Are you a ninja from the ninja sect?" A villager in the crowd asked curiously. "Why do you ask this?" Lao Zi did not answer the villager's question, but asked back. He thought the villager's question was very strange. He didn't bring the rain ninja forehead protector, so why did he think he was a ninja from the ninja sect? Generally, ninjas who are enthusiastic about helping and don't want money are all ninjas from the ninja sect. The villager answered honestly. Recently, he heard that ninjas from the ninja sect came to the north, and coupled with Lao Zi's performance, he thought Lao Zi might be a ninja from the ninja sect. Where are the ninjas from Rain Village? Asked Lao Zi. Compared to the ninja clan, he felt that Rain Village was the force that maintained order in the land of Rain. After all, Rain Village was a ninja village established in the early days of the village, while the ninja clan was a new ninja force that had only been established for a short time. The villagers looked at each other and no one spoke. Although no one answered, this was also an answer. Lao Zi did not continue to ask, he split his shadow clone and carried the 4 wandering ninjas away. After walking a distance from Shirakawa village, he killed the 4 wandering ninjas and continued to move forward. P.S. It's broken, the work and rest schedule seems to be broken again. Chapter 594 The Six-Path Sage is real. Lao Zi walked all the way south. Although he was not familiar with the land of Rain, his initial motivation was to come to see, and he could not fail to investigate the location of the ninja clan. However, due to his experience in Shirakawa village, Lao Zi slowed down his pace. He did not use the ninja super-fast marching speed to rush to Liudeo City in the south of the Rain country, but took Liudeo City as the terminal and moved forward slowly like a traveler on a slow-paced tour. This was a very novel experience for Lao Zi. In the past, he was either practicing or on missions, so he had no time to travel. The most important thing is that people here don't look at Lao Zi with strange eyes. He will be sincerely grateful for helping the village drive away stray ninjas in the village. He can eat at restaurants in the town and no one will care about him. Such a life may be daily for ordinary people, but for Lao Zi, this is a goal he did not achieve when he left the Hidden Rock village. Lao Zi really feels that his current life can be called happy. Even if he has been spending the night in the wild in order not to affect the residents of the village and town, even if he cannot use his true face to avoid the pursuit of the Hidden Rock village. Identity is a good thing. Lao Zi put down his chopsticks after lunch and sighed in his heart. He is a person with thinking ability. After thinking seriously, he thought of the reason. In the eyes of the people of Rain Country, he is just an unknown ninja, without any other special identity, so he can be appreciated normally and enjoy the life of an ordinary person normally. In the land of Earth, Iwagakure village, he is the Jinchuriki, and the tailed beast symbolizing evil and destruction is in his body. If the people of Shirakawa village knew that he was the Jinchuriki, would they still thank him so sincerely and invite him to their home as a guest? Lao Zi didn't know, he was not sure. Don't think too much, just live happily now. The 4-tailed beast said with a heroic laugh. It's not your own will to become a Jinchuriki. If you want to blame someone, blame those who use our tailed beasts as weapons. Speaking of this, the 4-tailed beast couldn't help but feel a little depressed. They, the tailed beasts, don't fight or compete, but live quietly in a remote corner of the ninja world. They have never taken the initiative to provoke the ninjas, but were inexplicably captured by the ninjas and sealed in the body of the Jinchuriki. Don't say that the Jinchuriki is not voluntary, and the tailed beasts are not voluntary either. Lao Zi nodded and stood up to pay the bill. He just sighed a little, his life now was much better than in Iwagakure anyway. The freedom alone was 100 blocks away from Iwagakure. After leaving the restaurant, Lao Zi casually walked on the street. After a few glances, he noticed that several Iwagakure ninjas didn't care and continued to walk south calmly. Ordinary Iwagakure ninjas couldn't see through his transformation technique. As for the perception ninjas, there were too few of them. Unless they were unlucky, they shouldn't encounter any of them. Onaki could guess that Lao Zi would not take the initiative to expose the identity of the Jinchuriki, and Lao Zi also knew that Onaki didn't dare to send out Iwagakure ninjas to search. After all, during the war, if Iwagakure suddenly made a big move, other major ninja villages would definitely investigate. If they found out that the Jinchuriki ran away, the consequences would not be what Onaki wanted to see. 3 Iwagakure ninjas walked slowly on the street, carefully looking at every pedestrian on the street. Some people felt uncomfortable, but when they saw the forehead protector on the Iwagakure ninjas' heads, they finally gave up. How could ordinary people afford to provoke ninjas? This was still the best among ninjas, and the ninjas from the 5 major ninja villages were even more unpromisable. They also saw Lao Ziyi using the transformation technique, but Lao Ziyi behaved no differently from passers-by, so they ignored him. Occasionally, when they saw some suspicious people, they would find reasons to approach and question them. However, Lao Ziyi discovered something strange. The further south he went, the more Iwagakure he met on the road, which made Lao Ziyi feel a little strange. Did they use some secret technique to lock my whereabouts? Lao Ziyi wondered in his heart. There are too many strange secret techniques in the ninja world, and Lao Ziyi is not sure whether Iwagakure village has such an effect. In the afternoon, since it was time for dinner and Lao Ziyi didn't have much dry food, he spent money to find a villager who was willing to eat at his house. When he was about to move forward, he suddenly saw a group of Iwagakure ninjas confronting 2 red-haired boys not far away, one of whom was wearing a forehead protector from the rain country. Faced with wandering ninjas who robbed villagers, Lao Ziyi would help without hesitation. But if it was an internal conflict between ninjas, Lao Ziyi generally had no interest in intervening. In Lao Ziyi's eyes, ninjas who can kill innocent people and rob innocent people of their property are hopeless ninjas, and it is not wrong to beat or kill them. There are too many and complicated reasons for conflicts between ninjas. It may be the positions of the villages, or there may be conflicts in the missions, or it may be personal grudges. In this case, it is easy for him to do bad things with good intentions. Besides, ninjas are equal to each other, and Lao Ziyi is not a real messenger of justice. He has to mediate everything he encounters. Lao Ziyi wanted to change his way to avoid conflicts, but at this moment, Lao Ziyi remembered his experience in the rain country these days. Because he acted decisively and did not ask for rewards, he helped 2 villages in total, and he was mistaken for a ninja from the ninja clan twice. This made Lao Ziyi particularly interested in the ninja clan. He saw that the red-haired ninja did not look like a ninja from the rain village, so he might be a ninja from the ninja clan. Let's go and listen to what they are saying first. Lao Ziyi thought to himself. In order not to be discovered, Lao Ziyi found an unmanned corner and used earth escape to sneak underground, quietly coming to the vicinity of Nagato and his men. Your actions of Iwagakure have affected the lives of the people of Rain Country, and the ninja sect needs an explanation. Nagato said with a serious face to the Iwagakure ninjas in front of him. Although Iwagakure's actions were not big, for the ninja sect who were working hard to build a peaceful and harmonious Rain Country, Iwagakure's actions were particularly glaring. Nagato, we have nothing to say. You are also a ninja, you should understand us. Leaking the mission is a betrayal of the village. The leading Iwagakure ninja replied in a deep voice. They were not ninjas sent by Onoki to the Rain Country to find Lao Ziyi, but ninjas commissioned by the ninja sect to train. Since they had practiced in the ninja sect for some time, they were familiar with Nagato, so they did not use a threatening tone, but just pointed out their own difficulties. The main reason was that they could not fight even if there was a conflict, and Nagato was not a soft persimmon, but a powerful ninja with the title of the first genius in the ninja world. You don't need to give an immediate answer. You can convey the meaning of the ninja clan to the Iwagakure village. The ninja clan has a cooperation with the Iwagakure village to train ninjas, and you are one of them. You know the attitude of the ninja clan towards cooperation, and we don't want this matter to affect the relationship between the 2 sides. Nagato continued. The top leaders of the ninja clan have discussed that if the Iwagakure does not give a reasonable explanation and continues to disturb the stability of the Rain Country, then they will terminate their cooperation with the Iwagakure. Nagato agrees with this decision very much. The ninja clan has worked hard for the peace and stability of the Rain Country for so long. If they are afraid to intervene just because the other party is one of the 5 major ninja villages, then the previous efforts will be in vain. The small ninja village did not dare to provoke the Rain Country. The reason why the Rain Country has become like this is because the 5 major countries regard the Rain Country as a battlefield for wrestling. If they tolerate the behavior of Iwagakure now, they may tolerate Konoha in the future, and then tolerate Sand Village in the future. At that time, there will be no peace and stability in the Rain Country. So the village has such cooperation with the ninja clan. Lao Zi, who was eavesdropping underground, was a little surprised. No wonder there were more and more Iwagakure ninjas as he walked southward. Lao Zi guessed that it must be Onoki who issued the task of finding him to the Iwagakure ninjas who were receiving training from the ninja clan. If Lao Zi was Onoki, he probably wouldn't let his men train at ease at this time. The impact of stopping training for a month would definitely not be as great as the loss of the Jinchuriki. I will report to the higher UPS. The leading Iwagakure Jonin replied. Now that it involves the ninja clan, he really can't not report. On the one hand, the ninja clan has cooperation with Iwagakure, and on the other hand, the ninja clan's high-end combat power is not weak. They can't make waves in the Rain Country. In fact, Iwagakure Jonin himself has a good impression of the ninja clan and hopes that Iwagakure can continue to cooperate with the ninja clan. Because the teaching quality of the ninja clan is very high, he really feels that studying here can effectively improve his strength. However, the matter involved this time is too big, and the Iwagakure Jonin has no right to decide anything. After saying that, the Iwagakure Jonin took the other Iwagakure away. Old Purple originally wanted to wait for Nagato and the others to leave and then drill out of the ground directly, but Nagato didn't know why he stood there for 10 minutes without moving. Come out, don't hide. Nagato said lightly to the ground. Nagato has a strong perception ability. He has long sensed that there is a strong chakra nearby that he has never sensed. When Old Purple used Earth Escape to lurk over, Nagato was even more alert and ready to take action at any time. If it weren't for the Iwagakure, Nagato would have taken action long ago because he was worried about accidents. Lao Zi, who was about to use Earth Escape to go out to other places, was a little surprised. You found me, is it a perception ninja? Lao Zi thought for a while, rushed out of the ground directly, and stood 5 meters away from Nagato. Iwagakure had left for 10 minutes. With the speed of a ninja, he had already run very far, so there was no need to worry about being discovered. Moreover, the purpose of his coming to the Rain Country was to meet Kajiakari. Since he was going to meet Kajiakari, meeting a ninja from the shinobi clan was inevitable. Lao Zi looked at Nagato and Sasori, and Nagato also stared at Lao Zi with his samsara eye. With the blessing of the samsara eye, Lao Zi's disguise of transformation was useless, and Nagato saw Lao Zi's true appearance at once. Such a powerful chakra, no, it seems different from ordinary chakra, is this his chakra? Nagato did not know Lao Zi, but was shocked by the chakra in his body. It was the first time he saw so much and so powerful chakra. Nagato took a half step and protected Sasori behind him. Scorpion was still sealed and could not use chakra, so he needed his protection. Scorpion was very self-aware and quickly took 2 steps back. From the beginning, he had held him back and now he made such a move. It was obvious that his opponent was not simple. These eyes. The 4-tailed beast in Lao Zi's body made a shocked sound. He actually saw the same eyes as Yui in this ninja named Nagato. What's wrong with his eyes? They seem to be different from ordinary people's eyes. Lao Zi asked in confusion. Regarding special eyes, he only knew about Konoha's Byakugan and Sharingan. His eyes are exactly the same as those of the Six-Path Sage. The 4-tailed beast replied. Six-Path Sage? Have you seen the Six-Path Sage? I thought it was just a myth. Lao Zi was a little surprised. There are many legends about the Six-Path Sage. One of the most famous legends is the legend of the Six-Path Sage's creation of the world. In this legend, the ninja world was created by the Six-Path Sage. Compared to ordinary people, ninjas can be considered supermen, but ninjas have limited strength. With the terrifying destructive power of the tailed beast Jade, at most they can only destroy a mountain. Creation is more difficult than destruction, so he thinks that the six-path sage is just a fictional mythological figure. Of course not, I once lived with the six-path sage for a period of time. Fourtail shook his head and said. For Fourtail's long life, the time he spent with the six-path sage was very short, but that memory was so beautiful that Fourtail still remembers it. For him, that memory is more important than the memory of living alone for hundreds or even thousands of years. Seeing Fourtail showing an expression he had never had before, Lao Zi discovered a problem. Fourtail knew him very well, but he didn't know Fourtail that well. This was a matter of course, because before that war, he didn't even want to call Fourtail's name. Who are you? What is your purpose in coming to the Rain Country, and why did you eavesdrop on my conversation with the Uegakure ninja? Seeing that Lao Zi didn't speak, Nagato stared at Lao Zi and asked. Although he hadn't fought with Lao Zi yet, Nagato knew that he would not be a simple character just by Lao Zi's chakra. Besides, it was wartime now, so Nagato subconsciously connected Lao Zi with Uegakure's activities in the Land of Rain. Could he be a strong man from a big ninja village, and those big ninja villages want to use the Land of Rain as a battlefield? Nagato's expression became more serious. If things have developed to this point, it would be bad news for both the ninja sect and the Land of Rain. Nagato's words interrupted Lao Zi's thoughts about the Fourtails. He thought for a while and said. Are you Nagato? The one with the Kaikeroku seal. Lao Zi only knew 3 ninja sect ninjas. The first one was naturally the ninja master he wanted to meet, Kaikeroku. The second one was Kakuzu, and the third one was Nagato. The Youth Martial Arts Association made Nagato famous in the ninja world. Even if Lao Zi was not interested in this information, he had heard some news. I am. Nagato silently adjusted his breathing method to reach the peak of his state. You don't need to know my name, you just need to know that I have no ill intentions. I came to the Rain Country just to see your teacher. He concealed his identity. According to what he had seen along the way, the ninja clan is a very wrong ninja force. However, this was not enough to make Lao Zi completely let down his guard. After all, he just knew that the ninja clan and Uegakure were still cooperating. If Uegakure and the ninja clan cooperated to catch the turtle in the jar, Lao Zi would be uncomfortable. You want to meet? Nagato looked at Lao Zi with suspicion. He felt that it was like the big ninja village wanted to decapitate Mu in order to disintegrate the ninja clan. That's right, if Nagato dares to meet, then meet him. If he doesn't want to meet, you should tell me earlier and I will go somewhere else. Lao Zi continued. He knew that his request was a bit excessive, and he made such a request without revealing his identity. But Lao Zi had no choice, and the risk of revealing his identity was too great. Since you don't want to say your name, you should at least explain which ninja village or which force you are from. Nagato wanted to trick him. I don't belong to any ninja force. Lao Zi replied. Nagato looked at Lao Zi, trying to guess whether Lao Zi's words were true or false based on Lao Zi's expression. There is no way to judge. Nagato sighed in his heart. As expected, he failed. He was not good at this. Whether you agree or refuse, as long as you decide, you can come to this village to find me. Lao Zi said. He planned to leave a shadow clone in this village for communication. Nagato nodded and finally left with Scorpion. Lao Zi had no intention of fighting. Nagato could not attack Lao Zi just based on his guess. Scorpion, do you think he is lying? Nagato looked at Scorpion and asked. Which answer scored high? Scorpion did not answer directly. The right answer. Then I don't know. Nagato at least had the experience of wandering with Yahiko. Scorpion has been alone for a long time since his parents left, so how could he read people's expressions? Your teacher is so powerful, just let him go. Maybe that person is your teacher's admirer and will join your ninja clan after meeting him. Scorpion said casually. Scorpion really hopes that many sealing techniques will lose their effect after the caster dies. If Scorpion can do it, then Scorpion doesn't have to wait for even a year. He can find a chance to get the puppet back and continue to take revenge. Although the teacher is powerful, the enemy may not choose to fight alone, and may send an elite team to surround and kill. Nagato shook his head. Too many strong people in the ninja world died in siege. The strength of ninjas is based on chakra. No matter how strong Mu is, if he fails to kill all the enemies before the chakra runs out, then Mu will be in danger. In the end, Nagato did not raise any opinions. He just returned to the ninja clan and told Mu the information, and let Mu make the decision. Mu always encouraged him to think more and take the initiative, but Nagato knew that he was not capable enough at the moment. He could not influence Mu's judgment on such important matters. Want to see me, powerful chakra, unknown actions of Iwagakure. After Mu connected all the clues, an answer vaguely emerged in his mind. Describe his appearance. Mu said to Nagato. His hair is reddish, tied into a high ponytail, his beard is very thick, and he looks about 30 years old. Nagato replied after recalling. Mu can now be 100% sure who Nagato met. Teacher Mu, do you want to see him? €. P.S. My work schedule is bad again, and with the weekend, I stayed up until 4 o'clock and wrote 1000 words. This chapter is 5k. I should be able to write more tomorrow, but I can't say how much more I can write. After all, I have to go to work the day after tomorrow and can't sleep too late. Also, please vote for next month. Ida the last day. Chapter 595, The Plan to Get More Money. See you. Mu took a sip of the hot tea on the table, thought for a while and answered. The abnormality shown by Iwagakure and Nagato's description have made Mu certain that the ninja Nagato met was Lao Zi, the four-tailed Jinchuriki of Iwagakure. And it is likely that Lao Zi just ran away from Iwagakure village. If Mu remembers correctly, Lao Zi also ran away in the original book. It's just that there are too few plots about Lao Zi in the original book, and Mu doesn't know when and why Lao Zi ran away. Although Mu didn't know the inside story of Lao Zi's departure in the original book, but he could guess why Lao Zi in his world ran away. After all, he was the biggest contributor to the defeat of Iwagakure's 2,000-man ninja army. The crowd was completely transformed into tailed beasts, and the tailed beast Jade Mu personally experienced the indiscriminate bombing. However, Mu was close to the village, and he knew that this was an order from the command of Iwagakure, not an impulsive idea of Lao Zi. The problem is that other Iwagakure may not know, because all the ninjas who were close to the village were killed by Mu. Then you can imagine what Lao Zi will be treated like after returning to Iwagakure. In this case, let alone Iwagakure, even if Iwagakure was replaced by Konoha, Lao Zi's ending would not be good. Mu couldn't say about the others, but Shimura Danzo was going to give Lao Zi something ruthless. Either use some means to completely control Lao Zi, or simply change a Jinchuriki. But you have to tell him that I have something to do recently, and I have to finish this thing before I have time to see him. Mu put down the teacup and added. Originally, he didn't have any important business in the Land of Rain recently, but Lao Zi came, so he had to have it. I'm going to hold another unlimited lecture. After the last unlimited lecture, Mu began to prepare for the next unlimited lecture. Because the rewards for the class are very attractive, and unlimited lectures can also increase the influence of the ninja sect, which is good for the development of the ninja sect. Although it was planned long ago, this lecture was not in Mu's plan. Originally, he planned to have 2 lectures almost a year apart, but now only more than half a year has passed. It can only be said that plans cannot keep up with changes. When making plans before, Mu did not expect that Lao Zi would run out of the Hidden Rock village and come to the Rain Country during this period. Mu does not know why Lao Zi came to the Rain Country, but since Lao Zi is here, Mu Yu does not mind taking advantage of it. According to the mechanism of the system, it is a plus for Jinchuriki to come to class. Mu Yu will not take advantage of it in vain. If Lao Zi really escaped from the Hidden Rock Village, then Mu Yu's unlimited lectures can make a large number of ninjas focus on the Rain Country. In this case, the Hidden Rock Village will either conduct its actions more secretly or temporarily give up looking for Lao Zi in the Rain Country. If Lao Zi did not escape from the Hidden Rock Village, there must be other reasons for the Hidden Rock Village to be active in the Rain Country. Then Mu Yu's unlimited lectures can still play a role in attracting attention and making Uegakure afraid to mess around. Since it is beneficial to Mu Yu and the ninja sect anyway, this lecture must be held. I see. Nagato nodded. Then Mu Yu called Kakuzu again and asked him to start publicity. You're starting classes again so soon? Have you thought of a new way to make money? No, to develop the ninja sect. Kakuzu asked with interest. With the prestige and power of the ninja sect, publicity is actually very simple. Just spread the news as much as possible. There is no need to spend extra thoughts on it. The battle with Hanzo proved that the ninja sect was the first unlimited lecture to prove the knowledge and teaching level. Now there are few people in the ninja world who don't know the ninja master. This time, there will be no advertising or extra activities. The main purpose is to enhance the influence of the ninja sect, publicize some of the ninja sect's goals, and recruit ninjas. Mu Yu shook his head and said. He does have ways to make money, but some of them are not suitable for use now. Mu Yu's main purpose of giving a lecture this time is to get some rewards and recruit ninjas to strengthen the strength of the ninja sect. That's good, there are too few ninjas in the ninja sect. Kakuzu showed an expression of approval. Making money is good, but recruiting people is also important. As a ninja force, and a force determined to establish a peaceful ninja world, it is not enough without enough ninjas. After discussing with Kakuzu for a while, Mu Yu summoned some veteran members of the ninja sect and assigned tasks to them one by one. During the last lecture, the ninja sect also recruited some ninjas, but at that time, due to insufficient funds, not many were recruited. In order to recruit more people this time, Mu Yu plans to slow down the pace of the lecture, giving 2 days of lectures and resting for 1 day. On the day of rest in the middle, arrange ninja sect ninjas in Liudeo City to promote some of the ninja sect's ideas and recruit interested ninjas. After finishing everything, Mu Yu removed the shadow clone and let the memory flow back to the main body. Mu Yu's main body spends most of her time in Konoha, and she spends less time in the ninja clan. Although Nagato also has Uchihamadara's calculations, it will not harm Nagato at this stage. Because Nagato's role in Uchihamadara is to perform samsara reincarnation to revive him. Obito's role is to become Uchihamadara's successor, collect tailed beasts after Uchihamadara's death, and let Nagato perform samsara reincarnation to revive Uchihamadara. A qualified successor is what Uchihamadara urgently needs now, so Obito is more dangerous than Nagato. Of course, the most dangerous one is Mu Yu. Whether it is the main body or the vest, Uchihamadara must want to kill him. As long as Mu Yu is alive, it will be difficult for Uchihamadara to fool Obito into turning evil. It will be more difficult for Uchihamadara's successor to control Nagato. However, Mu Yu now has many means, and he hopes that Uchihamadara will come to him. At this time, Mu Yu's original body was still reading a book. After the memory of the shadow clone flowed back, Mu Yu put the book down and showed a thoughtful expression. Let the shadow clone take over the teaching of observation haki here for a while. The things over at the shinobi sect are more important. Mu Yu decided to let the shadow clone teach observation haki. The teaching time of observation haki is only 3 hours a day, and observation haki is slow to learn, so it won't have much impact. Land of the Earth, Uegakure Village. Dong dong. Onaki looked at the 2 documents on the table and tapped the table with a frown. One of the 2 documents came from Uegakure in the Rain Country, and the other came from the shinobi sect. He finished reading them. In Onaki's opinion, the two documents have a lot of overlap in the core issue, that is, the actions of the Iwagakure ninja in the Rain country. Onaki didn't expect the shinobi sect to be so sensitive and brave. First, he didn't ask the Iwagakure ninja to kill people in the Rain country, and second, he didn't ask the Iwagakure ninja to rob in the Rain country. He just found someone secretly in the Rain country, and the shinobi sect had to interfere. This was indeed something that Onoki had not expected. His original idea was that sending a large number of ninjas to look for Lao Zi everywhere would easily reveal the problem, so he mobilized the Iwagakure ninjas who were already in the Rain country. This led to a problem, and the shinobi sect would definitely find out that the Iwagakure village was taking action in the Rain country. Because the Iwagakure ninjas who were supposed to be trained suddenly stopped training and ran around in the Rain country, anyone in the shinobi sect who was not stupid could think that there was a mission. Onoki thought of this, but he didn't expect the ninja clan to take care of it. They are Iwagakure, one of the 5 major ninja villages. They are not attacking the land of Rain. Why would the ninja clan dare to take care of them? A group of idealists who don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Onoki rubbed his brows, a little irritated. Originally, he wanted to raise the ninja clan to deal with Konoha, but before the ninja clan and Konoha could fight, they had a conflict with Iwagakure, which made Onoki very upset. If you can catch old Murasaki back, then you can have a conflict with the ninja clan. Onoki can't be afraid of a ninja organization with less than 200 people, even if the leader of this ninja organization is very strong. The key is that the Iwagakure ninjas who were looking for people over there didn't find any traces of old Murasaki. In other words, they can't even be sure that old Murasaki is in the land of Rain. If old Murasaki is not in the land of Rain, it's obviously not worth it to have a conflict with the ninja clan. According to the feedback from the Iwagakure ninjas who received training, the training effect of the ninja clan is very good. Onoki also has the idea of sending teachers from the ninja school to study at the ninja clan. If the relationship between Iwagakure and the ninja clan deteriorates, where can they go to study? But the doctor is not sure. Could he know something? Onoki thought of the invitation in the document from the ninja clan. The ninja clan said that they will hold a large-scale lecture again in the near future, and ninjas from Iwagakure village who are interested can come to listen to the lecture. The last time the ninja clan held a large-scale lecture, more than 1,000 ninjas from all over the ninja world went to the Rain country. This time, with the accumulation of the last event, the number of people will only be higher. By then, the Rain country will become a mixed bag, which is very unfavorable to Onoki's plan to secretly find Lao Zi. It should be a coincidence. Onoki shook his head immediately. He kept it so well, and the other big ninja villages didn't know what happened, so how could the ninja clan know? Onoki thought carefully and realized that now was indeed a good time for the Rain country, which was surrounded by the 3 major countries. There was no major war between Iwagakure, Konoha, and Sand Village, and the Rain country and its surrounding areas were considered peaceful. Give up the search in the Rain country for the time being and focus on searching in the Grass country and the Bird country. Onoki finally decided to change his strategy. In addition to the Rain country, it is very likely that Lao Zi ran to the Grass country or the Bird country. These 2 small countries not only border the Land country, but also the Rain country. Continuing to act in the Rain country might make the Iwagakure village get nothing, which was not what Onoki wanted to see. Shinobi clan, Rain village, Konoha. Onoki narrowed his eyes slightly. He acted as a peacemaker to promote cooperation between Shinobi clan and Rain village just to find trouble for Konoha. Now that Shinobi clan is developing better and better, it is almost time for it to play a role. In order to make Shinobi clan and Konoha confront each other, Onoki made many plans. However, it may seem a bit redundant now, because the Shinobi clan is too stubborn. Even the Iwagakure, which is in a cooperative state, is so tough. Facing Konoha, which once invaded the land of Rain, will its attitude be good? Chapter 596 The Complicated Situation. The shinobi clan gave a reply faster than Lao Zi imagined. I want to meet you, but he is very busy recently. He is preparing for a large-scale lecture. I have to wait until the lecture is over before I can meet you. Nagato said according to Muyu's request. Is it going to hold an unlimited lecture like before? Lao Zi asked quickly with a move in his mind. Lao Zi heard the promotion of the last lecture, but he didn't go. One is that he didn't have time, and the other is that he was not interested at that time. At that time, Lao Zi felt that the shinobi clan could only talk about the basics of the old sayings at most. For ninjas, knowledge is really power, the kind in the physical sense. There are very few ninja families like the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan that can stably awaken bloodline limits. Most ninja families are formed by inheriting some advanced ninja knowledge. The Inoshikacho, Inyazuka, Abarame, and Sarutobi of Konoha are all familiar with ninjas who have mastered advanced knowledge of nature changes, which shows the importance of knowledge. Although Muyu did not directly teach a certain secret technique in the lecture, he analyzed the nature changes of various attributes from shallow to deep, and explained the essence of ninjutsu secrets. For an ordinary ninja, these are all difficult to access knowledge, but Muyu can impart this knowledge to those ninjas who come to listen to the class for free. So after learning about the specific content of Muyu's lecture, Lao Zi admired Muyu very much. It takes a broad mind to do such a thing. That's right. Nagato nodded. This is indeed a big deal, much more important than meeting me. Lao Zi said seriously. Although meeting with Kazuki Kaed was the initial motivation for the connection with the country of the rain, if it was because of this reason that he met Kazuki late, Lao Zi did not think it was a problem, but felt that he was lucky. He was unable to attend the first unlimited lecture for various reasons, but he came to the country of rain to meet Kazuki Kaed for the second time. If this is not good luck, what is it? Does he really have no ill will towards the ninja clan? Lao Zi's performance surprised Nagato. Then Nagato asked Lao Zi if he wanted to go back to the Six Paths City with him. Now that the ninja clan has established its own town, such a large-scale event will naturally be held in its own town. Lao Zi refused Nagato. It was meaningless for him to go to the Six Paths City now. He could not meet Kazuki Kaed, and the unlimited lecture had not yet begun. Hey, want to walk slowly by myself, experience the customs and habits of the rain country while moving forward, and occasionally help the unlucky villages drive away stray ninjas. After asking once, Nagato did not ask again. With Lao Zi's chakra, it is impossible for him to get into trouble on the road. After saying goodbye to Nagato, Lao Zi started his journey to the rain country again. He walked from the north of the rain country to the middle of the rain country, and finally entered the south of the rain country. Along the way, Lao Zi could clearly feel the gap between the south and the north. The first village Lao Zi entered in the north of the rain country encountered a stray ninja robbery, and later encountered bandits. And he walked quickly from the south to Liudeo City, but he did not encounter a stray ninja riot, nor did he see bandits and robbers, but he saw many ninjas who came to listen to the class. What kind of person are you, my dear doctor? With the question in his mind, Lao Zi walked quickly towards the town not far away. When it was learned that the Medical Twa was holding an unlimited lecture again, there was a big commotion in the Rain Village. Because they were close to the Rain Country, many Rain Village ninjas participated in the first unlimited lecture. A group of Rain ninjas did not go because of the previous festival between Rain Village and the ninja clan. When the content of the lecture spread, many people regretted it. Now the second unlimited lecture is about to begin. The Rain ninjas who went the first time want to go again, and the Rain ninjas who did not go the first time also want to go. A large number of Rain ninjas secretly discussed the second unlimited lecture. Because there were too many people discussing, although they were all discussing quietly, there was not much difference from putting it out in the open. Some Rain ninjas thought that this was not good and needed to be stopped, as if this was a grand event of the Rain Village. However, the idea of rain ninjas was rejected by Hanzo on the grounds that it was not conducive to the peace of the rain country. Actually, Hanzo can deny the rain ninja high level without any reason. He has the final say in Rain Ninja Village. Those so-called Rain Ninja high-level people dare not look him in the eye when he is angry. However, Hanzo feels that not giving a reason is like he supports the lectures of the martial arts club and likes to listen to the lectures of the martial arts club. He thinks this is not okay. Do you want to go this time? Hanzo hesitated. He wants to go and doesn't want to go now. He wants to go because the martial arts club is knowledgeable and has a high level of teaching. He is curious whether the quality of the lectures of the martial arts club is as good as the last time. He doesn't want to go because he is worried that he will be recognized by the martial arts club again. The last time he was recognized for secretly listening to the class, he had to attend the youth martial arts club. All day long, he either heard weird things or heard someone blowing fire dragons and then pulled him out to whip his corpse. Hanzo still doesn't know if he was recognized by the teacher. There were so many people during the lecture, and he did a good job of disguising himself. Knock, knock. At this time, the door of Hanzo's office was knocked. Come in. Hanzo raised his head and said indifferently. After getting Hanzo's approval, Yu Ninja pushed the door open and walked in. He walked to the desk, lowered his head and put a letter on the desk and said, Master Hanzo, this is a letter from the ninja clan. Hanzo nodded expressionlessly, and the rain ninja who delivered the letter walked out of the office tactfully, closing the door when he went out. Hanzo opened the envelope and found that the letter was from the teacher. The content was very simple, just inviting him to attend the class. Did he even guess what I'm thinking now? Hanzo felt complicated. If it was an official invitation from the ninja clan, Hanzo wouldn't have to worry about it. He concealed his identity to attend the class before, mainly because he didn't want the ninjas of the Rain Ninja Village to know. Although he was slightly inferior to Hanzo in combat, he was still a well-known demigod in the ninja world. Taking the initiative to listen to Hanzo's request would be like bowing to a junior. It was different if he was invited. He was reluctant to go to the event. However, Hanzo still couldn't immediately decide whether to go or not. If Hanzo invited him, he would go, so Hanzo would be invited. You know, Hanzo was famous in the ninja world. Whenever someone discussed Hanzo's famous ninjutsu, Hanzo would be pulled out as a background board. Finally, Hanzo picked up a pen and began to write a reply. The reason why Hanzo asked Hanzo was mainly to ease the relationship between the Shinobi clan and the Rain village and stabilize the situation in the Rain country. As time passed, the news of the Ajiyi Kyokai Huanyo Sing Gong Ao Ping Buvinan spread to all parts of the ninja world. The neighboring countries such as Wind Country, Fire Country, and Grass Country knew it first, and the more distant Soup Country and Thunder Country knew it a little later. Perhaps because the last event was too successful, this time even some ninjas from the water country on the island were interested in the news. However, due to various reasons, ninjas not in the mainland will rarely take action. The main force participating in the event is still the ninjas from the Rain country and its surrounding countries. Fire Country, Konoha Village. The Ninja Master Lecture event that was hotly discussed in the ninja world did not cause much waves in Konoha. There were many people discussing it, but not many people wanted to go as a topic of conversation. On the one hand, the situation in Konoha was tense before, and many ninjas were still performing tasks on the border or in small countries. There were not many ninjas in the village, and there was Muyu in Konoha. Muyu has taught many people in various trainings and special trainings. Through word of mouth, most Konoha ninjas know that Muyu has extraordinary teaching ability. However, those students of Muyu don't want to listen to the teachings. Muyu has a disciple who really wants to listen. Go to the Rain country to listen to the class. That teacher is not as good as Muyu. During the training break, Obito expressed his opinion several times. He is the disciple who wants to go to the Rain country to listen to the class, but Obito is different from ordinary ninjas who listen to the class. He goes to the Rain Country to prove that Miyu is the best teacher. He wants to go to the Rain Country to fight against fakes. If you want to go, apply. Anyway, I won't go. Kakashi said lightly. If it were normal, he might have the leisure to go to the Rain Country to take a look, because there is also a problem of the blackened Akatsuki organization there. But recently, the strength of mastering the Yang Seal has increased greatly. Kakashi's mind is full of practice and improvement, and then challenge might guy. I didn't say I was going. Obito observed the expressions of others with his peripheral vision. He felt that no one was interested in him, so he could only give up temporarily. It's too boring to go alone, and when I think of Kakashi and others seizing this time to practice hard, I feel it's a loss. On the other side, at the root base, Shimura Danzo was studying new intelligence. In fact, Shimura Danzo was the ninja who Konoha paid the most attention to for unlimited lectures. However, for Shimura Danzo, lectures were not the focus, but the people and forces that held the lectures. If the force that held the event was the Rain Village, Shimura Danzo would not pay so much attention. Let the members of the Rain Country organization act quickly and take the opportunity to lurk in the Six-Path City. Shimura Danzo found that this was a good opportunity to collect information about the ninja sect. There were so many ninjas going to the lectures, and there were only so many ninjas in the ninja sect, so it was definitely easier to make mistakes. Although he had obtained information about the ninja sect's inheritance from Uchiha Madara, the suspicious Shimura Danzo still wanted to investigate it himself. When he thought of Uchiha Madara, Shimura Danzo couldn't help but frowned. Since the day when they said they wanted to cooperate, Uchiha Madara never came to him again, and Shimura Danzo had no means to contact him, which made Shimura Danzo feel teased. Shimura Danzo shook his head. No matter what happened to Uchiha Madara, he had to get the Samsara Eye and the inheritance of the ninja clan. Even if he couldn't get the wood release promised by Uchiha Madara, he still had a wood release ninja in his route, so it wasn't a big problem. P.S. I finally finished writing 2 chapters at 5 o'clock, but my state was really a bit bad. I took a leave today, not typing, but working. In the new month, I ask for a guaranteed monthly ticket. I hope I can change my schedule back within a week, otherwise it will be a bit difficult. Chapter 597, Finally Meeting the Ninja Master. The Land of Rain, Six-Path City. Although Lao Ziyi was in the Land of Rain before the lecture promotion, he traveled all the way here, so Lao Ziyi didn't arrive early. When Lao Ziyi entered the Six-Path City, it was just the day before the unlimited lecture. Except here, it is unlikely that this kind of scene will appear in other places. Lao Ziyi sighed after taking a glance at the scene in the town. Since the lecture was about to begin, most of the ninjas who wanted to attend the lecture had already rushed to the Six-Path City. At this time, ninjas wearing various forehead protectors were everywhere on the streets of the Six-Path City. Lao Ziyi just glanced casually and saw ninjas from several ninja villages. However, what made Lao Ziyi sigh was not the number of ninjas in the Six-Path City at this time. There were many more ninjas in the Hidden Rock Village than here. What made Lao Ziyi sigh was the atmosphere of the Six-Path City. Although there were ninjas from many different ninja villages, the ninjas were very restrained, and few people would cause trouble. There was no tense atmosphere. This was rare, especially at the moment when the situation in the ninja world was chaotic. Lao Ziyi did not book a hotel first, but wandered around the Six-Path City. On the way from the northern part of the Rain Country to the ninja sect, Lao Ziyi had to sleep outdoors many times. He didn't care much about it. If he had no place to live, he could just find a tree to lie on. Six-Path City was more prosperous than Lao Ziyi had imagined. Since this was a town that had not been built for long, Lao Ziyi thought it would be a larger village. Unexpectedly, Six-Path City was more prosperous than some towns in the Rain Country he passed by on the way. Why are some buildings so similar to those in the village? Lao Zi found that many buildings in Six Paths City were very similar to the style of Iwagakure village. This made Lao Zi feel a little strange, as if he was being caught up by Iwagakure village. Lao Zi shook his head, shook off this strange idea, and continued to walk around Six Paths City. On the way, Lao Zi met many Iwagakure ninjas, some of whom were Iwagakure ninjas he knew, such as Onoki's son Huang Tu. Facing the ninjas from his former village, Lao Zi looked normal and did not reveal any flaws. It seems that the village has a lot of cooperation with the ninja clan. Even Huang Tu has come. Lao Zi thought to himself. While he was walking around, he found that there were not many ninjas from the 5 major ninja villages. They were mainly ninjas from various small ninja villages and non-ninja villages. Lao Zi hardly saw any Konoha ninjas, and he couldn't see any Kirigakure ninjas or Kumigakure ninjas at all. There were many Iwagakure ninjas. Lao Zi felt that the number of Iwagakure ninjas in the Six Paths City might not be less than that of the ninja clan. There was also Tsunagakure. Lao Zi saw several Tsunagakure ninja teams alone. It was the second largest ninja village with the most students among the 5 major ninja villages. In this case, the ninjas from the 5 major ninja villages are very good. Choose. He didn't have to worry about the Iwagakure's search in the Six Paths City. Now there are all kinds of forces in the Six Paths City. If something happens, it will spread all over the ninja world soon. Unless the Iwagakure is sure that he can take him away, he dare not take any action. After having lunch at a random restaurant, Lao Zi continued to walk around the Six Paths City. Isn't that Hanzo, the leader of the Rain Village? I didn't expect that he would come to listen to the lecture of the doctor this time. A ninja whispered. Lao Zi heard the discussion of the people around him, turned around curiously and scanned the surroundings, and soon saw Hanzo with many Rain ninjas around. As one of the legendary ninjas in the ninja world, Lao Zi has also heard some of his deeds. For example, using water escape was blocked by the ninja clan. Our Hanzo was invited by the ninja clan. A Rain ninja on the street heard the other ninjas' whispered discussion and corrected them. As expected of Hanzo, who is called a demigod, this honor seems to be something that other ninjas don't have. The ninja who started the discussion quickly changed his face. Yes, I've never heard of anyone being invited by the ninja clan. The ninja next to him also said. Hanzo, the center of the Rain ninjas, nodded slightly in his heart, and that was the effect. He was a demigod, Hanzo, of course he was invited by the ninja clan to come here. When Hanzo and the Rain ninjas left the street, another ninja started the discussion again. Sure enough, the power of a country is easy to negotiate. The conflict was so big before, but now it seems that they have been completely reconciled. A ninja wearing a grass ninja forehead protector said. In a sense, the reason why Kai became famous in the ninja world was because he defeated Hanzo. So many ninjas knew about the love-hate relationship between the ninja clan and the Rain village. The Rain village used cooperation as an excuse to trap Kai and kill him, which led to the creation of the Kai sword and the later Kai, who became famous in the ninja world. After all, he is a ninja from a country. The Kusanagi next to him answered. In the world of adults, interests come first. The situation in the ninja world is chaotic, and the reconciliation between the ninja clan and the Rain village is reasonable. If Hanzo is also as arrogant and rude to the ninja as Yekeng did, I really want to see the full power of the Fire Dragon dance. The topic quickly turned from the relationship between the ninja clan to the relationship between Hanzo and Yekeng. It's impossible. Yekeng challenged Yekeng because he didn't have a good relationship with Yekeng. How could Hanzo challenge someone he couldn't beat? Not necessarily. After all, both parties are cooperating now. If Hanzo really wants to challenge Yekeng, Yekeng will be embarrassed. He will probably let Yekeng win and have a draw. Hanzo's shadow clone, who was disguised as an ordinary ninja, looked darker and darker. So even if he beat Yekeng now, others would think it was Yekeng? Also, why do you always like to mention the fire dragon dance? There are no other fire escape ninjutsu in the ninja world, right? If life could be repeated, Hanzo really wanted to travel back in time and chop Shimura Danzo to death. It was called cooperation, but it was the Rain Village that suffered, and it was Hanzo who lost face, while Shimura Danzo lost several Konoha ninjas. Although he was unhappy, Hanzo was not interested in causing trouble for a few ordinary ninjas, and he cancelled the shadow clone after a round of inspection. The shadow clone's memory flowed back, and Hanzo, who was sitting in the living room of the ninja clan, had a dark face in an instant, but quickly turned to his usual indifferent expression. Miyu was slightly stunned when she saw this, wondering why Hanzo suddenly showed his face-changing skills. Don't blame me for not reminding you, although I accepted your invitation. If you suddenly ask me to cooperate with you in an activity during the lecture, I may not agree. Hanzo said expressionlessly. Hanzang did not challenge plus or minus. It is not a question of winning or not, it is meaningless. Although he had no idea, Hanzo thought that Hanzo could be used as a lecture material. Last time, Hanzo asked him to put out the fire with water escape in the unlimited lecture. Hanzo thought it was possible for Hanzo to fight on the stage this time. In order not to become a teaching background board, Hanzo chose to express his opinion in advance. Of course you can do that. Miyu smiled and nodded. He couldn't be 100% sure of Hanzo's thoughts, but he could guess some of them. Miyu had thought of using Hanzo as a material, but if he didn't defeat him in battle, it would hurt Hanzo a little. Hanzo nodded calmly, feeling relieved. If he was really defeated by Hanzo in front of thousands of ninjas, he would completely become a ninja. Then Hanzo quickly left the ninja clan's living room and returned to the residence arranged for him by the ninja clan. When Hanzo thought of those people saying that he won against the ninja, Hanzo felt uncomfortable when he was with the ninja. He had only lost to the ninja, why did he think that he would never win against the ninja? On the other side, Miyu sent Hanzo away and began to check his teaching plan. The number and quality of the ninjas this time were better than the last time. He must control the teaching quality and get an S score. After the inspection, Miyu used the observation color to cover the entire Six-Path City. There were too many ninjas coming, and it was difficult to ensure that there would be no problems with the few ninjas of the ninja sect. Don't worry if you don't sense it. Once you sense it, Miyu really sensed a few familiar chakras that shouldn't be here. Since those chakras were all within the range of Miyu's Byakugan, Miyu opened her Byakugan directly and identified them one by one. Name, Hiramiswaro. Chakra, 8300. Skill, Water Attribute Chakra Property Change, Mastery Level. Name, Sakai Toda. Chakra, 7600. Skill, Fire Attribute Chakra Property Change, Mastery Level. It's really those ninjas from the root. After reading the information of the identification technique, Miyu found that she was not wrong. The information detected by the identification technique is the most accurate. Even the white Zetsu with the strongest known camouflage ability could not hide from the identification technique. Danzo wants to take action against the ninja clan. Miyu showed a thoughtful expression. Miyu knew Shimura Danzo too well. Most likely he wanted to steal the so-called ninja clan inheritance and Nagato's Samsara Eye. What is he going to do this time? Miyu didn't expect what method Shimura Danzo would use for a while. The root's power is good for intelligence work, but it is almost impossible to forcibly snatch things from the ninja clan, even if Shimura Danzo leads the team himself. The ninja clan's apparent strength is not weak among many ninja organizations. The ninja clan has Kajuru who can defeat Hanzo, Kakuzu, a legendary ninja in the black market, and Nagato is also a genius who has won the title of the first genius. The three of them together are a strong force. You don't want me to go? Miyu thought of her identity as a root ninja. It seems a bit strange to let the representative of Konoha's young ninja attack a neutral ninja organization with strong strength, but if the person who gave the order is Shimura Danzo, Yu thinks it is reasonable. After all, Shimura Danzo's operation is not something that ordinary people can understand. It is also possible to continue to use the Rain Village. Yu racked her brains to think from the perspective of others and think in the way of thinking of Shimura Danzo. Shimura Danzo essentially has two choices, either to use Konoha's power directly, or to cooperate with other ninja forces that want to attack the ninja clan. From Shimura Danzo's perspective, Rain Village is a good choice. First, they have had experience of joining forces to deal with the ninja clan, and second, there are irreconcilable contradictions between Rain Village and the ninja clan. And the weaker Rain Village after the fight will be more in line with Konoha's interests. There is also a high probability that Tsunagakure will do so. The Rain country borders the Wind country, and Tsunagakure certainly doesn't want its little brother who used to be able to rub it at will to become a threat. In addition, Tsunagakure is the only big ninja village in the ninja world that has not declared war on Konoha. Yu thinks that there is a high probability that Shimura Danzo will join forces with Tsunagakure. After reminding the ninja in charge of the ninja station's vigilance, Yu ignored it. There is no point in catching those root ninjas. In order not to expose his own secrets, Shimura Danzo used all kinds of means to deal with those root subordinates. Even the secret techniques of the Yamanaka clan could not get information from their brains. Instead of alerting the enemy, it is better to pretend that he did not find out. At the critical moment, he can still use this information gap to pass on wrong information. The next day, the second unlimited lecture started on time. Although the ninja clan had its own town this time, the unlimited lectures planned by Yu would not be very frequent. In addition, the town needed to be continuously expanded, so no special venue for lectures was built. It was still similar to the first time. Yu randomly chose a training ground and put a podium there. There was nothing else. However, the simple lecture environment did not affect the enthusiasm of the ninjas who came to listen to the lecture. For example, Lao Zi, he thought that it was enough to arrive 30 minutes in advance, but when he arrived, he found that the podium was already surrounded by people. Looking at the huge crowd, Lao Zi felt like a large army had assembled. These people must have arrived very early. Lao Zi complained in his heart with some helplessness. It shows that the ninja is very strong, otherwise it would be impossible to get such support. Four-tailed said. Not only Lao Zi, but now Four-tailed is curious about the ninja. Because the ninja is a ninja force called Ninja Clan, and there is a disciple with the Samsara Eye. Four-tailed always feels that the ninja has something to do with the Taoist immortal. We will know what it is soon. Lao Zi glanced around and found that the ninja was not strong enough, so he retracted his gaze. Walking all the way from the north of the Rain country to here, Lao Zi has actually gained a lot of unexpected gains, so this trip is not in vain. However, his source of power is ultimately the ninja named Jieluna Xingshu. If Jielu Fan fails to live up to his true self, there will still be a little regret. When there were still 10 minutes before the class started, Yu arrived. Jielu Fan Xian. The ninjas who had listened to Yu's class in the last lecture bowed and greeted Yu. Well, good morning. Yu smiled and raised her hand to respond. Then the crowd automatically parted, making way for Yu to the podium. Lao Zi's position could have allowed him to see Jielu Nan, but unfortunately his height was a bit bad, and his sight was blocked by others, and he couldn't even stand on tiptoe. Lao Zi could only condense chakra to make the soil under his feet rise, so that he could see I met the 4K girl. P.S. I will post one chapter first. I will post another chapter tomorrow at noon or in the afternoon. I can't sleep too late today. Also, I want to ask for votes for next month. I am only 2,350 away from 20,000. This may be the only chance for Zyjo to get 20,000 in his life. Please support me. Chapter 598 Wind Dragon Breaks the Clouds. The girl has short hair, a long white coat, and a gentle smile on her face. Lao Ziyi has a feeling that even if no one tells him that this is a girl, he can recognize her. It has nothing to do with appearance or anything. The main thing is the temperament of the girl. It is difficult for Lao Ziyi to describe this temperament, but he feels that this is the temperament of a ninja master. As Mu Yu walked to the podium, the separated crowd gathered again. However, what if it rains in this environment? Turning his sight from the Jiyi's shrine to the light grey clouds covering the sun. He didn't care about not having a seat, but with Lao Zi's experience in the past few days, it's easy to get soaked when giving a lecture in the open air in the rain country. Hello everyone, I'm Jiyi. I'll give you a lecture this time. Mu Yu said with a smile as he scanned the crowd. Hearing Jiyi's voice, Lao Ziyi once again turned his sight to Jiyi. Compared to him, a foreigner, Jiyi knows the weather in the rain country better. There are still 10 minutes before the official class. During this time, I will randomly select ninjas. The ninjas selected can ask me a question about cultivation. Mu Yu identified a circle and found no problem, so he continued. He won't start the class early, but Mu Yu doesn't mind giving a little benefit to those who arrive early. The eyes of the ninjas in the audience lit up, and they felt that they had not gotten up early in the morning in vain. This is a one-on-one answering service from the ninja master, which may not be available even if you have money. Mu Yu casually pointed at a ninja from the rain village, and then asked the other ninjas to be quiet for a while. Me. The ninja from the rain village who was pointed at did not expect that he would be the lucky one. He thought that the one who was chosen was the grass ninja next to him. After all, although their rain village was an ally of the ninja clan, they rarely interacted with each other and the relationship was a bit awkward. When Mu Yu hit him with a soft airflow, the rain ninja was sure that he was the one who was pointed at. The rain ninja subconsciously looked at Hanzo who was a little ahead of him. His position allowed him to only see Hanzo's profile. Seeing that Hanzo's expression did not change, Yu Ren breathed a sigh of relief. After thinking for a while, he said, "Can you tell me some techniques for changing the form of water attribute chakra? It is said that water escape is suitable for form change, but I always encounter the problem of unstable form. When changing the form of chakra, the change of chakra properties cannot be completely ignored. Chakras of different properties cannot use the same form change method." Mu Yu first explained the reason, and then demonstrated the form changes of 3 different attributes of chakra. After listening, Yu Ren thanked him repeatedly, and the other ninjas who practiced water escape also showed thoughtful expressions. Then Mu Yu pointed to a rock-hidden ninja to answer his questions. Most of the rock-hidden ninjas practiced earth escape, so this time Mu Yu used the change of earth attribute chakra properties to answer the other party's questions. The third ninja called was the grass ninja who practiced fire escape. Mu Yu did call out names randomly, but he did not call out names in a completely disordered manner. He limited the chakra attributes and called out one person for each chakra attribute, so that all the ninjas who attended the class could benefit. Changes in form and nature are the cornerstones of the chakra system. Ninjas like Might Guy who only practice physical skills are very rare among the very rare. No one noticed this at first, until the 4th ninja who practiced different attributes came out, and they found that every ninja who was called out practiced ninjutsu of different attributes. Many ninjas admired him in their hearts, secretly saying that he was worthy of being the ninja master, and he even considered so much in a random call. Some people were also curious about why he called out those ninjas who practiced different attributes. Although most of the Iwagakure practiced earth escape, there were also ninjas who practiced other ninjutsu. If they called out the Iwagakure who practiced fire escape, wouldn't it be a bit embarrassing? Is worthy of the name Lao Ziyi sighed in his heart. In just 10 minutes of question-solving time, the teaching level of the teacher has been fully revealed. What Lao Ziyi admires most is the way he handles it. If the teacher starts the class early when most of the students arrive early, it will be very unfair to the ninjas who arrive late. Because the class time is set in a certain time frame and they are not late, it is unfair to them to miss a part of the class. This kind of extracurricular extension is no problem. It not only makes the early arrivals profit, but also does not affect the formal class. And the teacher really randomly calls the roll. Among the 5 ninjas, there are big ninja villages, small ninja villages, and idle ninjas. Everyone be quiet for a while, and the class will officially start next. The main content of the morning is the changes in the nature of fire and wind chakra. When the class time came, Mu coughed twice and said. The crowd that was originally discussing heatedly suddenly became quieter and quieter until no one spoke. Because most of the thousands of ninjas had participated in the first unlimited lecture, they knew the rules and cherished this opportunity. People who didn't know the rules would be in such a situation. Under the influence of the atmosphere, they dared not make noise. Boom! At this time, a huge thunder suddenly sounded, and the dazzling white light of lightning illuminated the dark clouds. Tick-tock! Then raindrops fell from the sky. Raining is a very common thing in the rain country. There may not be fire in the fire country, but it really rains frequently in the rain country. Many ninjas looked at Kai Ryu and waited quietly for Kai Chu prayer. This did not happen in the last unlimited lecture. Although it was not sunny for a week in a row, it never rained during the lecture. If it were an ordinary person, seeing the sudden heavy rain, he might run home in a hurry. However, all the people on the scene were ninjas. Some of them had undergone various rigorous trainings, and some had performed missions with life-threatening situations. This kind of emergency was just a small matter for them. Lao Zi also looked at Hanyum Weo curiously. Although it was no big deal for a ninja to get wet in the rain, he felt that Hanyum Weo should not let everyone attend the class in the rain. Weo looked up at the sky, silently switched from rock breathing to wind breathing, and concentrated on breathing to enter the wind breathing chakra mode. He never looked at the weather when arranging classes, because no matter how heavy the rain was, he had a way to deal with it. Swoosh! Weo burst out his chakra and suddenly jumped up. The strong wind accompanied by the rainstorm blew Weo's white clothes. Then Weo made seals with both hands in the air, and made 3 seals at a very fast speed. Originally, he didn't need to make seals, but in order to make it difficult for Hanyum Weo and Hanyum Weo to be discovered, Weo usually pretended to make seals. Wind style, vacuum hurricane dragon. After Mu finished the Chen seal, he instantly spit out the wind attribute chakra in his body that had completed the property change. Whoosh whoosh! A storm white dragon was spit out by Mu, and the terrifying hurricane swept the whole venue. The ninjas on the ground had to use chakra to stand firm and not be blown away. Roar! A violent roar sounded, and the storm white dragon rushed into the dark clouds. The next moment, a gap appeared in the dark clouds. The sun's rays hit Mu who was falling through the gap, making the whole audience focus on Mu alone. Then there was another loud noise in the air, and the ninjas standing underground suddenly felt that the brightness of the world had increased by several levels. They looked up at the sky again, only to see the scorching sun hanging high in the sky, and the dark clouds had gone to who knows where. Continue the class. In the morning, I will mainly talk about the changes in the nature of fire and wind chakra. Mu said with a faint smile on his face after landing, as if nothing had happened just now. Although Mu only briefly repeated what he said before, the wind escape ninjas at the scene all looked at Mu eagerly. They didn't know whether the fire dragon dance was strong or not, but the wind escape just now was really strong. It could affect them on the ground from such a distance. He actually mastered such a powerful wind escape ninjutsu. Hanzo's expression did not change, but he was extremely surprised in his heart. Although Hanzo himself was not very good at wind escape, he had fought with strong people who specialized in wind escape. In terms of range and power, the best wind escape ninja Hanzo had ever seen. Hanzang really didn't understand why the fire dragon dance was so strong. Could it be that the fire dragon dance was really strong? He looked like he was only in his 20s or 30s at most, but he mastered 7 kinds of chakra nature changes, and the level of these 7 attributes was not bad, and the high level was even higher. Is fire style really his best ninjutsu? Hanzo wondered. He used to believe it, after all, it was a terrifying fire style that could suppress his water style under restraint. Now Hanzo really didn't dare to be 100% sure. He felt that he was not as good as the fire dragon dance, but who could guarantee that he was strong? That was not a battle, it was just to disperse the rain clouds. Hanzang didn't think about it any further. If the facts were really as he thought, it would be too terrifying. Soon, everyone was immersed in the course and didn't think about other things. When it was time for the lunch break, Lao Zi was still unsatisfied, and his mind was full of the fire style. If there was such a teacher teaching me since I was a child, I would be at least twice as strong as I am now. Lao Zi sighed in his heart. He didn't know wind style, but he had practiced fire style. His strongest fighting method, lava release, is a bloodline limit generated by the combination of fire and earth attribute chakra. It's really good, I think it's interesting. Fourtail agreed. Fourtail is born with lava release, and has not practiced any ninjutsu. After taking Muyu's class, he wants to practice fire release for fun. Complete an advanced class, start settlement. Evaluation, S. Get rewards, Chakra Nature Change Perception, Fire Attribute Chakra Nature Change plus 20, Wind Attribute Chakra Nature Change plus 89, Earth Attribute Chakra Nature Change plus 122, Lightning Attribute. P.S. Please vote for the monthly ticket, there will still be 2 chapters today, this chapter counts as yesterday. Chapter 599 The Charm of Ninja Sect. When the afternoon class ends, the lecture reward will be settled immediately. Because there are more ninjas and there are high-quality players like Jinchuriki, the proficiency rewarded by the advanced class this time is more. Because it is too difficult to increase the proficiency of perfect level nature changes, Muyu remembers it very clearly. During the first advanced class, the proficiency of fire attribute chakra nature change was only increased by 10 points, but this time it is obviously much more. Muyu took a look at the personal panel. Skills, Fire Attribute Chakra Nature Change, Perfect Level, 680/80,000, Water Attribute Chakra Nature Change, Perfect Level, Wind Attribute Chakra Nature Change, Mastery Level, 9400/15,000, Lightning Attribute Chakra Nature Change, Mastery Level, 8100, Earth Attribute Chakra Nature Change, Mastery Level, 6900. He already has 2 perfect levels in the 5 major attributes. Among the remaining mastery level nature changes, the wind attribute has the highest proficiency, with more than 9000 proficiency, and the earth attribute has the lowest proficiency, with only nearly 7000 proficiency. This time, Muyu is going to teach for 8 days. If all 8 days are S-level evaluations, the proficiency of wind attribute chakra nature change should be steadily above 10,000. Because the chakra perception in the S-level evaluation also has the effect of increasing the proficiency of nature change, so although there are fewer wind-style ninjas on the scene, the rewards for 8 lectures added together are definitely enough. As for lightning and earth escape, due to the chakra attributes of the ninjas attending the class, Muyu feels that the earth attribute can increase to more than 8,000, and the lightning attribute is a little less, so it should not be a problem to reach 9,000. Even ice escape and wood escape can follow a little, because chakra perception can drive the improvement of all nature change skills, including wood escape and ice escape. Get out of class is over, we will be here at the same time tomorrow. Muyu smiled and announced the end of the first day of class. Hearing Muyu's words, the ninjas on the training ground realized that it was already dusk and the day was about to end. Superscript 2 cent plus or minus €. I feel like listening to his class, it feels like the knowledge is actively entering my brain. Yu Shinobi sighed subconsciously. As soon as he finished speaking, he regretted it. This time he didn't come secretly with a few teammates, but also Hanzo. Rainen quickly glanced at Hanzo with his peripheral vision and found that Hanzo seemed to be thinking about something and didn't notice what he said, so he relaxed. Thanks to Onoki, if he hadn't been so determined, I might not have made up my mind so quickly, and I might not have been able to catch up with the medicinal cottage. After listening to a day's class, Lao Zi was in a very good mood, and even felt that Onoki, this old stubborn man, was not so hateful. After all, if he was a little late, he might not be able to catch up with the second unlimited lecture. It seems that medicinal Yingqian doesn't match your previous imagination of him. Fourtail said with a smile. Old Zi is not a serious person, but he rarely smiles. Fourtail rarely sees old Zi so happy. How to say it, after all, this is the starting point of leaving the Hidden Rock Village, and it is certainly worth being happy for a good start. Lao Zi explained. He admired the 4 tails, but not the 7 tails. The main reason for his happiness was that he felt that his trip was right and he had not made the wrong choice. Besides, whether he is the kind of person I imagined or not, I have to talk to him to really confirm it. Although he denied the 4 tails words, Lao Zi was indeed looking forward to talking to the 4 tails after the first day of class. The next day. The main content of the second day's course was the change of water attributes, yin attributes, and yang attributes. Mu Yu arranged the content in this way because his water attribute chakra change has reached the perfect level, and his knowledge of water attribute chakra change has increased a lot, and he is more confident about the quality of the course. However, this lecture made Hanzo numb. The more Hanzo listened, the less confident he was. He always felt that his best water escape seemed not as good as the 4 tails. It shouldn't be the case. If his water escape is really better than mine, he should have used water escape at that time. Hanzo comforted himself. In fact, Hanzo could find the loophole in his idea if he thought about it carefully, that is, the water escape technique was not used much in the battle with him. But since he was comforting himself, he would naturally avoid some thoughts. It's not that he couldn't think of it, but he didn't want to think about it. This day also made many ninjas of the Rain Country happy. Most of them practiced water escape technique. During the break, many Rain ninjas looked at the ninjas of the ninja sect with envy. They were happy for a long time, while the ninjas of the ninja sect often had the opportunity to be happy. As a Rain ninja, they would definitely not be stingy with the ninjas of their own forces. Most of the Rain ninjas in the Rain village were very convinced and even worshipped Hanzo, but people were most afraid of comparison. Compared with the Rain ninjas found that Hanzo was just like that, and was recognized by the Rain ninjas in all aspects. Why did you attack the ninja sect in the first place? Some Rain ninjas were puzzled by this. At the beginning, Hanzo was very friendly to the Ascent Superscript 2 and the two sides had a friendly meeting. There were also a group of ninjas in the Rain Ninja village who were very friendly to the Superscript 2 Superscript 3 degree. But for a while, negative news about the ninja clan inexplicably spread in the Rain Ninja village, saying that the ninja clan was an illegal ninja organization that wanted to provoke a war, and the situation became worse. First, Hanzo personally led a team to besiege and defeat the ninja clan, and then the Rain Ninja village was in opposition to the ninja clan. If the ninja clan was really an evil ninja organization, it would be fine. As it stands now, it is their Rain Ninja village that is completely wrong, so many Rain ninjas don't understand why things have developed and it has become like this. Ordinary Rain ninjas know too little information, and they cannot analyze the fragmented information. After Hanzo passes away, maybe joining the ninja clan is a good choice. The Rain ninjas don't know much about other things, but they know that the Kaika Maple Bandits is very strong, is very good to his subordinates, and can bring new changes to the Rain country. In addition, the ninja clan is also the official ninja force of the Rain country, and is equal to the Rain Ninja village. The Rain ninjas feel that there is no problem in joining the ninja clan, just changing the place to continue to protect the Rain country. Tomorrow is a holiday, so you don't need to come. After the holiday, you will go to class as usual. Mu Yu reminded when the class was over. In fact, the course schedule has been announced long ago, but in case someone is too fascinated by the class and forgets it, Mu Yu reminded it again. In addition, there will be some other activities of our ninja clan in the city on holidays. If you are interested or want to join the ninja clan, you can go and have a look. Mu Yu advertised the ninja clan by the way. Mu Yu's words did not cause any ninja to be disgusted. After all, the teaching quality was so high that it was not impossible to give them a beating, let alone advertising. Some idle ninjas or ninjas from small forces were somewhat tempted. The ninja clan is not large in scale now, but its strength is not weak, and its development prospects are good. Some ninjas from the Rain Village were also tempted, thinking about whether to disguise themselves and go over to have a look. On the third day of rest, Lao Zi woke up in the morning and subconsciously went to a nearby breakfast shop to buy breakfast, and then walked towards the training ground while eating. Lao Zi, you are resting today and not in class. Four-tail reminded. I know, I just feel uncomfortable eating while sitting, and I digest faster while walking. Lao Zi said without changing his face. Four-tail smiled and said nothing. Without class, Lao Zi had to walk around the six-path city. Lao Zi soon felt bored because he had walked around the entire six-path city on the first day he came. Besides, many places in Liudeo City have the style of Iwagakure village, which is too familiar to Lao Zi, and the novelty is further reduced. Finally, Lao Zi thought of what Mu Yu said yesterday and went to the place where the ninja sect was holding activities. Lao Zi followed the signboard to a fork. There were two signboards here, one signboard said recruiting ninjas, and the other signboard said understanding the ninja sect. Lao Zi took a look and walked towards the passage to understand the ninja sect without hesitation. He didn't think about joining any other ninja forces, because it would hurt others and himself. It's not that Lao Zi is narcissistic. As the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, he is definitely a person that all ninja forces in the ninja world are eager to get. No matter which ninja organization he joins, even if it is a ninja village at the level of the 5 major ninja villages, it will have a significant impact on the situation in the ninja world. If it is a smaller ninja organization, the day his identity is exposed is basically the day that the organization will perish. In addition to hurting people, Lao Zi doesn't want to live the hard life he had before. Even if he won the battle, he couldn't change the villagers' view of him. He had to be monitored even if he broke through the siege with his troops, and no one believed what he said. Lao Zi walked to the end of the corridor and found himself in a large classroom. As soon as Lao Zi walked into the classroom, a shinobi ninja came up and handed him a not very thick book. If you don't understand, you can find us to go to the compartment over there for explanation. The shinobi ninja said. Lao Zi looked in the direction of the shinobi ninja's finger and found that there was another door in the classroom. Lao Zi nodded, found a seat and sat down, and put his eyes on the book. Although it was called a book, Lao Zi felt more like a bound document because it was too simple. There was no pattern on the cover, only a few big words, Shinobi and Peace. With a curious attitude, Lao Zi opened this overly simple book. The first chapter talks about the origin of shinobi, and tells about the pursuit of peace by the ancient shinobi during the Six-Path Sage period. When I read a few lines, Lao Zi wanted to skip this chapter. He thought that this chapter would probably be about bragging about the Six-Path Sage and proving his legitimacy. However, seeing the words on the author's side, Lao Zi patiently continued to read. Then Lao Zi's expression changed and became surprised. The first chapter of this book prepared by the ninja sect not only did not brag about the Six-Path Sage and the ancient ninja sect as he thought, but also pointed out the shortcomings of the ancient ninja sect. This aroused Lao Zi's interest and he began to read more seriously. Chapter 600 Destroy the Ninja Sect. Ninjas can actually write such a book. Lao Zi's reaction when he read half of it was like this. Lao Zi himself is a ninja, of course he will not look down on ninjas, but he knows that the special nature of ninjas makes it difficult for ninjas to delve into various theories like ordinary people. When ninjas are young, they have to practice various training to improve their strength. They do have more time in middle age and old age than when they are young, but most ninjas will choose to study ninja knowledge instead of peace or philosophy and history. Because the research of ninja knowledge can effectively enhance strength, as for philosophy and history, you can't expect to persuade the enemy by saying that he is dead in battle. When he thought about it, Lao Zi became more curious. He is only 30 years old at most now, and he needs to allocate time to make the current him both knowledgeable and powerful. In terms of strength, it's okay, but I think he should be as good as the six-path sage. We can have a lot of common topics. Swivai said. Hago Romo is a person who has been working for peace all his life. He thinks Hago Romo will be very happy to see this book. As for strength, Siwei has seen more powerful people than Lao Zi, but he doesn't think that he is a ninja. Lao Zi continued to read the book. When he finished reading all the contents, he fell into deep thought. Lao Zi's knowledge is not good, and there are many things in the book that he doesn't understand. Even so, Lao Zi also felt the uniqueness of the concept of the ninja clan. He has never seen or heard of a similar ninja organization. The external slogan is to pursue. There are ninja organizations seeking peace, and there are quite a few of them, even in the 5 major ninja villages, but few of them actually take action. With the current strength of the shinobi sect, it is unrealistic to intervene in the ninja world war, but Lao Zi can feel the determination of the shinobi sect from the book. Ordinary development of a ninja organization does not need these things. If you simply want a powerful ninja force, you can use your own strength and teaching ability to expand it infinitely. Lao Zi closed the book, and he walked up to the shinobi sect ninja who gave him the book and asked, "Can I buy this book?" He was confused about many of the contents. If he had not met with Jie later, he would definitely choose to find a shinobi sect ninja to help explain. But if he could meet with Jie, there would be no need for other shinobi sect ninjas to explain. No one should understand this book better than Jie. No need to buy it, just take it away if you want. The shinobi ninja smiled. Old Zi nodded and walked back to the hotel with the book. At this time, he wished he could travel back to the end of the lecture. The attraction of the people of the Kai Kiyomi to him has surpassed that of the Kai Lumowe Otter. Konoha, Root Base. Bang! In Konoha village, looking at the information sent by the members of the Root of the Rain country, Shimura Danzo couldn't help but punch the desk. A bunch of trash, they can't even investigate this. Shimura Danzo couldn't help but cursed secretly. The Root did collect some information, but there was no content related to the inheritance of the shinobi, which was inconsistent with Shimura Danzo's expectations. The information that Uchiha Madara could investigate was not available to his Root. How could Shimura Danzo feel at ease to cooperate with Uchiha Madara? The shinobi is getting stronger and stronger, and is still repairing its relationship with the Rain village. It is also close to Iwagakure, which is too threatening to Konoha. Shimura Danzo frowned. There is no information about the inheritance of the ninja clan, but the Roots have collected the things about the unlimited lectures. This made Shimura Danzo feel deeply uneasy. The Rain village is the strongest group of small ninja villages under the 5 major ninja villages. If the ninja clan is added, it will be the strongest ninja force under the 5 major ninja villages. The comprehensive strength is much stronger than the peak Rain village during the Second Ninja World War. Now, even if it is not for the Samsara Eye and the inheritance of the ninja clan, Shimura Danzo wants to destroy the ninja clan. Shimura Danzo stood up and thought he went to the Hokage's office to find Sarutobi Hiruzen, but soon sat down again. He knew Sarutobi Hiruzen too well. With Sarutobi Hiruzen's temperament, he would never attack the current ninja clan, unless the ninja clan reached an agreement with Iwagakure to advance and retreat together. Shimura Danzo couldn't help but sigh. It was a pity that he was loyal to Konoha, but now he was in a situation where he had no way to report to the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen was indecisive and did not agree to attack the ninja clan, and his root did not have the power to deal with the ninja clan. Could he only watch the ninja clan grow step by step into Konoha's biggest worry? No, absolutely not. Shimura Danzo immediately denied it in his heart. Sarutobi Hiruzen standing in the light can do nothing, but as the dark of Konoha, he cannot remain indifferent. Just when Shimura Danzo was worrying about how to deal with the ninja clan, the door of his office was opened. Shimura Danzo immediately wanted to scold him for entering his office without knocking. But when Shimura Danzo saw who was coming, he shut his mouth. Danzo, you are so disappointing. After so long, you have done almost nothing. The masked man in black robe said unceremoniously. Shimura Danzo's face darkened instantly. He didn't even mention the problem of Uchiha Madara, but the other party was talking about him. How can I let you know my actions? Shimura Danzo suppressed his unhappiness and snorted coldly. Isn't it just sending some people to investigate intelligence? In fact, you can just tell me. I can give you any information you want about the ninja clan. The masked man smiled indifferently. Shimura Danzo frowned. He was deliberately asking questions, and he had already guessed the result. But when he really heard that the actions of the root were completely in the sight of Uchiha Madara, Shimura Danzo couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He spent so much energy to build the root, but in the end, he was completely defeated by a person who hit his head and showed his tail in terms of intelligence. If Hiruzen hadn't been restricting the root, it would definitely not become like this. Shimura Danzo thought it was Sarutobi Hiruzen's fault. If Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't make so many restrictions on his root would definitely be 3 or 4 times stronger than it is now, instead of being crushed by Uchiha Madara in terms of intelligence. I sent people to the Six Paths City not just to collect some intelligence. Shimura Danzo said lightly. Even if he really lost miserably in terms of intelligence, he couldn't let Uchiha Madara see it. No matter what you want to do, if you want to continue our cooperation and get wood release, then you must act according to my plan. The masked man said firmly. Then the masked man threw a scroll to Shimura Danzo. Just as Shimura Danzo was about to say something, the masked man interrupted him and said, "Act according to the plan above, and I will help you. If you want to refuse, that's fine, then our cooperation ends here." After that, without giving Shimura Danzo a chance to speak, the masked man left Shimura Danzo's office. Shimura Danzo looked at the back of Uchiha Madara with a sullen face, and even Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't dare to treat him like this. "Don't let me find out your identity." After saying this harshly in his heart, Shimura Danzo put his eyes on the scroll. Since this was the scroll given by Uchiha Madara, the cautious Shimura Danzo split a shadow clone and asked the shadow clone to open it. After confirming that there was no problem, Shimura Danzo took a closer look. Join forces with Rain Village to kill Hanzo. I was a little speechless after that. He thought Uchiha Madara had some clever plan, which was similar to his previous plan. It's just that Uchiha Madara's plan requires all the roots to be on the field, while Shimura Danzo's own plan is to use Rain Village as a vanguard. Moreover, if the village is used to threaten Hanzo, if the news is leaked, Hiruzen may disband the root organization, and my assistant position will also be terminated. Shimura Danzo clasped his fingers together, revealing a thoughtful expression. The way that Uchiha Madara wants to disintegrate the alliance between the Rain Ninja and the Ninja clan is to let Shimura Danzo represent Konoha to put pressure on the Rain Ninja village and threaten Hanzo with war. This is not a trivial matter. It is even worse than human experimentation in politics. If the Hokage wants to go to war with a country, he has to hold a meeting. He threatened the Rain Ninja village with war without saying anything. This is not just an ordinary overstepping of authority. Shimura Danzo understands the seriousness of the matter, but when he saw the line of words on the scroll, he couldn't help but be moved. Complete the alliance with the Rain Ninja village, and give wood release in advance before besieging the Genjutsu. There is no doubt that this is the help that Uchiha Madara mentioned. As long as Shimura Danzo completes the plan to unite with the Rain Ninja Village, then Uchiha Madara will give him the benefits agreed before in advance. With Shimura Danzo's suspicious nature, of course he won't believe it immediately. He is the kind of person who will suspect that the other party wants to assassinate him even if a strong person takes the initiative to join the route. However, Shimura Danzo thought carefully and found that Uchiha Madara was actually quite sincere. Because this wood release was given before the siege of Kajuru. If it was given after the siege was successful, Shimura Danzo would definitely not agree to this plan. He wanted him to take such a big risk without any benefit. Giving it before the siege proved that Uchiha Madara really wanted to kill Kajuru. He would rather give Shimura Danzo wood release in advance, and add some more to kill Kajuru. We can't let the Rain country continue to become stronger. Shimura Danzo looked at the information sent by the root ninja on the table and finally made up his mind. For the safety of Konoha, he had no choice but to do it. If the plan succeeds, the ninja power of the Rain country will fall into an unprecedented decline, and he can still have the inheritance of the ninja clan and wood release, and have a stronger power to protect his Konoha. It can be said that Konoha wins. As for failure, Shimura Danzo thinks it is unlikely. This plan will either stop at the alliance with Hanzo or succeed. The Root and the Rain village have joined forces, and there is also Uchiha Madara in the dark. How could they not be able to destroy the ninja clan? If we leave out the individual of Kazuo, the ninja clan is just an ordinary ninja organization. That is to say, Shimura Danzo is not the Hokage. If he were the Hokage, there would be no need to go through so much trouble. Jiraiya Orochimaru could easily wipe out the ninja clan with 1,000-man army.